Hey guys! You guys have chat for like 10 minutes here, so chat away, hit the like button. We're doing a collab here for this trial. It's day 3 of the George Pino. We're calling it the boat crash trial. Ali, if you didn't see it, did a breakdown on culpable negligence yesterday. I clipped it, so if you want to check that out, you can go find the link and get her explanation on what culpable negligence means, what it's not, why it's a very high standard, and how it applies in Florida based on their existing case law. So, Allie, that was incredible. Thank you for doing that. And how are
Thank
you?
you. Good, good. How are you? I'm shocked because you just told me that the judge here anticipated this case going 8 to 10 days. And it's shocking to me because this is a black and white case. Here's what happened. Here's how she died. Is that culpable negligence or not? Shocking.
Maybe it's defense witnesses too. And I know they want to maybe call a doctor, which would probably be like a couple hours. So, and I don't know what other witnesses the defense would want to call, but
Right.
maybe it's all the experts that are going to clog up the time. So, but it seems like we're moving away from some of the layperson witnesses, although we haven't gotten who I think might be a key witness for the state, this guy, Matthew Smiley, firefighter, who
Oh,
came forward after seeing that news coverage, like in 2024, so
oh,
2 years later, and saying, like, look, thought I smelled alcohol in his breath when he was speaking, and that his eyes, George Pino's eyes, were a little bit bloodshot. So,
so he was not working. He was a good Samaritan, but a fireman, or he was an actual fireman.
not actually sure.
Because wouldn't that be in his report somewhere? Like, how do you remember something like that a year and a half later?
Not sure. Just came about when he saw the reporting that the case wasn't being investigated enough. And which to me, in other cases, sometimes I hear stuff like that. Someone comes forward and I wonder if there's like a subconscious, maybe not something you're consciously thinking, but you feel compelled to help a family get closure. Maybe that's a factor behind you remembering something so strongly that you didn't go tell anybody back then, because now you see that maybe a family won't get justice. Now you've really got to go speak. And
Right.
does that make your memory more reliable? Do you bolster your own memory without realizing it? Or is it this is exactly what you do remember? It's a accurate memory and it's a failure on the state for not getting that information from you when you were there on the scene.
I mean, it's not their job to get it from him, it's his job to give it to somebody.
Well, if he was just a good Samaritan,
Oh,
but
if
he
he
should
was
know
just a good
also.
Samaritan, right.
And I'm sure we'll find out if he takes a stand. But also, if you are a firefighter and you happen to come across something as a good Samaritan, you're not on duty, you probably still have the experience to maybe stop and report something like, hey, you guys, you notice that this guy smells like alcohol in his breath? Did you guys, like, I feel like I would go
100%.
over to my buddies and gossip about it at least. And
100%. I just don't believe that there's a chance in hell that he wouldn't have done that, and maybe he'll say he did and somebody didn't do anything with it. I mean,
which is believable, especially with the way the state seems to be like, why did you not do these things with all of their patrol officers that are on the stand so far.
yeah,
Oh man, so are we having Defense Diary emoji issues? Is that a YouTube issue?
I don't know. I didn't know
I,
of this.
yeah, I don't know, Megastar. It might be a YouTube issue. YouTube is always breaking things. But it's so good to see the chat for a few minutes. Also, guys, for the lunch break, we will be, when we're not showing the trial, we will be bringing the chat back for the lunch break. So whenever you realize it's like noon. If you want to like speed up, if you're a little bit behind and catch up with the chat so you can be live with the chat, that's what we're going to do. Um, yeah, D-Nice, we're not a fan of the format either. And it really sucks. It doesn't seem to make sense. The only thing I can think of is they want somebody to be able to watch the video without having to see other commentary. And they don't understand that a YouTube chat feature can be closed. Like, you don't have to watch a chat, even if the chat feature's live. I just don't know.
I don't know since when a bunch of morons screaming into the ethers makes a shit bit of difference. I mean, that's what they think of it as, like, in the courtroom. Oh, it's just a bunch of people shouting at the ethers. So, I mean, what is it that made this judge decide, "You know what? There are
Well, and
some, pretty
she said it
smart
was
and"
an administrative order. So
I
I
mean, I
don't
guess
think
they
it's
realize people aren't as stupid as other people think they are, and that it's not just a bunch of morons shouting into the ether.
well, they've got an issue in a different case where a detective was on social media on a burner account. Is a detective Juan Segovia. This is the Rashawn Jones case. Tried in this very same courtroom back in the end of February. And during the trial, it seems like they found information that points to this account belonging to him. He's got an internal affairs investigation open against him now because of it. And he was on social media commenting about the case as witnesses were on the stand, commenting about their credibility while he
On
was on the witness list. And even while he was testifying, there's apparently posts that were, because he was on the stand across 2 days,
mhm.
this account was posting, and the account's called like Balance of Justice. And so this detective's apparently on social media like he's so guilty or she's lying, talking about a different witness that was on the stand. So maybe this court has always had this weird order, never thought to make it make sense because they never really applied it, but maybe there's recent happenings that are making them freak out about social media.
I mean, could it be like they don't want somebody getting some new information in the middle of trial that, like,
That could cause
lawyers
a delay.
right, like, lawyers being like, "Oh my god, somebody in the chat feature said and now we need a 2-week delay."
Just crazy. I think she would lose it if she found out that someone saw something online and someone asked for a continuance about it or wanted to add on new witnesses. She would just be like, throw the papers, walk out of the room, and go into chambers. Ah, let's see. Also, big
Crazy.
thank you here. I see Jay Money here with the 20 with the good morning and says, hey, chat. Gotta say hey to the chat while you can.
Well,
Limited time here.
Little Lion says, which might be a good point. We have seen this. If she wants to prevent Dr. Bull-like practices where the attorneys are following how their questions and behaviors land with the general public and possibly then the jury. I mean, that's silly though.
But
Like,
I feel like either side can benefit from that. The
right.
only reason a side couldn't benefit from that is if the facts are just so far not on your side, right? Because a public sentiment, there's always going to be splits, different ways of looking at things, and you could always find somebody to agree with you or find someone to be your critic that you can go, okay, well, let me find some critics to see how can I adjust. Are there things that people aren't understanding? Like, I want the defense and the state both to read my comments about, give us a little bit more about the boat stuff earlier on. What are the actual features of this boat? What is the weight capacity or passenger capacity? Is there one? Like, I would love to have some of that anchoring before we get to day 3 if this case is only going to be a week and a half.
I suspect we're not getting it because there isn't a capacity. It wasn't above that capacity. Like whatever it is, it's
Oh,
because they wasn't above it, you know? Like it's like, oh,
which
so everything was normal here. So maybe the defense will get into it with someone at some point.
I was going to say, that's the kind of thing that, all right, if I don't see the state get into it, that's the inference I would draw, is it's helpful to the other party because it just seems like basic information you wouldn't not fill in.
Right.
So, also, your gal PJ became a member. Thank you, thank you. And we have Dolly Hallie celebrating 3 months with Defense Diary saying, hey, all.
Happy anniversary.
Yeah,
Thanks for
3 months is
continued
awesome.
support, Dolly.
And I love the little hug. So good
Yeah.
to see. You guys got to get the chats out as we go. Make sure you're hitting the like button as well, you guys, especially if you're going to like minimize the screen and listen. Don't forget to hit that like button before
Yeah, you
you do
can't see
that.
the chat anyway. So the only thing you can do is hit that little thumbs up. Got
Oh,
nothing else
just
to do with your fingers.
hit
Hit
it
it
as
once
many
though.
times as you want, but just make sure it's an odd number of times. That way it stays liked and not disliked.
Doesn't make a difference if they like it and re-like it, does it?
Well, no, they can, but if you click it like the like button twice, it unlikes
It
it.
turns it off. Oh, you're just saying
So
just in
3
case
would
they wanna be
re-like.
messing around. I'm
Yeah.
like, there's no benefit to people doing that, right?
No, just make sure it's an odd number of times. And we've got Bob in the building.
Oh,
Hey,
hi.
Bob.
Good morning. Good
Hey,
morning. Sorry
I
I'm
owe you an
late.
apology, and I'm doing it right now. I talk over you, but for whatever reason, there's a delay when I hear you speak, and I don't hear you until I'm already talking over you. So I
Me?
was stepping on your toes yesterday, and I'm sorry.
Me?
Yeah, I don't notice it when Allie speaks.
And
Oh,
it could be a delay either way, because I did think yesterday that I kinda caught myself, like, I saw your mouth moving when I was talking, I was like, "Shit, did I start?" So that might be something odd happening. Now I'll have to watch back the stream. Did it seem like I was doing that to you?
No,
Alright, well,
it's
Bob and
just
I are gonna talk less today because people wanna
no,
get
no,
through
no,
shit.
no. Did Bob freeze? Or is she just sitting really still?
No, he definitely froze because
For a
he
second, it looked like he was just thinking about something.
he's like, "Oh, she cut me off? They never notice when Allie does that."
Oh, hilarious.
Oh, yeah,
Oh my
frozen
goodness.
Bob.
Well, let's uh,
He's frozen in like I'm taking a poop look.
okay,
I'm
we're
on
gonna save his.
I'm on the toilet. I don't know.
Oh my
Oh
goodness.
gosh. It's too early in the morning for me. I'm
Oh my
too old to get
goodness.
up this early and just pop on with my eyes half open.
Oh, well, you look great.
Uh,
You look like you're full of life. Sheriff Chuck, thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you so much for all the support. Sheriff Chuck's always in here. Even when we don't have a chat, he's like, look, I'm still gonna turn the chat green. So big thank you to
that's
Sheriff
very
Chuck.
nice.
Incredible. We've got Kay Helly here also celebrating 5 months over with Defense Diaries.
Hey, thanks, Kay Helly. Thanks for your
Yes.
continued support. Thank you for your joint coverage on this case. Well, thank you for being here.
Yeah, and thanks again. I mean, what a perfect time to collab and we can't have a chat because otherwise we would just be sitting alone. Just,
It's
just
true.
talking to the wall, like no chat exists. Oh
I
goodness.
mean, that's
Well,
what
Bob
like
is
I
unfrozen.
I tried to switch it to maybe I didn't have my Ethernet on yesterday, so maybe that was the cause. So that's what just happened there. That was me turning my Ethernet on and getting
Wireless off, Ethernet on.
yes. We'll see. See
You
if that
should have
helps.
seen the look you were frozen with. I didn't make any joke about it or anything.
Was it crazy like
No,
that?
I
so
wasn't
clip
actually
it.
that funny. It was more like I said it was you like taking a dump look. No, it wasn't that though.
Oh, I mean
But
that's not
it
that.
really wasn't
That's
taking a
what they
dump
said
look.
about that face that Pino was making when he was gritting his teeth. Like, or I guess I don't know if gritting his teeth is like the word for it, but when he
The
was doing the
crying.
like
Oh,
with the fists. That one.
yeah, that one.
That one.
Poor guy. I
Ah,
did a lot of shit yesterday. I had scouts hitting because I had set all this up prior to knowing that we were going to be streaming Pino. So I had obligations. And luckily, my much smarter and better half was here to carry the banner for me. So I did not feel bad at all. I'm sure you guys were in fabulous stead with these two brilliant gals guiding you through yesterday. So I did miss a shit ton. I went back. I listened to about first 3/4 of the opening. Like, what did I miss of substance? Like,
We're
what?
not talking about it again. People don't want us repeating what you and I missed.
Well, that I think that's during the trial, maybe more than like before we're getting rolling.
all right.
Okay,
Well,
so go
what's
ahead,
your
tell them.
breakdown, Bob, of strengths and weaknesses and what you expect to be shown?
Well, I think that the biggest weakness for the case for the state is I think they're going to have a harder time than they believe putting together the concept of the intoxication, which they're trying to backdoor in. And I think that you're right, Kat, in your estimation that they realized that they didn't have enough for the boating under the influence. Like they knew it. They didn't have what they needed to get a conviction on that. They understood that, but they still felt that it was required because at the end of the day, that was the issue. And I think that they're going to try to get it in through the fact that they were allowing the alcohol to be served. But then again, we still have the problem where it's starting to seem like that was not the issue in terms of Lucy not being able to get out of the water. It seems like she was knocked out by the boat. And I don't think that the alcohol is going to have the impact that the state believes that it's going to have or hopes. I think they're going to lean heavily into the emotion, which when a state doesn't have a great case, that's what they do. And it's a hard case because people get upset because one girl lost her life, another one is permanently disabled profoundly.
Why didn't he charge them with them? They could have piled up the reckless. I don't
Yeah,
get it.
I don't
I don't
know.
get it.
I don't know either. I mean, that would have just been like
Could be that the families didn't want it. The
it's
victims didn't
possible.
want it.
It's possible. Yeah,
But
especially the
you've
living
got
victim.
one suing, so maybe, right?
Yeah, and I'm anxious to see what the defense
Sorry,
is gonna
but
put up, you know? I mean, that's kind of where I'm at with it. I don't think it's an overwhelming, you know, slam dunk case here at all for the state. As much as it would seem, because there's varying opinions. I saw it in our chat. People were like, "Oh, Bob, 47 on the water is super fast." And then I had another person's like, "I'm a avid boater on a pretty serene, uh, you know, water, I don't know, condition. 47 is not crazy fast." So
Well,
I don't know.
there's an issue, I think, too. There's because I was thinking like, okay, maybe all the stuff combined, then you can get to the level of culpable negligence. But I'm also having questions about if a boat is moving too fast, will it be true? Can it be true that at the same time the parties are all standing up, which they shouldn't be standing up if the boat's in operation and moving between the channel or whatever? Everyone should be in their seats. And I'm like, it kind of seems to defy common sense that there'd be this crowd of people standing up, like the Uptown Girls video that the state showed twice. And I think part of what they want to do is to create the impression, even though I don't think the boat was moving during that video, I think they were stationary. But I
Yeah.
think the state, in doing that, was to get the impression that everybody's like hoo-ha partying while they're about to crash into this channel marker, even though it's two different places in time. But if the boat's moving quickly, I feel like the instinct is to sit your butt in a seat.
Yeah,
So
it depends. Like if
at
if
least some of the people, where it wouldn't be all 14 passengers just like,
I don't understand why they would want that to be what's in the jurors' heads, because that's like where I've been from the beginning, like with somebody obstructing his view. Like if he's sitting back there kind of in the middle of the boat and you have a bunch of people standing up in front of you, it's going to impede your view. It just is. I don't understand why the state would ever want that planted in the jurors' minds. I think
because I think you take that as not rising to the level of culpable negligence, even though it's negligent to not be like, hey, I need to be able to see the water. And the state thinks that that contributes to getting you to the level of culpable negligence, that you as the captain need to say, look, I can't see where I'm driving us, so I need you to like scoot.
yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, like if you
And again,
both,
maybe that's the civil liability. It has the strength there rather than a criminal,
that
especially up to the
definitely,
level of manslaughter.
yeah, that definitely would hit preponderance, at least theoretically, but I don't know if it's beyond a reasonable doubt. It's just, plus, again, you're going to have jurors down there, I'm assuming, that boat. You know what I mean? Like this isn't going to be a foreign concept to them, in particular because of where they live. So
Well,
I
another
think that
thing,
that's going to be you're going to have at least a few jurors, or at least a couple jurors that boat avidly, probably, who are going to talk about if you're driving on water that's essentially flat, like standing while you're moving is not that big of a deal. If you're standing when it's choppy, then it's a whole different thing. I mean, like you can stand if you're not boom, 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 as you're hitting over small wakes. If it's almost placid and it's like you're boating on a sheet of glass, like when we would do lake boating, like, and I'd get out early before other boats were out on the lake. It was like literally like you're skating on ice. It's as smooth as you can get. And I don't know. I'm anxious to hear both sides of it.
yeah,
I think
DB's
that there,
mentioning this part too, that we have witness testimony saying they were told to sit down. And something I think is so critical is Carolina testified that she switched seats with Lucy. Now, if you
oh,
don't have, which I swear, like I keep thinking about how, like, I hope she doesn't feel guilty because she
survivor's guilt,
moved.
big
My
time.
gosh.
Oh my God.
But the idea that you'd be so conscious of trying to decide what seat you want means that everybody had assigned seats. Seats were important. It wasn't just like, oh, if I want to sit down, I just plop down somewhere.
Yeah.
Because otherwise you wouldn't like, hey, can I switch seats with you? So I thought that was actually really important testimony, even though I think she kind of just said it in passing. I think
Yeah.
she might have said it because it's on her mind for other reasons.
Yeah.
But that to me shows that they took the seat seriously and were likely sitting, and
Yeah.
we have other testimony saying that they were sitting down. They didn't feel the boat was moving too fast. And I just think it's difficult for me to reconcile if the boat is going so fast that it should make someone feel uneasy, which is what the state is trying to kind of paint that picture. And that
Right.
if you didn't remember feeling uneasy, it's because maybe you were drunk and didn't remember that, even though we're relying on your memory for other stuff. Like, we're relying on you not having a memory when we want you to not remember something. Um, it just doesn't seem like the two conditions can both coexist at the same time.
Yeah.
That you
And I
have
mean,
wobbly speeding boat and everyone standing up.
yeah, I just think that I don't think that it was wobbly. I think if the water, they can't have it both ways. Either there were wakes or there weren't. You know what I mean? So either it was relatively placid in terms of the water conditions or it wasn't. He's saying there was a wake, albeit he's saying it came from
I
a
think the
larger
defense is
boat.
saying there wasn't a wake.
I know, but what I'm trying to tell you is that, like I said, and they actually, the state helped them out, but the defense really hammered it home, was I wanted to hear these girls saying they boated a lot. And I heard two of them say that they had been on Pino's boat alone,
Like
not
30
including
times.
everyone else's boat that lives in that community, all the other friends, families that have boats. These girls boat. Like, this is not like some kind of unusual circumstance. They probably boat, every other weekend. Like, going out to that sandbar is probably like a thing. We're like, it's the equivalent to, we live out in the middle of nowhere, and our
Go
kids
to the
go hang
woods.
out and make McDonald's. You know what I mean? Because there's nowhere else to hang out. So it's like, I don't know. I just think that it's a tougher case than the state thinks it is, and it's. I don't know how people are feeling about Pino. I'm certainly not an apologist for him. I think that the guy is like living the nightmare. I think he's feeling every bit of it. I don't think that anything that he's doing in that courtroom is performative at all. I think that guy's just a hot mess, and you're never going to feel it more than during a trial where your life hangs in the balance. Because believe me, whatever, if he gets convicted, whatever he gets sentenced, destroys his life. If he's going into prison, his
If he
life,
gets acquitted, I think his life is destroyed.
it is. I mean, he's still going to have to. He's going to live with the fact that he's always going to blame himself for what happened, and he should. But in my estimation, there's a difference between criminal liability and a terrible, terrible accident.
Well, and
That,
it
that
seems like he
probably
took
could have been
responsibility by
avoided.
settling. And like, I've seen the sentiment, like, this sentiment that he's, because someone's wealthy, it seems like we get to the leap that he's entitled and takes no responsibility for things. But at the same time, I personally can't reconcile how someone can reach that sentiment when the state is pushing the idea that he's settled, so he's admitted responsibility somewhere else.
Right.
So is that not taking responsibility then?
It's 100%
Especially,
taking
couldn't
responsibility.
he have, like, I don't know, wouldn't there have been a legal strategy to, like, ask to stay the civil proceedings while this was underway? And maybe the judge didn't permit that, but
I mean, the strategy would have revolved around the discovery in terms of depositions, where you're not wanting your client who's got a pending legal matter. If it got to the point where there was like an overlap, like, because that's what I was asking you yesterday. I didn't know when in time the civil case had been filed in conjunction to when they upped it to the felonies. Because in that situation, yeah, you're going to be, if you're the defense attorney, you're going to be asking the civil judge, hey, or you're going to be asking the lawyers that are handling the civil case, hey, like, try to kick the depths until after the criminal matter, get in front of the judge and tell them, there's certain implications, obviously, with the Fifth Amendment and things that could be problematic in the deposition. So, try to delay it. But like, I've had that exact same situation where I was handling a criminal case and there was a civil case going on at the same time, and they were trying to depose my client in the civil matter because it was a restitution case and they were trying to get the money back. It was like an employer that was claiming that she had embezzled money, and so there was a big lawsuit that was going on with relation to that, because it was like a whole scam thing that they were alleging was going on. So
yeah.
they were trying to depose my client, and I went in with the case law behind me, I thought, and the judge just refused to delay the the deposition, which, I put out the argument that, you're putting her in a position where she might have to, take the fifth under a dep, which, is not a
Never
good look
looks
either way.
good.
It just doesn't, So, yeah, I don't know. I think that I'm going to be interested because, I looked into his lead counsel, and the guy's pretty established, pretty badass guy, so I'm going to be curious to see what kind of defense they put forth.
Yeah, and then Daylight says, what is the potential penalty for a guilty conviction here? Max of 30 years. There's also like a bunch of fees, like several thousand in fees that he could be fined, which I'm sure is, if I were in his shoes, my concern would be the time and not the fees. We also had, did he cry during the prosecution opening? It's my speculation that he did, because he was panned when the camera did pan to him. The camera wasn't showing him. We were barely into the defense opening, and that's when the prosecutor's like, Your Honor, and he had lost it already. So I actually feel like the end of the prosecution statement is what like set him off. And he was sitting there, and as the defense started to do his first minute of opening, it just wasn't stopping, and the prosecutor had to say something.
Yeah, and I saw him unequivocally, because
you can see water on his face, guys. You can see water on his face.
He's crying. So, like, I'm so
like
I'm so
I will fight Chuck on this one. I will fight Chuck on this one. He had tears.
It's so weird. Like this.
So take the position that he cried because he's guilty. People can cry because they're guilty and realize they're losing their freedom, and that's a completely selfish cry. So to me, it makes more sense when there is literally water on someone's face. If you want to not think that his crying is endearing, like if you don't think that he's crying for a valid reason, just say there's water on his face because he realizes he's going to be going to prison and he's crying for himself.
Like, I'm just not having it. I'm not like, this guy is not Murdoch. This guy is not Brian Wall. This guy is not some monster. He's a guy who has a family that was trying to do something wonderful for his kid and all of her friends that this guy is known for over a decade. Like I know my daughter's friends, I would be destroyed. Like anybody, I don't get it. It just shows the pessimism that like exists in the world as to humanity in general. And it's super like, but obviously, Alice and I as defense attorneys like deal with that kind of shit we've been dealing with it forever, in terms of people just people just assume the worst. But like, this is not that case. It's just not. Like this is a borderline, is he criminally negligent? But and I just don't know why people think he would think he'd be gaining anything by acting. It's not just I'm going to jail, it's everything. It's every single emotion that you could possibly going through. During the state's opening, he was doing this. He was like hyperventilating. Like I mentioned it early on. I'm like, he's breathing really, really heavily. You could see him laboring to breathe. Like the guy's having like a panic attack. It doesn't have to be one thing. It doesn't have to be, oh, I feel sorry for myself. It could be, yeah, I'm shitting my pants because I'm potentially going to prison. I feel incredibly destroyed because a girl lost her life on my watch, and it was somebody that I cared about, and I cared about that family. It's all the stuff. Like, I don't know why people think it has to be one thing. What are we like? That's just not how emotions work. You can have 20 different things going on that make you turn into a puddle. And like all of that is going on with this guy, compounded by the stress of the situation that you're sitting in a courtroom and your entire life hangs in the balance. There's nothing that's not genuine about that guy crying. I would die on that hill. I'll die on that hill, and I'll argue it to, I'm blue in the face. It's like, I just can't. And I saw it all over Twitter. It's not just our chat. Like when I posted the crying video, it's like, oh, that guy's faking. What a bunch of bullshit, squeezing his eyes closed. Like, I'm like, oh my God.
Wouldn't you fake during the prosecution to throw them off? Like, why would you fake cry and ruin your defense opening? There's no strategy behind it. So sometimes the logic doesn't get there for me. And I
Dude
really think
seems
there's
completely unaware of the camera, frankly, to me. Like, he just does not.
was
He's in
right
it.
there.
Yeah, he's in. Yes, that makes my point. He still seems completely unaware of the camera. You know what I mean? It's like I haven't seen him look towards the camera once, ever.
I would purposely avoid it.
Well, I mean, but you see defendants that look into the camera when they're aware that it's there. I haven't seen this guy do it once, ever. I mean, it's like you see people glance into it, certain defendants, and I don't know. It's just not that type of case. Like I'm going to put aside the genuineness of his struggle to make it through the trial, like keeping himself composed, just because it's a hard thing to sit there as a defendant, and then you add in all the facts that this guy isn't like he's not in there on a murder charge. Like this,
Yeah, well,
there's not
I
an
don't
intent thing here. This is like I don't know. It's just people are weird.
I don't see it as like I don't really have sympathy for him as much as I get disgruntled when people don't seem to be aware that in one case, depending on if a defendant's crying or not, you're going to say, oh, they're guilty because they're not crying, or they're guilty because they're crying for themselves. You can all have your individual evaluations for it. But I just don't see how anybody can say there are no tears. There's literally water on his face. So just objectively speaking, there is wetness on face. So make your interpretation of that fit the reality. Because you can interpret someone's wetness however you want. Like, it could be crying for selfish reasons. It could be crying because this is overwhelming. And at the end of the day, I don't have a particular sympathy for George Pino, but I'm also disheartened to see so many people that seem to come in with a prejudiced position that he's a wealthy, entitled person and thus doesn't deserve the same due process that everybody else should have. I often find myself fighting for people that don't have these high profile cases, that don't get these big wig attorneys. And, a lot of that's like, wow, oh my God, people need to pay attention. And on the flip side, it's a bit disappointing to see like, oh, he's rich, he's got these attorneys, he's going to get away with something. I think that perspective, you can hold that perspective, but you could also still want to see the process play out appropriately and not think that somebody should be presumed guilty just because he looks like he's entitled.
Yeah, I mean that's absurd. Look, anybody who
But I'm
follows the
seeing it
system,
everywhere.
right? I mean, it's like we're not voting for the guy to go down because he's wealthy, right? I mean, we shouldn't be. Like all of us know that follow criminal justice, the system and trials, understands that it's unequivocally skewed. Like people without money get like we lived it, Allison and I, for 2 decades, watching people that had no resources just eaten alive in the system. It's like that's a fact. Like it is not set up equally. If you have money, you're
Yep.
going to get better representation. You're going to be able to put on a better get. That's what I was always talking about in Karen Reed. I'm like, look, like Karen Reed, I love this case because it shows exactly how hard you have to fight, how much money you have to have in order to defeat the state when they're coming after you with both barrels. It was a perfect example of that. And nobody's in that position. Like the reality is that a vast majority of us are not in that position to walk into that courtroom armed with that kind of defense, which it was a stark contrast. And I think that it really, and I kept trying to hammer home that point. I'm like, all the people of color that we've represented in our entire careers were never in that position. I'm trying to, on bended knee, asking the judge for money to get an investigator, let alone go and hire the best experts that exist because you're trying to put on a defense that's going to even the scales, and it's just, I mean, that's a reality that exists. So that's a shitty way to go about it, just like, well, the guy's wealthy, he's entitled, he can get the best lawyers, fuck him, he's guilty, he's on his boat.
Yeah, rather than move the standard down, for me, the goal is always move the standard up to what we think someone's getting the best because they're rich and they can afford it and all these, raise the standard, raise the access up rather than, just put everybody back in the bucket.
Exactly.
Down at the bottom.
Exactly.
And
we just want it to be an even playing field for everybody. I mean, that's the key to this thing. And, there's a lot of parts of that, there's a lot of parts of it in terms of the state always being the one to have their narrative out to the public, and that's what the public's hearing about for 2 years leading up to trial. And it goes typically unchallenged by the defense. And people they form opinions. That's just how human beings are. And when you're hearing one side of a story, one theory, and it goes unchecked, well, you're going to be inclined to believe that theory. And that's a hard burden to get over right from the get before you've even uttered a word in court, and it's bullshit. It's bullshit. I don't think that there should be gags on cases. I think that both sides should be able to talk about things that they're allowed to within the ethical boundaries. But, I mean, you saw it in Richard Allen's case, and you saw it in Reed, where the defense laid out their entire defense, not by them coming out and talking about it, by filings. They filed certain pleadings in those cases where they laid out their third party conflict defenses, and it was very effective in terms of getting people to have two theories out there, and then the people can decide leading into it, which for me, all it did was somewhat even the playing field in terms of going into that trial, as opposed to Richard Allen being the monster that the state's putting out there for 2 years, and that goes completely unchecked. And then you're never getting a jury in that area that hasn't heard of that case and who hasn't already formed an opinion that he had done it. You know what I mean? Because it's just, if you don't have that balance in terms of what's put out to the public, I mean, it starts with the perp walk, always.
Yeah.
The perp walk makes people feel a certain way. Oh, well, they got him. It's just, it's hard. It's challenging.
The idea, like, I get that it's instinctively, it's hard to separate, like, oh, those little girls. So whenever when I see commentary about someone who's been convicted of something, Richard Allen being the recent example, because you just mentioned him, it's like, oh, those little girls. And it's like, even before he's convicted, people are, the pitchforks are because people feel
Yes.
these innocent girls lost their lives. And the pitchfork is whoever you can point it at first, or whoever they think, because they've been arrested, we have permission to point the pitchfork at them, because they wouldn't be arrested if they didn't do it. And then it's just an uphill battle the entire way forward from there, especially when no cameras in the courtroom.
100%. And then, I mean, even with Edric, when you have that gap in time, and in that case, it was decades, I mean, when was Tara Baker? That was 20 years, right? I mean, so when they finally make an arrest on that thing, and I told you when I jumped on your first stream with you, and it's like,
you did,
man, and it was the true allele. Like, I just knew that was going to be like, it's a super effective tool for the state, and it's black box bullshit.
And you can't argue consensual encounter.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy. I want to have a much deeper conversation with you. You got to get me over the hump, because I missed some of the what's going on? Wow. See, this is how my house is. I got just people wandering around. Hi. Bye. So yeah, it's like, you got to get me over the hump with how that whole DNA thing went down, and what the argument was, and what the judge did with the consent side of it. And because, I mean, would he have tested? Well, I don't want to get into that.
Well, I do want to do a stream on that soon. There is a hearing on Friday, which my belief is it's going to be like quick and nothing, because it's a status check, and I just don't feel like they have all the transcripts that they need to. There's been no filing of an appellate brief. There's just been they're gonna file an appeal and need to add to it, but that hasn't been filed yet. So if that's not filed before Friday, I think that's going to be what do you need still? We still need transcripts. We're still waiting. Okay, we're going to set another date.
Yeah.
So,
sure.
But still, just because that hearing's there and there's renewed, maybe in the upcoming weeks we can.
So I was asking you when we were off live. Do you know what it's up for on Friday? Because I was asking you whether or not she had held the hearing, because I had the impression that Cruz had done the motion for a new trial like very short in time, and she just, like, as you knew she would, she denied it. So
no, there was a motion filed, and when everything was ending, they both acknowledged it was actually an amicable conversation between the two, surprisingly. But all right, you're probably gonna be filing motions, right? Yep, we're gonna file that with you. And she was like, all right, we're gonna set a date, just, as we usually do 6 months out, or I don't think she said 6 months. I forget what month she said, but whatever would get us to June. But she said we're just gonna set that date as a tentative just to check in, right? So when they both agreed to set this date, they knew he was gonna file. He filed a motion for a new trial, but it was like a one pager with we're gonna amend this, supplement this when we get whatever.
The trash
So,
and all the
and then
things.
we haven't actually had a new filing with anything to supplement. But my guess on that is you have somebody who's indigent, and it's not really the biggest courtroom, so maybe that court reporter also needs time. Sometimes just the court reporter doesn't have the bandwidth to get things produced.
Yeah. For
Afro
sure.
Man, same issue. He needs more time for his appeal because the transcripts haven't been provided yet. So, and we know that was a very short
trial. Yeah.
So
And
I believe that.
frankly, like for that, it's a very limited issue. I mean, you essentially just need post verdict, right? Because it's
Well, they're appealing the denial of the countersuit too, so they need those proceedings
okay.
if there were any hearings on that.
Okay.
But I don't know how long those were. But yeah, so for Friday's Edric Fost hearing, I don't think it'll be very long, but if it is, you guys can hold it down, and I'll pop in and tell you what happens during
You
it.
got it.
And
Of course.
but I think it's just going to be quick in rescheduling you guys. Now we got Ali back. So guys, I think we got
He's reading something. Like you can tell when Allie's doing this, because she's now wearing her cheaters on the live. She's reading on her screen. She's like, "What does that say?" You're muted.
Any final? Oh yeah, she's muted. Any final questions? Get them in the chat because we got to cut you out until lunchtime, guys. So any final questions on? I know it's
you
like
guys so much. I hate that we don't have the chat. I hate it. Makes me so sad.
And we can't be wrong about things. We can't be like, how when did that happen, chat? And wait for someone to tell us.
I completely rely on the chat for everything. So it's like I feel rudderless without the chat. It's the worst. It's the worst.
Kristen, also, big thank you. Look at Kristen throwing a party here with the 5 gifts. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Kristen.
Hey, Kristen's been holding it down with the chat reminders too, like hey, thanks for tuning in. Hit the like button, and then reminding people that the chat is cut off for this.
She's a queen. You need the queens like that, just crushing it. And so for us, and I think you're doing it over on your Discord too. Like I saw somebody had posted, Tracy had our Discord link in a post, but you have to hit the more button so that you can see the entire post, and the Discord link is there. Tracy dropped it in our chat again. We had a pretty decent crowd in there, same concept. I wish I was in there looking at it, but apparently Tracy had to boot me because my mic was, I don't even know how Discord works. I'm old. I don't understand. I don't understand your modern world. It's too much for me. So I don't know. I didn't even know I could talk in chat. It's like in Discord while you're watching. So I don't know. I don't understand it. It's newfangled. It's beyond me.
There was the chat is cut off because of a standing administrative order with this courthouse, but I couldn't find the order, but some copy of the language was sent to Cathy Russon that detailed the live chat function needs to be off for any broadcast of the trial stream, and it didn't even limit it to live stream, live broadcast of it. So I don't think that's a sound ruling, but we just don't want Cathy Russon, we don't want the camera to get cut out of the courtroom because there's nothing we can do if that happens. So it sucks.
Yeah,
it really sucks.
It definitely, it's the first and hopefully the last time that I hope that this does not become a thing where judges are like, hey, did you see what they did down in Florida? Where they cut off really cut the knees off of all the chatter. I'm like I'm gonna have to break the rules, and then I'll take my lumps. I'm gonna fight it if they're gonna continue to do it, because it's bullshit. It's bullshit. Yeah. I started to really kind of dig into the issue as to whether or not, because we're technically third parties, and the judge has the discretion to allow the cameras in the courtroom. So this stopping the chat for the live chat from happening is probably the least restrictive means in terms of whether or not it is a First Amendment because it's got the elements of prior restraint, which is, you know, government action that is before something happens, stopping us from being able to exercise our right to free speech. But the question is whether or not we as third parties, and the fact that it's not like, I think the courts might view it as the least restrictive means in terms of her saying, okay, well, I'm allowing the camera. I could have shut the camera down, you know, and we know that there's not going to be cases there because you have judges that it's up to their
The
discretion.
courtroom's still open.
Right. You can walk in on the courtroom. So, but it's a bigger issue though. It's an interesting thing.
And it's weird to hold the media like, so like, I don't know who the camera person is, but to that specific media person to say, look, if somebody else out there that has nothing to do, is not affiliated with your company, has a live chat feature going on, we're going to yank you. I feel like that's just like not a common sense way to instruct somebody or give somebody a rule.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't think it was that clear at all.
No, I don't think so either.
I tweeted Cathy and she got back to me and I'm like, you know, what did the order say specifically? Or like, what did you understand it to mean? And she said it was murky. And I said, well, you know, I said, we're going to err on the side of caution.
Yep.
And she was thankful for that. Like she noted that we did the right thing, you know, by cutting the chat off. So, you know, because I mean,
I was gonna say, I make comments about the law and crime chat, like the difference in like the poll breakdowns compared to like if you come over to any other like LawTuber chat or something like that or our chat, there's a discrepancy in the poll results most of the time for most cases.
That
so
was
I make a lot of comments.
way of like they're torch and pitchfork over there. That's what they are. Okay, burn him. He's like, you know, every case, it doesn't matter. Yeah, definitely. So, huge difference.
The law and crime chat dynamic catches a lot of slack from me, but that's never a criticism of the work that Cathy does.
No.
Like she's always updating people. She'll be on a plane giving case updates on Twitter between boarding.
She's literally like in Alaska.
And she still answers questions. So like I want to give a distinction here that if you heard me say like, oh my God, law and crime, it's like always talking about the difference between the chats and not about Cathy and her company.
100%.
So
I echo that. And Lil Harouk, I got deep into the Lego thing last night. I watched Reckless Ben's like 3 of the videos, you know, because I wanted to have an understanding. That is an insane case. And of course, there's Mormons involved. It's just like as soon as I found out it was Utah and like this whole thing with what the cops are doing. And do you know anything about that Reckless Ben, this like Lego story where it's a whole thing?
I've tried to follow through Runkle, but I've been so busy with this. I'm behind on it and we'll catch up.
Like, I couldn't help it. Like Spitfire had sent me an email. She's like, you have to look at this. It's crazy. And then so I watched the first one and I got sucked in. Just the shit they're doing to this guy is incredibly insane. And I'm talking about Reckless Ben. And it's all stemming from him trying to do the right thing. You know, he's like a corporate behemoth fighter. Reckless Ben is. He's always fighting the corporations for the little guys. It's like always what he's doing on his live streams. And this was no exception to that. And that, you know, he did it in the wrong state where they're going after him hard. And I'm talking about law enforcement. It's crazy. It's a crazy case.
Oh, I've got to get caught up on it. Learned Hand Knit says, do you know Florida allows juvenile consumption with parental consent? When I looked at that, I didn't think so, but it is something that you see the parties touching on in their questions, like just it seems more of a subjective, like jury of your peers.
For today, please be aware that
so I don't think that they have like in Illinois, there is a specific statute, like a parental supervision to allow underage drinking. And I don't believe in Florida that there is one. Their statute, section 562.111, unlawful for anyone under 21 to possess alcohol. I don't see a
exception to it, parental exception.
Yeah.
In Illinois,
there's a religious observance exception.
We have that in Illinois too. Remember that case we had where it was like there was
in Illinois there is a parental right. No, that's what I started with.
Oh, I thought you just said, is there a religious exception? Because it's a religious exception, really.
No, in Illinois you can drink if you with parental supervision in Illinois.
And in Florida, there's an exception for a religious celebration.
I'll look that up.
Right? Is that what you're saying, Allie? That there's
Yeah.
you can't just get parental permission, but
That's
there
I
no
did a real
parents
quick
being charged.
look. Let me just see. Let me see.
So to me, it's legally irrelevant, but then it's like, does the jury, are they going to get to culpable negligence because somebody it has alcohol that's not 18 and there's adults that are present that are aware of it, and the only adult that's on trial is George Pino? Or is it,
So this says
hey,
the prohibition in this section against possession of alcohol beverages does not apply to the tasting of alcoholic beverages by a student who is at least 18 years of old, who is tasting the alcoholic beverage as part of the student's required curriculum. Okay.
Ladybug Lisa, I'm sure court has started. What we like to do is we like to get behind time so that we can fast forward.
But they're allowed to taste but not consume.
What?
they have to spit it out?
Like a wine tasting class.
Yeah.
Ew.
It doesn't mention anything about
Ugh.
It's weird.
but there might be another section. Like they might have a completely other section that addresses another exception. But I'd love for Bob to find the one in Illinois because he's shockingly, surprisingly.
I just thought it had to be related to religious beliefs. Like I knew that there was the exception. I didn't know.
They're in Florida. I think there's something like that. But that to me, that's so subjective, and I'm laughing because Sheriff Chuck's like, so raise the glass and say praise the Lord. Now it's a religious celebration.
Exactly.
That's what I'm saying. It's not in this like part of the statute, so there might
Codification.
be a separate statute that allows parental that I'm not seeing right now. But
I mean, to me, 21 was always arbitrary anyway. I mean, if you can go get killed in a war at 18, you're okay to have a drink. Like that. That's just.
And I think it comes down, since it's not a charge, it's not like a legal question. It's not a charge here. The jury's not going to be out. Did you find that somebody under 18 was served alcohol by George Pino? It's really a subjective question that both parties are fighting in front of the jury, where do you think it's reasonable for George Pino to have these containers on his boat when there's minors on the boat, and those containers probably didn't just come from he and his wife, and he, hopefully not him if he's driving, steering the boat. And then the defense is like, well, Mr. Hernandez, your daughter was there, you didn't think there was a problem drinking, right? You brought drinks too, right? So it's kind of playing into that, even though it's not a legal question. It's, does the jury think that this is reasonable or
it's definitely planting that seed that like they're using it to get to the culpable negligence. I mean, there's no question about it. It's like death by 1,000 paper cuts. Like these are all the things that were going on that shouldn't have been going on, and they were all on his watch. And ultimately, that's going to add up for you to be culpable negligence. So I don't. Yeah. All right, let's roll. We love you guys. We'll miss you.
We're going to cut the chat out now. We will turn the chat back on for lunch break and again at the end of the stream. So sorry, guys. This is goodbye. Thank you, Sheriff Chuck here. I think this is raising 5 glasses so we could turn this into a celebration that's permissible drinking. So big thank you. And thank you always, Sheriff Chuck, for supporting this channel and making it very fun. So sorry to kick the chat out.
I know we're gonna miss you guys. I reread your chats over and over, all the chats that are in here as if you're still here, just so you know.
Right, we read the same last like 10 over and over. Yeah. So whoever's the last 10.
God, that was such a great point. What a great comment. All right, I'm going in to disable.
Yeah, let me know. Because I'm scared to have the trial on screen in case like someone comes in, boomers, and goes, oh, there's an image of the trial and there's a chat live at that time. Like, I just don't even want to play the game.
All right. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Disable. Boop. Aw.
You gave him a cute boop as you disabled them.
Yeah, it was so sad.
All right, this is the relic comment that we've got here, hanging out with us until the lunch break. Nice.
And you misspelled weird, just for the record.
Good. That's even more reason to leave it up.
That's the first time I've ever had somebody talk shit about my weird beard. I think my beard's perfectly coiffed. But I could see, different strokes for different folks, I suppose. I
All
am
right, I don't
going.
know if Allie might be listening in the background.
Yeah,
All right, guys,
she's
so we are gonna do
doing something. I don't know what she's doing, but she's doing something.
we're gonna do a little quicker speed while they get through the morning motions. Let's see if we need a boost.
You can be seated. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Caption.
I'll text you. Don't walk in. There we go. Okay. I apologize to all of you for keeping you waiting. I had some matters placed on my calendar that I didn't expect to see today. So it took a little longer than it should have. And hopefully, you were able to state what you needed to accomplish with regard to the extraction from the body worn. And you've all had a chance to look at the body worn. Anyway, State of Florida versus George Pino. Parties, please announce.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura Adams, Jonathan Borst, on behalf of the State of Florida.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mark Shapiro on behalf of George Pino, along with my partners, Howard Stradley, General Gomez, and Mr. Pino being table, Ed Armelino, who stepped out of the court at the moment, but he's present as well.
Oh, very good. Thank you so much.
Is your microphone on, Judge?
How does that sound?
Much better.
Is that better? Can you hear me
Yes.
now? Is that- Okay, anyway, thank you very much.
I'm getting the
No,
point
it's
of
not
my...
you, that was me. Okay.
We had some technical difficulties this morning being able to view the state's redactions. I'm looking at it right now.
Okay, please go ahead, take a moment, because Kate's calling in, she's gonna get set up, so we have a few moments.
Judge, there's one matter I thought we could alert you to now, because for a witness coming this afternoon.
Sure.
The state is planning on calling... Oh.
Whoops.
Well, I can alert you, and it doesn't need to be on the record. I'm just going to give you a case called Hernandez versus CGI Windows, so you can look at it as to the admissibility of a pleading from the civil case. The content of a pleading is a motion to dismiss that I believe the state wants to introduce what the lawyer wrote as the introduction to a motion to dismiss. So it's the lawyer's narrative in a civil case. Okay? And so this
What's
is
this case citation, please?
347 Southern 3rd, 113, 3rd District, 2022, and I brought an extra copy. That witness is not expected until after noon.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Sure, thank you.
I think that's referring to Lieutenant Thompson, who's supposed to testify this afternoon. So it seems like they want him to talk about something that he said in another proceeding, in a civil proceeding. And defense doesn't want it coming in.
Sounds like they're trying to actually put the pleading portion of
Harvey, you're a little quiet.
I'm a little quiet.
I think so.
I'll turn it up a little bit. I turned it way down because I was booming yesterday. Because when you boost it, that's what causes my mic to get super loud. If I'm at normal gain.
Wait, so sorry, can you repeat what you said?
Which part?
What you think they're doing?
Well, it sounds like they're trying to not only get him to testify as to what he may have said, but they're trying to actually get a portion of that pleading entered into evidence, is what it sounded like to me. Like that's why he was talking about. They're trying to get a portion of this complaint or this motion to dismiss in, and all that it is the lawyer's narrative that drafted it. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, That'll be fun.
Yeah.
The judge is probably going to forget that they want to argue that until they're about to call that witness and then be like, we got to send that Jerry out.
Oh, I got to look at this case he gave me this morning that I didn't read on the first break.
Oh, man.
Thank you. Sorry, Vanessa. You okay? Mm-hmm. Take a minute. It's okay. Relax. You're gonna realize this, okay? Take this one back, take a look. Take a look. Take a look. Okay? I'm ready. Take it. I'm good. Take it. It's okay. Take it. Take it. It's okay. Because I was talking and I always make this assumption because you're so amazing that you think, I don't even know. State of Florida versus Cecilia Pino with the parties and announcements.
Good morning. Laura Adams, John Dalton, on behalf of the state of Florida.
Good morning, Your Honor. On behalf of George Pino, who's present, Howard Strebnick, Edward R. Molino, Mark Shapiro, Janelle Gomez. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Judge.
Okay, would you please swear Mr. Pino in today?
Yes, Judge. Mr. Pino, can you stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So, counsel, you had provided a case to me with the citation on 347-73-113. Pull that thing out. Gets Francesca started on a little research on that. And,
Oh, my God.
you have, if you're ready, you have the witness.
Is that in the
Just
courtroom?
confirming that
Yeah.
defense that you had a chance to look at
This
the
judge
video and still looking at it.
going as far as phones going off in the courtroom. I mean, you've seen the judges that lose their shit, right?
Okay.
And somebody's
Also, I
phone
think
makes
it's,
noise.
Yes, I'm gonna take them back for them. Listen, that's all.
Let's go ahead and do that.
I felt like Judge Bell was going to put us in prison if our phone went off in that courtroom at any time.
I think it's like the third time in this case already for 3 days.
Is this
I
a
heard
witness, right?
somebody when you and Allie
This
were
is your
on
witness.
find my iPhone noise.
Yeah, your second.
It's got a very distinct noise.
Come back over.
Thank you.
Okay. And if I could see the counsel, just on a housekeeping matter for our work for tomorrow morning, just need to get a little information from you on the court order sidebar. Okay?
Actually, Judge, can we just address it in open court?
Well, there's a couple things I want to ask you at sidebar,
Understood.
okay?
All right, they're kicking us out. Cool.
Look at all this blooping time we have. Bloop, 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 bloop,
Right
bloop,
on his eyeball today.
bloop, bloop. Yep.
They're saying there's no wetness. Cat keeps saying
There's no
Look
wetness.
at that.
Look
Look
at
at
him.
that.
Look at dry is the Gobi Desert. Look at that. Wow.
Oh. That's exactly how I would be sitting if the camera was right there. I'll be looking down,
Yeah.
taking notes about nothing.
I hate this. I hate this. I hate that. Just, you know.
Well, if there
Nice.
was a chat, I might like look and say, hey, like do a little heart or something. But since there's no chat, I wouldn't look at the camera and do anything.
All right. I love all this.
Yeah, they're there
blooping.
for a while.
Yeah. Judge is even on the bench yet. See, it's a good thing we did all that talking. Sounds like the court had some stuff on the docket early, and you know, typical morning delays, house cleaning matters, all that other shit, or housekeeping.
Oh, okay. There we go. That was a big chunk.
Yeah, good.
All right, so we are
Like 20 minutes.
Not bringing the jury in yet. I had addressed at the end of the day yesterday an issue raised by the defense with regard to the portion of the body-worn camera that was worn by the witnesses testifying. And I had already determined that certain audio parts of the body worn camera, I directed the state to excise them out. But I, over defense objection, allowed the video to be presented to the jury. Okay, so I'm going to watch it again now, just to be sure that that was completed.
Uh-oh. Is she going to strengthen her decision? Is she going to reconsider?
I don't know. DB made me
actually,
a meme.
let me lower this because I think that, you know, when body cams do that beep when they start playing, let me turn this like really quiet because
You
it
guys
does that
see how
right in the
thoughtful
beginning.
that is. She's always thinking of you guys. Like me, I'd just be blasting your eardrums. Oh, sorry. People screaming in the chat. Bob, it's so loud.
They should take that part out of it. No one needs to hear the beep. Or maybe they're not going to do it. Or maybe she's just playing it with no audio at all. Got a cough. Throat clear.
Throat clear.
Got to be precise.
And just so you can see, Judge, this is all masked.
Bad.
There it was.
And this is masked.
Alright, so this is where they're going to take an audio portion out intentionally.
Indiscernible. Can't hear anything they're saying.
This is masked.
One, possibly two. South of the ICW, almost by Pumpkin Key. It's a big black boat. I'll turn off to the back of it right now. All right.
This part's masked.
So also, just let. For right now, we're getting rescued here. Like I said, here comes another chopper, so hopefully. Did anybody here witness what happened? In the water, okay. Do we know if we have everybody? Yes. From the other people that's. So this is the guy. Yeah, this is the guy. Was he on that boat? We've got 3 going to the hospital there. I've got more rescue personnel coming. Sure. Okay. Like I said, please just sit down so you don't fall down. I see you got some injuries. Okay? I just don't want you to get further. They grabbed her as quick as they could, got her in a rescue boat to take her to the other hospital. Okay?
I think that might be the Puigs, the Puig family, the parents.
Negative, just south of the SCW, just west of Pumpkin Key, around my Ocean Reef. Alright, let me give you the coordinates again. Two five 2-1-397-080-17394. Just be careful. Careful coming over. Please don't move.
So you can see, Judge, we did remove quite a bit of the audio. I don't think there's any reference to the injuries at all of Cathy or Mia.
All right.
Judge, I'm very happy that Mr. Armolino accompanied me to listen to the tape, the clip that we received. So we must have had some technical difficulty because the one that we watched only redacted the first minute and everything else was included.
Fine. So we cleared that up. Now, your objections are still reserved
Yes, Judge.
for the record, and I'm going to allow the jury to see this.
Judge, as an alternative, we would just ask that there be no sound at all. Let them see the image without any of
I'm going to
the...
give the jury the appropriate instruction on editing the recordings. And
Judge, just a matter of housekeeping, my intention was to substitute the unredacted flash drive with the now redacted flash drive that the court had approved. The witness had already signed and dated the unredacted flash drive and to authenticate it. So
The witness
I
is
just
still on the
want
stand.
The defense has no objection. My intent was just to be, we showed you a video the other day. Was it a fair and accurate depiction? And then, so it sounds the defense doesn't have an authenticity objection.
Yeah, that's correct, Judge. It's just
perfectly fine. Okay.
The witness is still on the stand too, so.
Let's get our jury in.
And Judge, can I just have permission to let the witness know that we have removed some of the audios, just so that he is not surprised by those changes?
He should be
We haven't spoken
informed.
to him obviously since yesterday, since he's on the stand.
Okay, you're going to actually bring him in.
Okay.
I'll let him know.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah, you gotta let a witness know that, so that way they know not to like inadvertently discuss something that was redacted. Like,
Yeah.
oh, and that's the part where I'm mentioning the other injuries.
That's critical.
Do you want to go ahead and get your witness?
Yes, Judge.
I appreciate that attorney's precise concern.
And you'd like him on the stand?
Well, I mean, that's mistrial territory. Somebody blurts out some shit that's
No, but you know, a prosecutor would be like, "Oh, it was inadvertent. They're not used to testifying. He's retired. He's not used to testifying. It was a mistake. It shouldn't be a mistrial with prejudice."
Yeah.
The loud whispers are back. There's Mr. Bruto.
All right, sir, would you resume the witness stand? You remain under oath. And let me advise you that there's some redactions to your written word.
Okay.
All right? So, same body will make certain redactions. All right? Thank you. Yes, I do.
All rise.
And we get to see the feet.
Feet time. Are we gonna have a flip flop? It's you called the sandal. Cool moccasins. Oh, now that's a
there's feet.
sandal.
That was a nice sandal.
That was a sandal.
Everyone, please be seated. Thank you. Let's just say good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Hope that you're all doing well. Let me ask some questions of you. Have you seen anything in the news about this case? Read anything? Heard anything on television? We want to talk to you about the case. We attempt to speak with you.
He's like, I know you didn't see anything in the live chat because there isn't one.
Try to gather information about this case. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I had some matters to attend to. Please don't hold it against any of the parties. All right? The witness is going to resume now, and counsel, it is your turn. You might want to take back a question or two, so. You might want to take
Yes,
back a
yes, sir,
question.
thank you. Good morning, Mr. Bruto.
Good morning.
Welcome back. Just to remind the jury, I know it's just been one day. What is your full name?
Robert Bruto.
And you're still here under oath. Mr. Bruto, some of the questions that I was asking you yesterday, I'm just going to repeat again today. On September 4th, 2022, were you equipped with your body-worn camera?
Yes, I was.
And did you activate your body-worn camera during your response to this crash?
Yes, at some point I activated it.
Now, body-worn camera video, is it in military time?
It's not in military time, it's in world time.
Okay.
So it's completely different. There's a formula to figure out the precise time that it is for your area.
So do you have to convert from universal time to Eastern Standard Time?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Earlier this week, I believe it was on Sunday, did you, Ms. Adams, and I view a portion of your body-worn camera video?
Yes, we did. It was actually Saturday, but yes, we did.
Okay. And the video clip that we watched together, did it fairly and accurately depict what you saw and what you did on September 4th, 2022?
Yes, it did.
Judge, at this time, I would ask that the exhibit be introduced. If I could just get that from my clerk. This is without previous objection.
All right, so noted.
This is 2B for identification.
Admitted over objection.
State Exhibit 2B, previously marked identification, will become State Exhibit number 19.
Your Honor, may I publish States 19?
Yes, I would like to instruct the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, you are about to view and listen to an audio-video recording I'm instructing you that this recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view and or listen to and consider this evidence.
Thank you, Judge.
Probably going to do that beep thing. So as soon as it starts playing, I'm going to lower the volume again.
And, could the witness step down from the witness stand to have you publish the exhibit, Judge?
Yes, just keep your voice up, sir. Thank you.
I think sitting is fine for
We can just boop past, since we've heard this like twice now. We can boop past wherever they beep.
All right, so before I begin to play the clip, is there a date and timestamp at the top?
Yes, there is.
Can you let us know what it is?
It is September 4th, 2022.
And the timestamp 2324, can you convert that to Eastern Standard Time?
And the formula, it's roughly 4 hours you have to subtract.
So
That's 20,
in military time, it's 11, so you minus 4, is that about 7:24 p.m.?
About 7:24.
I'm sorry, sir, you're going to need to keep your voice much louder.
About 7:24 p.m.
Okay.
Let me lower the volume before it beeps.
Whose arm is that, Mr. Bruto?
That'd be my arm.
And is this when you arrived at that second boat?
Yeah, correct. That's probably when I start the camera. The initial 30 seconds, there's no sound that will come on.
possibly two. South of the ICW, almost by Pumpkin Key. It's a big black boat. I'm trying to offer the back of it right now.
Mr. Bruto, you said ICW?
Yes, the Intercoastal Waterway travels.
That travels where?
Travels north and south along the coastline.
The very empty supply kit. I think
For right now, we're getting rescued here. Like I said, here comes another chopper, so hopefully. Did anybody here witness what happened? In the water? Okay. Do we know if we have everybody? Yes. From the other people that's. So this is the guy? Yeah, this is the guy. Okay, was he on that boat? Do we have everybody that we know of? Okay. We took one female from that boat and two other people. I know one was a female, but I'm not sure if the other was a male or female. So there were three.
The female that you said was taken off of the other boat, are you referring to Lucy?
Lucy, yes, and an adult female, and then the third one, I wasn't quite sure at that point if it was a female or not.
Okay.
There were three people that left.
What, Allie?
Oh, sorry.
You were just you're reacting to he doesn't know who it was.
No, I just did something.
Oh, okay.
On the boat that left. They went to Elliot Key to be transported to the hospital. So your dad, so we got everybody's accounted for there, right? Everybody's accounted for. Okay, and the three girls went on the other police boat to Elliot Key. Okay, that's everybody. That's everybody. Okay. Is this your dad? Okay, you guys want to pull up over here? Marine Patrol 32. I'm with some of the parties that were on the vessel that overturned. They're advising everybody is accounted for.
Kind of see Jordan closer up now.
You heard me anyway, sir? So please do me a favor, just have a seat for right now, so you don't fall down and get any further injured. Okay, just have a seat. Okay, we've got 3 going to the hospital there. I've got more rescue personnel coming.
He speaks with his hands.
Sure. Okay. Like I said, please just sit down so you don't fall down. I see you got some injuries. Okay? I just don't want you to get hurt. They grabbed her as quick as they could, got her in a rescue boat, take her to airlift her to the hospital. Okay? Marine Patrol 32.
You said Marine Patrol 32?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That's my unit number in the unit.
Just south from SCW, just west of Company Key, out by Ocean Reef. We need to report this again. 25-2-1-397-080-17394. Just be careful. Be careful coming over. Please don't move.
You would have a seizure.
I think we got Gobi Desert again. Maybe.
Dry. So dry.
Mr. Bruto, at the end of that clip, there was an adult male boarding that boat. Who was that person?
It was Mr. Pino.
Do you see him in court here today?
Yes, I do.
Can you just identify him by an article of clothing, please?
Wearing a blue suit, sitting over there.
Thank you very much.
Lights are red.
So After the clip that we just watched here in open court ended, what did you continue to do on that boat?
I continued to monitor the two females that were on the back and was just trying to coordinate getting fire rescue personnel as well as other Marine units to get over to get the help that they needed.
How long did it take for other units to arrive to assist you?
I mean, there was an ocean reef rescue boat that showed up approximately 15, 20 minutes after I was there on the scene, and maybe another 15, 20, 30 minutes before more Marine units from the different agencies started showing up.
What was your primary goal when you were on that boat with the defendant and the girls from the boat crash?
Mainly to get them the medical attention that they needed.
Did everyone on that boat eventually receive medical attention?
Yes, they did.
Where did you go after you departed from that boat?
After departed, I escorted the Good Samaritan black boat through the bay. They weren't familiar with traveling at nighttime. By the time we finished everything, the sun had set and it was dark out. So we escorted them back northbound through the bay until they were comfortable to get back to their home port. And then after that, we responded to Elliott Key.
When you went to Elliott Key, who was there?
There were fire rescue personnel, Marine units, FWC units, Coast Guard units. Everyone who was on the scene pretty much responded there.
Were the young girls that were less injured at Elliott Key?
Yes, they were.
Did you see them there?
Yes, I did.
Were they being attended to?
Yes, they were.
How about George Pino, the defendant? Was he being attended to?
Yes, when I saw him, he did have a bandage wrap around his head, and he was speaking with an FWC officer a good distance away from where I was at.
Now, I think you did mention earlier, but just to clarify, was Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office the primary agency investigating this incident?
No, they were not.
Who was the primary agency?
Florida Fish and Wildlife, FWC.
So would you agree that well, let me ask you, were you the primary unit for Miami-Dade?
I was the primary unit that wrote the initial supplemental report or assisting with other agency report for Miami-Dade.
And what does it mean to be a primary unit other than writing the report?
Pretty much you gather up all the information and put it down in the report.
And is that what you did for this incident?
Yes, I did.
Did you participate in the investigation after you left Elliott Key?
No, I did not.
All right. May I just have one moment, Judge?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Bruto. I don't have any more questions for you now. The defense may have a few, and then I may have a few after, but thank you for coming back.
Okay.
Thank you. Defense cross.
We got Mark Shapiro doing the cross. Oh, sidebar. All right, let's see how long this is. Oh. Well, it's not a short one. All right, so we're at 29, and if we skip it, like a 9-minute sidebar there.
All right, before we begin cross-examination, you may
Oh, boy.
take the jury out of the courtroom. Please leave your notepads at your seats. Do not have any conversations with each other. And 10 minutes from now, that's it. We're going to bring them back in. Everything in 10 minutes.
All rise, follow me, leave your notebooks behind.
Anyone, you don't see it? If anyone is here, we should take a 10-minute break. Please do so at this time. We'll be addressing evidentiary matter. All right, counsel, you have up to body wound, portion of the body wound.
Yes, for this witness, Judge. We
All
don't
right.
have a portion of the body we have provided to us by the state
There we go.
discovery.
Counsel's going to show you some. We're asking to view body wound. Don't say anything. Just review it. And then counsel's going to ask you a few questions. Okay?
They've got nice screensavers in this trial. It looks like they have a few.
Is this your dad?
Mr. Bruto, my name is Mark Shapiro. I represent Mr. Pino. I've been going to play for you some footage, body-worn camera footage, which I believe you recorded on the day of this accident. I'm going to ask you to review it and recognize it and tell me if it's fairly and accurately represents what you were observing that day and an accurate recording of your body-worn camera device.
Okay.
Is this your dad? Okay, you guys want to pull up over here? Morning Patrol 32. I'm with some of the parties that were on the vessel that overturned. They're advising everybody is accounted for. Are you hurt in any way, sir? So please do me a favor, just have a seat for right now so you don't fall down and get any further injured. Okay, just have a seat.
Mr. Bruto, what you just viewed, does that fairly and accurately represent what your body-worn camera recorded on the day of this incident?
Yes, it is.
Play the next one, please. It's also, Mr. Bruto, similar, if not, it's actually exact or virtually exact video that you just viewed a few moments ago while under direct examination. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, 1 second. What was the timestamp on the first one? And for the record, Your Honor.
The first one is 04.22 to 04.43.
The footage that Mr. Bruto just viewed and authenticated is timestamp 4:02
4:02 to 4:43.
to 4:43. The next video is identified as
6:50 to 7:03.
6:50 to 7:03. Mr. Bruto, I'm going to ask you the same questions with regard to authentication after viewing it.
Just be careful. Careful coming over. Just please don't move now.
Mr. Bruto, is the videotape that you just viewed, which is date or timestamp 6:50 through 7:33, does that fairly and accurately represent what you viewed while you were while your body-worn camera was recording the incident in question on that day?
Yes, it is.
The next video clip, Mr. Bruto, that I'm going to ask you to review is timestamp 8:37 through 9:14.
Please just stand in. I just need to get some information. I'll give you a pad of paper if you can just fill out your information. Did you see what happened? All you did was pick up him? Okay, what? You saw him drifting in the water, you just picked him up? Okay, if you could do me a favor. Just write your name, address, a contact number, your FLs, please.
Mr. Bruto, did the videotape depicted at 8:37 through 9:14 fairly and accurately represent what your body-worn camera footage picked up on the day in question?
Yes, it does.
The next video I'd like you to view is time-stamped 27:39 through 28:26.
There's a father that's got concussions and lacerations. That's your dad. He's going to go there. He's going to follow you there. You're going to be fine. You're going to Elliot, right? Yeah. He's going to stay with us. He's got injuries.
Should I take him to no name? Hey, you want to trust
Mr. Bruto, is the video that you just viewed, which is timestamp 27:39 through 28:26, does that video fairly and accurately represent what your body-worn camera footage picked up that day?
Yes,
on
it
September
does.
4th, 2022?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, the next video I'm going to ask you to view, Mr. Bruto, is timestamp 27:39 through 28:25.
This is the last one, I think.
3116.
I'm sorry, 31:16. 27:39 through,
It's 3116 through 3158.
corrections, 31:16 through 31:58.
Okay, they're all over there. Need to get Morgan. Help him come over this way to get on German smoke. Yes, this guy right here. He's the. Help him, sir. Come this way, please. Everybody, your daughter and everybody's on these boats. You're gonna go with them. You're gonna go with them. Come over to here, so you can hold on. Come right here.
Okay, sir. This is the contact that you need to call for all the girls that are going there. The parents are all calling this lady whose name is Margarita Suarez, and now her phone.
I'll call her as soon as I know where they're all going to. Officer Robert Bruto.
Oh, no, Officer Robert what?
Bruto. B-R-U-T-T-O.
Mr. Bruto, does the video that you just viewed, which is timestamped 31:16 through 31:58, fairly and accurately represent what your body-worn camera footage picked up on September 4th, 2022 while you were working this accident scene?
Yes, it does.
Those are all the videos, right?
So they're probably going to bring the jury in.
No, that's it.
You have any questions? Counsel? No? Okay, very well.
That's all the business.
Take that out.
Judge, we'd like, go ahead and mark it now.
All right, is there any reason why we can't see the video?
All right, so they're going to use those in closings, it seems, those clips, or maybe with someone else, another witness.
Can we approach sidebar? Or we can do it here. I just want to inform the court that, as we discussed sidebar previously, we have other body worn. Understood. Understood.
Surprised the camera isn't panning to the tables.
Continue, Your Honor, while we're waiting for the jury, is the state going to continue to require that we authenticate the body cam footage of the witnesses from
We're going
whom?
to address that now, right now, though, sir.
Okay,
I'll address that.
so we can save time perhaps.
We're going to go ahead and finish this witness.
That's the attorney saying, like, this is petty. Why do we need to authenticate clips that are from something that they entered kind of in whole, minus the audio redactions, but the video wasn't chopped up? Maybe the jury is like in the bathroom.
Witness service. Your Honor, with regard to this witness, we wanted to introduce another excerpt of body-worn camera footage of Officer Delgado, who the state advised they're going to be calling this afternoon. Subject to connecting it up with Officer Delgado's testimony, I'd like to introduce it or authenticate now with Officer Bruto.
You have anything to say?
I do, Judge. The defense listed all of the state's witnesses, I think, well over a year ago. While I indicated at sidebar, I would have happily produced Officer Bruto if they wanted to meet with him to go over this stuff. I would have done so. I did so for him to appear for a deposition. I never got that request. Sergeant Delgado, as well as Detective Dalton, were and continue to be members of the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office at the time that this happened, and they still are. So it's beyond my comprehension why something as basic in evidence as authentication.
All rise.
Are we getting feet?
This witness is going to continue on. You're going to continue with your cross-examination. Start and continue with your cross-examination. When I get to that point, I'll address it again.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bruto. My name is Mark Shapiro. I represent George Pino in this case.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Bruto, you and I have spoken previously to a meeting here today. Is that right?
Yes, we have.
And that was in the context of a deposition that you gave in connection with this case.
Yes.
Mr. Bruto, you were dispatched to this accident scene at 6:49 p.m. on September 4, 2022. Is that right?
Approximately, yes.
And your arrival time was 23 minutes later at approximately 7:12 p.m. Is that right?
I believe that's when I arrived to Boca Chica, the initial call that went out.
So real quick here to pause on why I think it's important that we have the dispatch time at 6:49 p.m. is if we have the GPS tracking coming from like 6:43 to 6:47, we think the collision happened around 6:47. That means Good Samaritan boats already had the sense to call somebody in, because everybody on the boat, it seems like they lost their own phones. Like nobody
Right.
that was a passenger got their phone. So that means a response from the Good Samaritans happened so quickly. And remember, these Good Samaritans are also part of where we're getting the head count. Where's Lucy? And everyone's pointing to go look under the boat. So that narrows the window of time that George Pino was maybe bumbling around and not looking for Lucy, which I think is what the state's trying to convey.
Right.
It's a very
and
narrow window there.
No, and that's an important point. And it also goes to show, like, it would be strange if the defense was relying on some sort of failure to render aid fast enough issue, because they had a guy that was I think he said an EMT that also got over onto the Good Samaritan boat and started
Doing
CPR
like
as soon as she got out of the water. Yeah.
Yeah, yep, that too. And again, if you missed the first 2 days or didn't watch with us, we're trying to figure out why the state seems to be trying to preempt the assumption that the defense is going to take that approach. Oh, hey, Bob. That the
Hey,
defense is going to
sorry.
take that approach, but I don't think that they are. Ali doesn't seem to think that they are either, and I don't know what Bob thinks.
And we just think it was
Dealing
weird.
with our daughter's flat tire. So
Oh, and we just thought it was weird that the direct of this witness focused a lot on how long it took them to get there and the way they traveled and that they were out of supplies. It was just kind of strange.
well,
Yeah,
what did you? I was half paying attention because I was trying to deal with.
That's all right. You'll catch up. Let's just keep going.
Yeah, let's roll.
Haha.
Okay, and do you have an arrival time at the actual accident scene?
There probably is on the dispatcher's tape, but I don't have it with me.
The distance between Boca Chica and the accident scene in this case is approximately
10 miles or so.
And do you recall that you were responding in an emergency mode as you traveled from Boca Chica to the accident scene in this case?
Yes, correct.
Now, the vessel that you were operating that day, I think you described yesterday as a Brunswick 850, is that correct?
Correct.
And the Brunswick 850 that you were driving was powered
Maybe they
by
are.
twin 300 horsepower engines.
Yes,
Is that right?
correct.
Pause it. I didn't see anything, but is this the defense?
Yeah, this is Cross.
They're clearly implying that if they would have gotten there faster, they would have saved her life.
Or I was just gonna. That's what I was just saying. Maybe they are gonna do it because
Obviously.
why
No,
are they asking?
I
about
think they're
his-
arguing that they got there quick.
No, but
Don't
he's.
sound like it to me.
Well, I guess we'll see where he's going. But as soon as he asked about the horsepower, I was like, wait, is he about to get to that they weren't there
I mean,
right
if you're
away,
the
or is he trying to say it's normal? That's what the other guy had too. Because isn't that the same thing that George had?
How does that benefit the defense saying it's normal? That's what the other.
I don't know. We'll have to see where
But-
they're going.
He asks, you're responding in emergency mode. I took that to mean you're probably driving faster than a casual boater would be driving.
Oh, maybe that
Emphasizing
he
that
was
you're
able to
trying to
make
get
that
there.
turn.
Maybe.
Yep. So since you can't remember, he can't recall his arrival time because he doesn't have the dispatch report. He shifted his question very quickly to say, what's the distance? 10 miles? And do you think you were in emergency mode driving more than like 40
And
miles
that
per
you
hour? Is my
navigated that
inference.
same.
That's like a terrible
And that you
that's not
nav-
effective if they're in emergency mode saying, "Oh, see, like that's so fast in emergency." You know what I
But
mean?
and that they navigated that same narrow passageway in that vehicle at that speed. Maybe let's see. We're about to see where he's going with it.
Top speed in that case is that you've experienced with this boat is approximately 54 miles per hour. Is that correct?
Correct.
And as you were traveling between Boca Chica Key and the accident scene in this case, you were traveling at the fastest possible speed that the safety conditions would permit. Is that correct?
Correct.
And when I say safety conditions, I'm talking about the prevailing conditions, right?
Correct.
That would include the wind.
Yes.
That would include the lighting.
Correct.
And it was daylight at that time, correct?
Yes.
It would also include the waves in the bay. Is that right?
Yes.
Something that we would refer to as
Got
the
sticky
seas.
Correct.
If you
And
could do it, so
They
could my
said Mike.
client.
I believe that you testified earlier that you thought that the
Different
seas were
circumstances,
somewhere between
though.
1 and 2
I
feet.
know.
Is that correct?
Correct.
I think that's what he's saying.
And so all of these things you must take into consideration when you are operating even a police vessel under emergency conditions when deciding how fast it is safe to travel, correct?
Correct.
And because of the conditions that were present on that day, at that time, it was your judgment that you could travel at speeds almost, if not the top end of what your Brunswick 850 was capable of doing. Is that right?
Correct.
And you traveled at top end speed in your Brunswick 850 from Boca Chica all the way to the entrance of Cutter Bank Channel. Is that right?
Correct.
And when you reached the entrance of the Cutter Bank Channel, you continued at that same speed, did you not?
For the most part, yes.
As you approached the actual accident scene, the prevailing circumstances changed, didn't they?
Yes, they did.
There were other boats there.
Yes.
You knew that there were possibly people in the water.
Yes.
There was a helicopter overhead, creating unsafe conditions for boaters, perhaps, right?
Correct.
And for that reason, since the prevailing conditions had changed, you reduced your speed from top end speed, eventually all the way down to idle. Is that right?
Correct.
As you were heading down the Cutter Bank Channel, right from the entrance all the way to the point that you slowed down, the conditions allowed you to travel safely at nearly 54 or 52 to 54 miles per hour. In other words, the top speed that your vessel was capable of, correct?
Correct.
You have traveled, I presume, and correct me if I'm wrong, through the Cutter Bank Channel previously from September 4, 2022. Is that right?
Yes, that's
So in
correct.
other words, prior to the accident in this case, you have frequently gone south through the Cutter Bank Channel, correct?
Correct.
As well as north through the Cutter Bank Channel?
Correct.
You have good familiarity with the Cutter Bank Channel, which is the subject location in this case. Is that right?
Yes.
And it is a long channel, is it not?
Yes, it is.
Approximately 1.5 miles long.
Approximately.
It is a wide channel, as you testified to yesterday, correct?
Correct.
In other words, two boats could easily pass each other in opposite directions. There's plenty of room in that channel for two boats to do that, is correct?
Yes, correct.
Very good.
If the prevailing conditions that evening were actually more favorable than the 1 to 2 foot seas that you recall today, then it would also be safe to travel at speeds that you were traveling at. Is that right?
Correct.
That makes sense, doesn't it?
Yes.
Mr. Bruto, I'm going to show you what is in evidence as Defense Exhibit B. May the witness step down, Your Honor?
Just keep your voice up, keep your voice up.
Okay, I don't know. I don't think his clips of the videos have that beep noise, but at least for the first clip, let's just make
Counsel, for
sure.
the record, I don't believe that while we looked at already, that it was announced to the jury. Where is it?
Oh, the instructions.
The videotape that we're going to be showing you has already been provided and entered into evidence as Defense Exhibit B. Apologize, Your Honor, I've already done that already. For the record, we're going to be looking at, well, go ahead.
Is this your dad? Okay, do you guys want to pull up over here? Morning Patrol 32. I'm with some of the parties that were on the vessel that overturned. They're advising everybody is accounted for.
Mr. Bruto, you recognize the Mr. Pino in this videotape?
Yes, I do.
He is the gentleman wearing the pink bathing suit, is that right?
I think the one is correct.
Do you know how it is that Mr. Pino got onto the boat that he is arriving at next to your vessel?
I was advised by the operator of the vessel that he saw him drifting in the water near the area where the overturned vessel was, and that he picked him up.
Continue.
You heard it anyway, sir? So please do me a favor, just have a seat for right now, so you don't fall down and get any further injured. Okay, just have a seat.
Mr. Bruto, I'm going to show you an additional videotape. And that's to watch as well.
Just be careful. Careful coming over. Just please don't move now.
Mr. Bruto, that videotape depicts Mr. Pino under his own power climbing from the first boat, which I'll call a Good Samaritan boat, onto your vessel. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
There did come a time that you learned the name of the owner or the operator of the white vessel that Mr. Pino arrived on. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Let's see the next video, please. Before you go there, Carlos. When Mr. Pino made his way from the white vessel onto your vessel, you did not witness him stumbling, is that right?
No, he was pretty much sitting down, didn't want him to fall and injure himself any further.
You did not notice any difficulty that he had taking himself from the first boat onto your vessel?
He commanded him to sit down.
He did not appear to be off balance to you?
You heard that answer? It's like he didn't like, I don't think he liked the defense attorney's question because of the insinuation, but in one of the clips, it's this guy instructing him to sit down.
Yeah.
Right. You could have said he said instructed or directed. Maybe if you would have softened it with instructed.
Maybe I misheard
same
this
difference.
guy.
Same difference.
Well,
right?
he said sit down so you don't fall and get injured or, I mean, it was.
Never mind. I totally misheard his answer. I thought he said that he wanted to sit down on his own because he didn't want to. I missed him saying he instructed him. My bad.
No. He didn't say that. I was saying
Oh.
if the defense attorney had asked it differently, because you said he didn't like the way he asked it. And he's like, he wanted to sit down. I
Yeah.
don't know. Maybe bloop it back.
Gotta play the clip again for if I was the jury.
Is that right?
No, he was pretty much sitting down, didn't want him to fall and injure himself any further.
He did say didn't
You
want
did not
him
notice
to.
any difficulty that he had taking himself from the first boat onto your vessel?
Not that I observed.
He did not appear to be off balance to you?
Not that I observed.
Next video, please.
Please just stay a minute. I just need to get your information. I'll give you a pad of paper if you can just fill out your information. Did you see what happened? All you did was pick up him? Okay, what? You saw him drifting in the water and you just picked him up? Okay, if you could do me a favor. Just write your name, address, a contact number, your FLs, please.
Mr. Bruto, and just for the record, you just viewed video 8:37 through 9:34. Did you learn the name of the operator of the vessel?
Yes, once he wrote it down on the paperwork. Correct.
Mr. David Rodriguez, is that correct?
I believe so. Correct.
I'm going to ask you to view the next video that we have, which is a timestamp 27:39 and 27:39 through 28:26.
There's a father that's got possibly concussion and some lacerations. That's her dad. He's going to go there. He's going to follow you there.
You're gonna be fine.
You're going to Elliot, right?
Yeah. He's gonna stay with us for a while.
For a while, he's injured. He hit his head. Hey, medical comes over.
I got you.
That's what I'm saying. He's medical. He hit his head and he's got cuts. So I would get him checked out. I would get him checked out. He's a dad, but he's got injuries.
Should I take him to donate? Hey, you want to trust
Mr. Bruto, you were expressing concern over having Mr. Pino go off with FWC, is that right?
Yes, correct.
And your concern was that Mr. Pino, in your view, might have a concussion, is that right?
Correct.
And on what did you base your suspicion?
Reference to the vessel being overturned, the two other injured parties and the extent of their injuries. He did also have a cut on the side of his head, so he could have hit himself somewhere, or he could have had possible concussion as well. So I wanted the medical concerns be addressed first before they started any other investigations to make sure he was stable.
Because safety comes first, is that
Safety
right?
comes first. He could have had internal injuries or anything, so we were just trying to address the medical first.
So in the video that you just watched, which is 27:39 through 28:26, will you please let the jury know, and for the record, what time did this occur?
From the timestamp up top, subtracting
Like 7:52.
Approximately 7:52 or so p.m.
So as of 7:52 p.m., you were concerned about your observations about Mr. Pino. Earlier in the video, your body-worn camera footage, 8:37 through 9:14, you were also concerned at that point about Mr. Pino's possible concussion.
Correct. Correct.
When was it that you first suspected or became concerned that Mr. Pino might have suffered a concussion in this accident?
Just due to the fact when he first pulled up, he had the cut on the side of his head, a pretty good sized gash, bleeding, and the amount of damage to the vessel being overturned, and the injuries to the other females.
When you first met or had interaction with Mr. Pino, was your suspicion about his having possibly suffered a concussion, was it made at that first encounter that you had with Mr. Pino? Or near the time?
It's always on my mind anytime there's a violent accident like this, that the people's injuries or the victim's injuries could possibly have concussion. It's one of those injuries that you can't really see, and if they have it, it could be very devastating the longer it sits. So if that's in a major accident, that's the main concern, or one of the main concerns for all medical personnel or treatment that we're given.
I want to take you back to video body-worn camera footage at 4:02 through 4:43. And
Mark's cooking a little
this will
bit
be
here.
the video where Mr. Pino is being driven up in by Mr. Rodriguez's vessel.
Is this your dad? Okay, you guys want to pull up over here?
And just for the record, Mr. Bruto, can you tell us what the timestamp is on body-worn camera footage, timestamp 4:02 through 4:43?
Approximately 7:28 p.m.
This is good. He's showing how long he may have been
Sometime
concussed
after
and then was held
7:28
longer through the
PM.
investigation without treatment.
Is when you started, is when you suspected that Mr. Pino might have suffered a concussion in the accident in this case.
Correct.
The next video I want to show you, Mr. Bruto, is at 31:16 through 31:58.
Okay, they're all over there. You need to get Robert. Him, come over this way to get on German slope. Yes, this guy right here. He's gonna help him. Sir, come this way, please. Everybody, your daughter, and everybody's on these boats. You're gonna go with them. You're gonna go with them. Come over to here so you can hold on. Come right here.
Okay, sir, this is the contact that you need.
Mr. Bruto. Mr. Bruto, when this video began, back up a little bit, Mr. Pino is on a red vessel. Is that right?
Correct.
Was that one of the fire boats, as far as you know?
That is Ocean Rescue's volunteer fire boat. Yes.
And who is it, or who was it that was asking Mr. Pino to come from the Ocean Reef fire vessel onto this other vessel that he climbed onto?
That was myself.
And you see after you ask Mr. Pino to come to your vessel, Mr. Pino goes to the Ocean Reef fire vessel and he steps up onto the top of the gunnel of that vessel. Is that right?
Correct.
And can you explain to the members of the jury what is meant by a gunnel?
The gunnel was just the top portion of the side of the vessel, the structural side of the vessel.
Now, there is not a lot of width present in this gunnel area that Mr. Pino is walking on, is that right? Or about to walk on?
Approximately 6 or 8 inches.
In the water, correct?
Correct.
While the boat is having movement as the waves and current through the area are taking place, is that correct?
Correct.
Yet he's able to climb up on the gunnel, right? Walk a few steps, correct?
Correct.
Keeping his balance, correct?
He's holding on. We always ask them to hold on to something when even we do it, and we do the same movements.
Well, that would be the safe thing for anybody to do, right?
Yes, correct.
If someone were impaired by alcohol, for example, they might not make the decision, the wise decision, to hold on to the wall as they are walking along this narrow 6-inch gunnel. Is that right?
Correct.
And that's what Mr. Pino is doing.
Correct.
Unassisted, by the way, correct?
Correct.
And this is at approximately 7:56 p.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes, this guy right here, you said, help him, sir, come this way.
Mr. Bruto, you saw in the video that Mr. Pino was able to step off the gunnel onto this other separate vessel. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
By the way, do you have any idea whose vessel Mr. Pino was stepping onto?
I don't recall his exact name right at the moment. I know I put it down on my report.
Good Samaritan?
Another Good Samaritan, yes.
And for the purposes of the record, would you agree with me that the color of this Good Samaritan's vessel is dark gray?
Dark gray, yes.
Give me allowance for the color blindness that you were on your back, is that right? Okay. But regardless, Mr. Pino steps off of the 6-inch gunnel onto the Good Samaritan vessel under his own power,
Correct.
unassisted, correct?
Correct.
Everybody, your daughter, everybody's on these boats, you're gonna go with them. You're gonna...
Mr. Pino then steps up onto the deck area of the Good Samaritan vessel, correct?
Correct.
Again, unassisted.
Correct.
Go with them, come over here so you can hold on. Come right here.
Okay, sir, this is a contact that you need to call for all the girls that are going there. The parents are all calling this lady who's in Margarita Suarez, and that's her phone.
I'll call her as soon as I know where they're all going to.
Now, at this point, at timestamp 0034, Mr. Pino appears to be sitting on the gunnel of the Good Samaritan's vessel. Is that right?
Correct.
And he is intending to take himself off the Good Samaritan vessel and onto your vessel. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
Officer Robert Bruto.
No, Officer Robert what?
Bruto, B-R-U-T-T-O.
At timestamp 0:40, Mr. Pino completes the task of transferring himself from the Good Samaritan vessel up onto the gunnel of the Good Samaritan vessel and steps down into your vessel, correct?
Correct.
Unassisted.
He was assisted by Officer Martin Flores there. On the video, you can see he was holding his arm.
Can you go back and look at that, please?
Robert Bruto.
No, Officer Robert what?
Bruto, B-R-U-T-T-O.
Let's go back a little further. I cannot see in that.
Yeah, you see he's got one hand.
I
on
think
the
he goes like
servo,
this.
and the other hand somewhere out of view.
No significant assistance from Officer Delgado, is that right?
Officer Flores.
I'm sorry, Officer Flores, is that right?
Yeah.
He didn't have to put his arms under Mr. Pino to get him out here and road safe. All right. Now, any person in Mr. Pino's circumstance that evening, had Officer Flores been there, he would provide the same sort of assistance, right?
Correct, yes.
Whether the person had been in an accident or not, right? In fact, if it had been one of the uninjured passengers of Mr. Pino's vessel attempting to come from the Good Samaritan vessel onto your vessel, and Officer Flores were there, he would provide the same assistance to that. Yes, correct. You take your seat.
Can we do polls even if we can't do a live chat?
I think so.
I mean, they could vote on it.
Mr. Bruto, what is the closest physically that you came in contact with Mr. Pino that evening, if you can recall?
Approximately 3 feet or so.
And in those 3 feet, you didn't have any, you observed no signs of impairment at all, did you?
Not that I could observe, no.
No odor of alcoholic beverage, correct?
Correct.
No bloodshot eyes, correct?
Correct.
Did you hear Mr. Pino say anything in your presence?
He was talking a little bit, but not that anything that concerned me.
His speech did not, what you did hear him say, his speech did not sound slurred to you, is that right?
Correct.
And at any time, seeing Mr. Pino, once he was on your vessel, did you see Mr. Pino have a problem with balance?
No, the majority of the time I had him sitting down.
And that was for Mr. Pino's safety?
Correct.
Because you knew that he had a head injury?
Possible head injury, yes.
A moment.
Great witness for the defense.
Thank you, Mr. Bruto. No further questions, sir.
Also, that bit about how concussion gets worse the longer you let it sit, that was like from his training and experience because he sees it frequently. You didn't need to call an expert to get that in.
Mr. Bruto, let me ask you, there were a number of teenage girls that were on that vessel that had the platform, right?
Correct, yes.
Did you observe signs of alcohol impairment on any of them?
No.
She said, get out of here.
Handle this shit.
The attorney asked you about why you were asking another officer, hey, he's a medical, he's got a head injury, you know, get him seen. He asked you why you did that, and you said that one of the reasons why was because of the extent of injuries of some of those other girls on the vessel. I want to call your attention. I want to call your attention to two girls that were on the platform of that. I think some people refer to it as a Van Dutch type of a vessel.
Correct.
What did you observe about them that made you worried that maybe the defendant could be suffering injuries?
I know when I initially checked out Katiana, she had what appeared to be small fiberglass fragments in the back of her head, indicating the head injury. She hit the side of the fiberglass vessel she was traveling in. The other female on the other side didn't have any fiberglass in her head, but her head area had disheveled or messed up, possibly indicating in the fact that she wasn't really speaking, just kind of nodding. Possible head injury on her as well, hitting the vessel. Majority of boat vessel accidents, there's no seat belts, so.
Judge, I object. This is beyond the scope of the question.
Excuse me?
This is exceeding the scope of the question.
In terms of those two young ladies that were on the platform, when talking about Katya, or Cathy, was she ever conscious when you were dealing with her?
No.
What about the other young woman?
Other than just nodding her head when we would ask questions, that's about it. She didn't
They're
really speak
sneaking
at
all this shit in.
Now, after you had escorted the person who was the owner of that vessel that had stopped, that Good Samaritan with the large boat and the platform, after you had helped escort him safely back through the nighttime waters, you indicated you came back to Elliott Key, is that right?
Yes, correct.
And the defendant was still there?
Yes, he was.
There were fire rescue workers there?
Yes, they were.
Were there what they call fire boats?
Correct.
And is a fireboat basically a boat that is operated by the fire rescue personnel?
Yes, correct. They're fire trucks for the water.
Okay. So had Mr. Pino needed immediate assessment or attention to get him to the mainland, fire rescue had the means to do that. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But you see him there walking around with all these other fire rescue people, nobody's taking him anywhere.
Correct.
The attorney asked you about the manner in which you responded to the initial call, first going to Boca Chica and eventually finally finding the people that are in the Cutter Bay area. First off, when you were responding to that call, does a police boat have like lights on it like a police car would?
Yes, they do. The emergency lights as well as the siren.
Were your emergency lights activated as you were heading up to Boca Chica?
Yes, they were.
All those emergency
Did
lights
you
and
have
sobered up.
teenagers who had been drinking on your police boat with you?
No, we did not.
Did you have with you, though, 2 other officers that could serve as lookouts to help make sure you're safe as you're traversing up to Boca Chica?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever operate that vessel without looking where you're going for 9 seconds?
No, I did not.
Did you hit a channel marker on your way to respond to that emergency?
No, I did not.
Did you have 2 beers while you were on your shift that day?
No, I did not.
Were you responding to what you understood to be a life and death emergency?
Yes, I was.
Would you consider going to a dinner party a life or death emergency?
Objection, Judge.
No.
No other questions?
Thank you.
That's why she wouldn't let the other prosecutor.
The witness's excuse, thank you.
She said, I'm gonna cook.
Yeah, point still remains that we could travel.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break at this time.
9 seconds.
Yes, we are.
The 9 seconds has been her, like, I don't think you were here, but yesterday she counted down. She started asking a witness, like, what about at 9 seconds were you worried? What about at 8 seconds were you worried?
That, but where is she coming up with that he wasn't paying attention for 9 seconds?
There's no track changes on the GPS tracking for 9 seconds.
How does that indicate that he wasn't paying attention?
I was just wondering that too. That seems like speculation, but I mean,
like there's a million things. He could have been distracted. Like I said yesterday, he could have been looking at a text message, texting and boating.
Or watching the Uptown Girls video.
Uptown Girls video, or there's a glare from the sun off the, like, who knows? I mean, I don't know.
Oh, that's actually, I don't know. Is that the direction of the sun? Has anyone talked about that?
So it sounds like it's a north-south channel and the sun sets in the west. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know. There's still, because the sun would have been on its way.
The channel marker would have been on the west side, right?
I think so.
Because if they were hanging right and on the way there, right was eastbound, which I think was Mr. Fernandez's testimony, then the opposite way back, if they were right bound, well, he wasn't on the right side though when he was
right.
So I need these details. This is why, like, day 3, we're missing things that I just think are critical to know to piece everything else together.
Maybe they haven't put it out there yet, though.
Yeah,
like you
we're
guys
supposed to get some stuff later.
I was hit or miss yesterday, so
I'll say, chat, get ready to do the lunch, but there is going to be some motions argument or whatever arguments before court goes on lunch, even though the jury's going on lunch. But whenever that break is, the chat will be back. So get ready, be prepared to rush back over here.
Yay.
And I don't know, actually, I think the judge starts speaking here already. There we go. We'll be seated.
Work their way down the hallway, and you are going to need a lunch break. You're going to hear a couple of other members here before we take our lunch break.
Dalton.
All right, hold on, you have Sergeant Delgado,
Detective Dalton,
Dalton,
Andrew Mescolotto, and also Mrs. Pino, Mrs. Cecilia Pino.
okay.
Calling
And that
mom.
should take us up to the time where we're going to then go up to FWC.
Okay.
And I've been in communication with them. They'll be ready for us when we go up there today.
Okay.
Oh, they're
So
doing it
let's-
today.
Let's just do.
What are they doing? They're
some
going on a
housekeeping
field trip?
For purposes
They're looking at the
of
boat.
Smoothness. In terms of these witnesses, all right, in terms of the defense. Defense.
Yes, Your Honor. So with regard to Officer Delgado,
Now, this is, just so we're clear, your intention to introduce defense evidence through state witnesses.
that's correct.
Okay, so before I get there, all right? As in terms of Sergeant Delgado, what evidence would you be intending to introduce through the state witness?
Just through cross-examination, which I believe the defense is, obviously we're permitted to engage in.
Of course you can cross-examine. I'm talking about what evidence you would intend to introduce through a state witness.
We received discovery of videotape from the state of Florida, body-worn camera footage.
Okay, so it's a body-worn camera footage. And that is part of the discovery you received as part of the discovery. Okay.
That's correct.
Wait, part of the discovery you received.
Sorry, say that.
I mean, it's clearly going to be something that the witness for the state can lay the foundation and authenticate it. Like,
Right,
what?
but did she say just received or no? Did I?
I don't think so.
I don't think there was a
This is
time
talking
constraint
out
because
loud.
earlier Laura Adams was the jury was coming in, so her argument got cut short, but she was saying like we produced Bruto for him. He was retired. We know that the defense was able to meet with Bruto before this trial, but then she went on to say that even though we disclosed our witnesses to the defense, and the defense even put the state witnesses on their list like a year ago, like they're well aware of these witnesses, they never asked us to produce Delgado for like an interview before trial, deposition before trial or whatever. So that's how she started her argument, and then it was cut off because the jury was walking in. We heard the deputy say all rise. So I think the position is that I don't know about the body cam itself, but there's still awareness of the witness a year ago.
State, are you going to be presenting evidence through a body-worn camera?
Yes, Your Honor, that is the, those are the clips that were sent earlier this week. I think it's the
That I had already,
12:05.
I had already addressed it.
Yes, that they were going to be admissible.
Okay, that's fine.
I
So,
thought you said they wouldn't initially.
there's additional footage from the body-worn that you have listed these witnesses as defense witnesses, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. That you would like to introduce defense evidence to the state witness. And sometimes that occurs, sometimes that doesn't occur. Okay?
Right, Judge,
Since
thanks.
they're all listed as your witnesses, you should be, from what I understand, that's not going to take place with any further witnesses. I allowed it with this witness because of the circumstance we found ourselves in, and the witness was able to, during a short break, authenticate portions of the body-worn camera. But it's not required or mandated that the state agree to have the defense present evidence through their witnesses. Generally, the defense calls their witnesses, they have witnesses and presents their evidence.
Well, thanks for the 101.
Can you guys break this down, lawyers? Like,
I mean, it's like she's giving them a 101 in like the way trials work. She's just saying that. So technically, you're not supposed to get in defense evidence with a state witness, but sometimes it just happens because it
expedient.
flows that way,
Yes.
And if it's within the scope of their direct, it shouldn't be something that you have to recall the witness to do. But yeah, and then sometimes they allow them to do it because for expediency or whatever the case may be. So,
Or the witness is unavailable. Like I think the issue with Bruto is he's retired. He's not like easy to just call in and whatever.
Well,
But
plus,
if this
if
but
it's
if it's the same body
it's a
cam,
simple issue of
Right.
just getting evidence in that you may otherwise put it on your case in chief, like what it doesn't really make a difference that you're getting it introduced instead of having to call that witness back during your case in chief for that one purpose. It makes
right, but for the state's purposes, they don't want you establishing more of your case during their case for when we get to, you know, them asking for directed judgment. All the evidence that's in is part of the evidence they can argue. So
oh,
the state would want to limit what the defense can get in. But for example, they were showing body worn camera and they didn't choose to show this part of the body worn camera, then because they showed that guy body worn camera, right?
yeah,
The state did. So this would all be part of the completeness doctrine. They didn't
right.
show the whole
that's
thing. I'm going to
Yeah,
show the whole thing.
they're cherry picking shit.
Right. And
I-
see what the judge is going to do. But she's like, really, because even like when she was talking before about, this is pretty prejudicial. Like, why do we need to see her head busted open like this? And then she just shifted gears and let it all in anyway. So,
I mean, on cross-examination, you're allowed to get things into evidence in terms of trying to impeach somebody anyway. Like, I don't know what they're trying to cherry pick, but obviously, like you said, there's a portion of the video that they felt that they left out that needs to be addressed with the witness, which, I mean, why wouldn't you be able to do that on cross? You know what I'm saying?
I
If
mean,
there's-
if it's within the scope, I feel like they should. But, generally speaking,
well, wouldn't you argue that as to the completeness doctrine? It's
well,
all-
yeah, for that, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's the only thing we've heard about is a body worn cam. So I don't know what else there would be, but
yeah, that's why I think like if we're supposed to trust body worn camera and then we just wanted to let this whole for Bruto, the state wanted to let all of it in with no audio redactions. Then and the jury's not hearing this, but just on the outside hearing that the state doesn't want to let the whole body cam in, and it doesn't seem like there's a specific like, hey, there's one part that we think would be really prejudicial. We want a redaction on that one part. It's just it's the
Make
cherry
them
picking.
do it on their time. Right.
Yeah, and I actually thought that maybe this was like a slick way for the defense to, we don't want to call them in our case in chief because then the state would be able to cross, but at the same time, it's a state witness, so I didn't see how that would be such a strong position for a witness I would assume to be friendly with the state anyway. Like
Right.
you don't get the benefit of cross, and they've been leading on this trial on direct anyway. But that was a
Right.
great point about the directed verdict, getting something on the record that could contest and refute something, and so
Make the defense's argument stronger during their
Yeah.
case in chief.
yeah, I mean, she's never granting a directed verdict.
yeah, well. But
Newsflash.
it still anchors earlier because right now we're like, all right, the state came out, this is what they said in opening. How did you hit this channel marker? This is crazy. Why did you make up this story about this big boat wave thing? And to be able to get in these little things earlier, it can reorient some of the way we take in information. So I
Not
see
the
the strategy.
judge.
Yeah, but
Judge. It's never getting granted. I promise you.
well, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. I always make a mockery. I reference the one case in Fulton County that was such a botched theory of prosecution that a directed verdict was actually granted. So
Yeah, I mean, there's been cases where, I mean, even cases with monsters where you're like, where they just didn't meet the burden on, like even Corey Richens, like they're never going to convince me that they met their burden on attempted murder. They just didn't, but it should have been dismissed on directed,
Right.
she should have ruled for a directed verdict there. But, I mean,
And to Bob's point, you can always get impeachment evidence in, but we don't know that this would actually be impeachment. But then again, also the rule of completeness. And then, otherwise, if it's like something totally different than what
all that uncommon to get defense exhibits on during the state's case. I mean,
well,
it's
it
not a
is if it's a
free-for-all,
completely different subject than what the state put
Right.
them on to do.
but that's I'm not talking about that. It's
But
not.
that's
if it's just the body cam, they're literally gonna have this guy watch the body cam, but say we're only gonna watch this. And
right. That's why I'm saying the judge is being ridiculous, babe. I'm
It's-
agreeing with you. Like she's saying the right
seem
rule, but not one that applies in this situation.
Okay.
yeah. And would it be inappropriate? I'm assuming not for the defense on cross-examination, even if they can't play the clips that they want to add in, to just be like, and that wasn't the complete body cam, was it? Like,
No, that would be fine.
so isn't that kind? I feel like as the state, I would want to prevent that emphasis.
Well, but unless, of course, the defense has asked for redactions and they can't, you know,
They can't have both eat their cake and whatever.
right. I
Have
mean, there
their
might
cake
be a way to get around it. Like there was stuff, like if it's a redaction from in the middle, you can say there was things that occurred prior to the start, prior to the start of what we saw, and there's things that occurred afterwards that hasn't been presented here, something like that
I feel like
to cover that. So it's not just, so I think they could.
if they asked that, I think Laura Adams would very quickly stand up and ask for the instruction and how you're not supposed to make inferences on what you're not being shown.
No, but you are supposed to. It's what the evidence that exists and the evidence that doesn't exist.
Good
The
point.
lack of evidence and the lack of evidence are evidence.
Good point.
True story.
It's not a problem either way, but I just like some.
Not a problem either way.
State is not forced. Whether it's state evidence and discovery that's provided, that's your case, you wish to put your case on, that's fine. Sometimes it's done to alleviate the problem of bringing witnesses back. But it's not a requirement of the state to do that, okay? You have your cross-examination, that's fine, but what happens is also.
Talk to them like a child.
There's not going to be a recross under those circumstances if you are going to admit any defense evidence, okay, as a state witness's testimony. I'm not going to say you're going to probably maybe show me a case on rule-of-completeness because it's a body, is that what you're going to show me? I got your body on camera and you're going to complete because that's the exhibit. But they can present their evidence, and if you have evidence to present, even though it might be somewhat implicit or from the same larger footage, you do that when you present your witnesses and allow you for this last witness, and you just make sure from the state that if there's going to be through
Wrong, Judge.
Sergeant Delgado, the state intends to introduce body movement footage. And we've already addressed it.
Yes.
The additional body movement footage that the defense, and I'm going to say it's not the same body movement footage.
It is, Judge.
Oh, it is.
Yes, we were, and this is,
The same.
we were presented 6 clips in connection with Sergeant Delgado. And it is at least one of those clips that we intend to use in the cross-examination of Sergeant Delgado.
This is evidence that the state is going to be presenting.
I don't know if they're going to introduce it or not, Judge.
Well, that's my point I'm trying to make here. They can present their case the way they wish to present their case and present their witnesses with their evidence. They're not required or mandated, and I'm not going to require or mandate the state to then, we've listed these witnesses and subpoena these witnesses, and I'm
Looking up the article.
the last witness that would have to come back so that you could present your evidence with the witness.
Why would they send 6 clips?
Completeness says, okay, under these circumstances, there's not an agreement. I'm not going to force the state to allow the defense to present evidence through their witnesses. Not going to force that. So,
Just first off, I would say that the rule of completeness has to do with statements by a person. For example,
It's the whole thing,
the state
woman.
can't pick one part of the defendant's statement and not the other. So I don't think
Anything.
the rule of completeness
I'm not
is
even
even applicable.
the legal part of it, I don't think is relevant.
I
Beyond
think
that,
the
Judge, yes,
entire
there were
check
6
pause.
clips. One is 5 minutes long, one is 50 seconds long, the third is 2 minutes, 10 seconds long. Those are Sergeant Delgado arriving at the vessel where Lucy Hernandez is, and
We
the
wanna
initial
show
triage.
her.
Then there is the transfer of Lucy from the police boat onto the helicopter. Then there is his arrival at the vessel that had both Cathy and Mia. And then there are 3 clips that involve the defendant. One is 30 seconds, one is only 7 seconds, and the third one is 1 minute and 18 seconds. That's what we litigated previously. I have all 6 of those clips on this this jump drive. And I'm ready to introduce them. The witness has already authenticated this jump drive. He's watched all of these clips and can verify that they are clips from his body-worn camera from September 4th of 2022.
Now, depends. Is it the same that you're going to be cross-examining, or are there additional portions of his body-worn camera and that you would like to exclude these questions?
As I said, Your Honor, we are going to be cross-examining this witness either today or sometime in the future, depending on the court's
Well, it
ruling.
might be a direct examination sometime in the future.
That's correct,
Right?
Judge.
Okay.
Depends on the court's ruling in this case, of course, but yes, it is the exact, the alterations is the exact clips.
Those are
out
the
of-
ones?
Those exact ones. Not necessarily all of them, but we're not utilizing anything in addition to what the state has provided to us.
Okay.
Within those, I think there were 6 clips in total.
Let's not confuse them his words. You got a body worn that is in total much longer than these specific clips. These are excerpts. Let's call them excerpts from the body.
That's what I'm referring to, Judge. Just the excerpts that were
So
provided
it's
to
the
us.
same excerpts
Yes.
that you're going to be using in cross-examination?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, then there's really no issue. What's different with the last witness was there were additional excerpts from the larger body worn that's why we had to stop for you to have the witness authenticate for me to allow you to then move forward to conduct your cross-examination of the state witness.
It's like a waste of time.
That's a non-issue.
Yes, because I'm going to be moving this
That's
into
it.
evidence, and if he wants to
Okay.
replay it for the jury,
I just wanted to
That's it.
avoid,
of course.
I wanted to avoid having to do a direct examination and then to have to take another one day to do an authentication. Like I just said. So we're avoiding that. So that's Sergeant Delgado.
Judge, just to be clear, there are how many excerpts?
There are 6 excerpts, Judge. I'm not looking to replay.
Hang on. So there's 6. Let's assume the state decides this afternoon to introduce 5. Let's just assume that.
She just said she's going to
Let's assume they change their mind.
I'm not going to change counsel. Let me tell you all this.
Let him read the arts.
Okay.
We're just trying to save time.
I'm getting a commitment right now because this really impacts the jury and everyone else. So if I'm getting representation as an officer of the court from the state, that they intend to introduce the 6 excerpts.
How would she know?
Right?
Yes, that's
Yeah,
it.
that's it. So there's no further discussion. There's not going to be a change in that. That's okay. So that takes care of the Delgado. Then we have Detective Dalton. Is there anything in terms of physical evidence that is going to be introduced through Detective Dalton that we might encounter the same concern?
No, I'm not introducing any body-worn camera footage.
Okay, so, let me ask the defense with regard to Detective Dalton.
Yes, Judge. We have some body-worn camera footage excerpts from Detective Dalton.
Okay, so,
Same situation.
no, it's a little bit different situation, because the state's not introducing any past portions of the body worn camera, okay, through the witness. So, as a witness, you have under subpoena, okay? Okay? And so when, if you wish to present witnesses in your case, Chief, then you will present Dalton, Detective Dalton, in your case, Chief.
Understood.
Okay, so we'll handle that. What about with regard to,
Sorry, go
Looked
ahead,
like
Bob.
they were trying to keep. I'm fine with that if I'm the defense. If you're going to make me call him on my case of chief, It's just making it look like the state was cherry picking shit and keeping things out that should have been testified to when he was on the stand during their case and shit. You know what I mean? It's like, I think it presents to a jury in a way where a normal jurors can be like, well, why didn't this guy just like, why couldn't they talk about or get this in when he was on the stand during the state's case? Like the jury's not going to be thinking about what Allison was talking about, like that they're lining up, potentially a little more evidence in there to help boost a motion for a directed fine. That's not how juries work.
Well, the jury's not going to be thinking that. I'm saying that's what this.
I know, but what I'm
That's-
saying from the
need to eat.
perspective of having to call them during your case in chief as the defense, I don't have a problem with it, because I think that it's going to reflect a certain way to the jury. The fact that you're having to recall the same witness, like, wouldn't you, like, if you knew nothing about the law, wouldn't you be like, well, like, why didn't this guy just like say this shit the first time he was on the stand? Won't it make you
and the distance in time, and it makes it notable that they had to be called back by the defense. Whereas if it's just like, oh, they don't show it on direct, but then you see it on cross, you might not exactly process it unless the attorney says a question in a way that orients the jury to realize, like, hey, you didn't see this on direct. But,
right?
And kind of like makes it obvious not everybody might be thinking top of mind. Well, I'm curious what it is and why everything's clips, because I think Mark's point, and I like how both sides are having to, like, the attorneys are stepping in to make sure their co-counsel gets it right today. They're like substituting in. Like, I'll take this argument. So Shrevenick steps in here and is like, look, for clarity, like, the issue is in discovery, the state disclosed, like, hey, these are specific clips that we plan to introduce. Otherwise, they would just send the whole thing in discovery, right? If you're sending clips, you're identifying that we plan to use these and admit them at trial, right? That's the point the defense was trying to make about how they were turned over in discovery.
Well, I mean, they should have gotten the entire video. Like, in terms of when they produce their evidence list, that's a difference. You know what I'm saying? Like, they can't.
Well, I think they did. But
Yeah.
I think they were also disclosed, like, hey, we have a thumb drive with these specific clips that, like, just like you define closer to trial, like, I know I have this long
Your
witness
evidence
list,
list.
but
Right.
here's the specific witnesses we actually do plan to call at trial. We're not going to call these anymore. I figured those clips that's the state putting the defense on notice. These are probably how we're trimming them down. Do you have any objections to these specific clips? Whatever. And so Mark was just asking, like, look, do they actually intend? Was that discovery a confirmation, a representation that they're actually going to do that, so we can know that it'll already be admitted? And he took the long routed explanation of it that his co-counsel had to step in and clarify.
Yeah, well, which she didn't allow him to do.
Yeah.
She shut him off. Like, she wouldn't even let, she shut him down immediately. He didn't get to make any kind of argument. Because he was just trying to give a hypothetical. Like, he was hypothetically saying, well, if they only play 5, and then she shut him down. I'm making a representation at the bench as part of the government that the state's going to play all 6 clips. I'm like, what? It just kind of shows, like, luckily the jury's not in here, but she's clearly a state-sided judge, but most of them are. So,
So I just want to say, under the rule of completeness, you introduce it right at the time. It's ought to be considered. The rule says ought to be considered contemporaneously. So it says an adverse party is not bound by evidence introduced under this section. And it's always done contemporaneous. You say, okay, we want this in right now. But the state's point that, well, it really deals with a statement. Technically, it's, when a writing or a recorded statement or part thereof is introduced. But I think it's been applied to involve when anything.
But it's like a jail call.
Well, that would
verbal,
involve,
but it's a statement.
Right, that would be a statement, right? But here they're not. I think they're not introducing it for any particular person's statement. It's for, like, just the scene in general. But I think it's been, like, applied beyond just statements, even though that's the way the rule kind of presents it.
Based on the descriptions of the clips, what do you think the state's reasoning for wanting to bring these clips in is?
I don't know. I was looking at the rule of completeness.
Oh, so to me
Um,
it was Lucy being lifted, pictures of Katya and the injuries she sustained, pictures of
right.
the other injured party. What do you think they want to show with these clips?
Well, that's just trying to, pull the emotion out of the jury in terms of Lucy, but they also have clips. It sounds like 3 clips of George. So, like, and I'm assuming, like, in their estimation, those clips of George display something. What it is, I don't know. Because maybe in their estimation, he sounds like his speech is slow. I don't know, because I'm
Yeah,
assuming
maybe.
the sound. I mean, there's some reason they're showing George, like the 3 clips of George. Like the girls, it's evident why they're doing that. They're just trying to wring the pathos out of the jury, the emotion of it all. But as far as George, I mean, clearly there's something that they think is helpful to them.
Yeah,
And
maybe because I think Thompson's the one where we have like the 2 beers, but maybe he repeats the same thing to Delgado and
yeah.
those statements. And
Well, wait, which
Thompson was going to be called today, but Thompson isn't being called today because they're going to do the field trip, it seems like.
what time are they supposed to do that? Are they gonna do that toward the end of the day? They're not gonna go
Yeah.
field trip and come back, are they?
No.
Okay.
So that means we're going to have a short court, but we're going to start on time tomorrow.
Sweet.
Cool beans. Let's see. They got like a few more witnesses to go through, but I think they learned their lesson about these excerpts if they have any more video. I don't know who Mescolotto is. They said Cecilia Pino, which is mom, and then they're going to do their field trip. That's the schedule for the day.
Now, I understand this is discovery that was provided by the state, and you wish to call that person, in your case in chief. Fine, you'll introduce, because it would have been investigated, introduce the witness, and then they may be cross-examined. Okay. What about Mescolotto? That's the attorney, right?
Right, that's the attorney who represented the Pinos in civil litigation.
Right, okay, right. Okay, so are there what are we doing in terms of documents?
The interrogatories that
was already introduced.
they're already in evidence, and I just wanted to ask him, and I believe I would be entitled to ask him questions about the facts that he was given to file a motion in that civil litigation. However, I don't think it's going to really make or break the case, and I know the defense doesn't want me to do it, so I'm just going to ask him questions about the preparation of those 2 interrogatories.
Okay, because I have the case, and I'm not multitasking. I didn't glance at it though, so I'm not sure.
The case that they gave, I don't think is on point in any way, shape, or form to what I'm doing here. But, there's been just so many stops and starts. I'd like the case to have some continuity.
Oh, of course you do.
Oh, yeah.
Except when the defense wants to put on the remaining portions of something that you're putting on. Then you want them to do it 2 weeks from now.
Ali, you're being very
before that we can address and move through, and that might be a time we take an break.
Understood.
Okay, so, and then.
Hold it together, bouncy lady.
If that's being the last witness.
For today, yes.
For today. And are there any documentary pieces of evidence?
No, because the interrogatories are already in evidence.
Already in evidence. Okay, good. So we're going to take a lunch break now until, let's see, 1:25. And I'm going to back at 1:25. Thank you.
Hey, chat, get ready, chat.
See, I should have bring lunch.
Someone should have brought lunch.
Next time I'm here.
There we go. There's nothing happening. There's no sometimes they come back and there's an oopsie, but it looks clear. So.
All right, my chat's up.
Oh, I was going to check.
All right, who's going to be first? Who's going to be first to come back into the StreamYard chat?
Do it.
Right. And
Do it.
my chat is now live as well. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
We're still outside the jury presence, technically. I guess that applies.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not seeing anybody yet.
We got nothing. Nobody's over there.
They're coming. It
Nobody
takes
loves
30
us.
seconds.
They're all
So- So we don't even know what they're arguing about. Is that at the end of the day? Is that what's happening? Because I was researching, but we still don't know exactly what portions the defense wants to put in and what portions the state doesn't want them to put in.
It sounds like the
Can you
defense
break
had
that down
6
with the
bullets.
interrogatories, Bob?
Huh?
Can you break down the interrogatories thing from piece together from the little bit of the argument in the morning that you started to get into, and then now hearing the state kind of just say like, "Oh, the interrogatories are already admitted as evidence" or something? Like, what
I
just
didn't
happened?
think. No, what I heard this morning wasn't relating to interrogatories. It was relating to a narrative from a motion to dismiss that was filed in the civil
Oh,
case. So different thing. So defense counsel was arguing as to presumably a statement that's made by somebody else that was contained within a narrative in the civil attorney's motion to dismiss that they were trying to introduce into evidence. So what it was, I have no
okay.
idea, but like that, it was definitely a motion to dismiss. And he was talking about it. He's like, look, they're just trying to introduce like the attorney's narrative. You know what I mean? Into evidence. So I don't, did she reserve that for later? I think she did.
Yeah, and so, but this was the case that was mentioned. Let me pull an Ali. Well, I mean, Ali can interpret it, but I'll put it on the screen.
Oh
I'll
yeah.
do the I'll do the pull up. I'll do the window share. But it was Hernandez v. CGI Windows and Doors, and it says, and again, the state's saying that it's not on point to whatever the issue is.
Yeah.
But it says this is an appeal from a final judgment rendered in favor of appellee CGI Windows and Doors following a jury verdict in a negligence action brought by appellants William and Rita Hernandez. And now it's a civil case because there's two, it's not a government party. On appeal, appellants contend the trial court erred in allowing the admission of an unsworn pleading. And maybe that's the particular issue, is that the pleading at issue was unsworn. And a myriad of other evidence related to dismissed and settled defendants. And then they reversed.
But
so,
in it, let's see if it was a statement of a party opponent, though. So we can skim past this stuff. I'm looking at it. If you scroll down.
Sorry. Just scream stop.
Wait, stop right there a second.
Oops, I hit the scroll again.
Babe, do you want me to throw some meatballs on for you?
I mean, I am.
I say throw meatballs on.
You
for
have
her.
to be famished. You didn't eat last night. I'll throw some on for you. And I got to run to the store. Just the gas station. The reason I'm really grouchy is I've been out of Zins all morning. So.
Oh man, nicotine-less.
Oh yeah. You feel my pain, babe? You feel
yes,
my
I do.
All right, I'm gonna throw the balls on. By the time I get back, they should be heated up. I'll be watching.
Bob leaves and everyone comes back. The chat scared him. He doesn't want the chat to talk about his beard again.
Child just ruled the previous claims could not be used to demonstrate.
Yeah, let me make it bigger. Let me highlight this.
I have it big on my end, but
okay.
Permitted to introduce the evidence of Epic sued now dropped defendants.
Do you want to pull it up that way you can show what you're looking at? And
yeah, I'll actually just pull up. Well, I was looking at it. What you gave me, I just blew up. But if you read me the site, I'll just pull it up.
Hernandez v. CGI Windows and Doors Inc. It's a 2022 case, and I don't actually
does it have digits afterwards?
Where? All right, this one says number 3D20-1318.
Wait, 3D20
dash.
Let me
13.
come back. Let me come back and see what you're looking at, because I don't. Show me what you're looking at.
Up here. Here, I just got it on screen.
Oh, that's this is a circuit court. I'm just gonna put in the Hernandez v. CGI Windows, because this is a district court of appeal, so it's not gonna have the. All right, let me try putting it in like that. Hernandez v. CGI Windows. So weird that they're citing a. All right, so Hernandez v. CGI. Hernandez. It's
the
not
chat
even
withdrawals.
CGI Windows and Doors. It's not even popping up.
Really? Let me.
CGI.
I mean, do you want it from somewhere other than? Maybe. Oh, you know what? Maybe it's coming up for me because I'm in Florida and my search algorithm is just like it knows.
Okay, I got it.
That
Here
context.
we go. I got it. I spelled Hernandez wrong. All right. So can I? All right. Let me Share my screen. Oh, wait, over here.
Well, I'll make the chat taller too. They're kind of, the shared chat on screen is real tiny right now. It's like defaulting to the small size.
All right, now can I get this bigger? Can I close this
Oh.
thing? Maybe I can download it so I can make it bigger. No, don't give me dual columns. It'd be too hard to read.
Bob ran to the chat. That's why he left us. He said, I like the chat better. I don't want to be on screen. I
All right.
understand. All right, here we go.
I'm gonna. Oh, did you switch my screen? Oh
Oh,
no.
I just put it on the thing. Maybe
Yeah,
I
I'm
can
gonna
move us.
I'm gonna do this. Share a different screen because that was
Okay.
too small.
I have a little layout we can block. Oh my god, we're so tiny. But we'll block it less if I do this. And
Okay.
sometimes if you if your window's fully expanded, like taking up your whole screen, sometimes if you if you can like pull your browser and drag it so it's not maximized anymore.
Mm-hmm.
If you do that and then stretch it wide, it changes how it displays on StreamYard. It's kind of annoying, but stupid.
I'm trying to make it a little bit bigger, but I've got too much shit open, so it's taking a second. All right, I'm just gonna leave it like this because it's gonna go.
I'm gonna change the banner to Cat and Allie's Tech Wizardry.
Yeah. It's just if when I have too many things open in my Acrobat, it does this when I even try to change the size of the screen. All right, I'm just gonna leave it like that. Blow it up a little. Okay.
The whole chat. I see the part of the chat where they heard about the meatballs.
So I'm gonna go down to where we were. So it has long been established in this state that inconsistent positions taken by a party through pleadings he or she files in an action may not ordinarily be used by an opposing party as proof of an issue. The reason behind this principle is that a complaint or counterclaim drafted by an attorney is but a tentative outline of a pleader's position. See, but this is somewhat different. While the law recognizes a narrow exception where a pleading may constitute an admission if the party has manifested an adoption or belief in it, absent such particularized showing, unsworn pleadings and motions cannot be entered. The state's right. The defense is using some bullshit here. Here, neither the third amended complaint nor the prior iterations of the pleading were sworn. All were drafted by counsel, and the record is devoid of any particular. So, the state is absolutely correct that the defense is using a case that's not on point in any way, shape, or form.
So that's what I was thinking they were saying, but then Bob said whatever the state was saying about the interrogatories issue is not related to what the defense was talking about this morning with this case and pleadings. But Bob could be wrong.
Right, that's true. So, and I didn't hear it, but if what they are talking about is what you're saying, like, had anything to do with because those interrogatories are already in
sworn,
evidence.
and
Right,
but it's also
right, but they're already in evidence. Why would they be making the argument now?
maybe that was one of the things that how often we're hearing like, oh, I have a motion, or can we approach and then like reserve the argument for later. We could run it back too. It was a little bit this morning. Let me cue it up while you're reading.
Yeah, no, that gets us everything we need here. Like, if that's the issue, it's not on point. But let's hear what it was. And we'll stop sharing for now, and then we'll see if there's any reason to come back to it.
Oh wait, can I not have the chat on? Should we not do this because there's a chat?
Oh.
Oh my god, this is dumb.
Well, we could just turn it off real quick and turn it back on when it ends.
They'll kill us. The chat will kill us.
You said it's
quick. What if I could read? No, I was gonna say I could read the transcript, but the transcript isn't ready on the YouTube video because it's still live.
Well, what if you played back the audio from your phone into your microphone?
Oh my god, that's so smart. It might sound ridiculous, especially since the court itself already sounds ridiculous. Let me cue it up. All right.
Sir Rock, member somewhere for 10 months. You or me, I don't know, but Thanks for your continued
Shout out
support.
Ciroc. That's amazing. 10 months. Thank you. Thank you. You don't see like a paperclip or link on that when you look at it?
No.
I guess I'm the only one that sees it. So that's coming from me because I don't see a paperclip link. So thank you for being K&W gang. Big thank you. It's kind of, maybe I should like send StreamYard like 10 emails to tell them, hey, how come you have this feature, but you don't let it work
Both ways.
dynamically, like both
Right.
ways. So, but awesome. And I think we've got all the waves coming back into the chat. Let's see. You hold it down if you want to read some comments quick. I'll get the audio
All right.
going.
See. Oh,
What's-
people are talking about the meatballs. And that interrogatories was their word of the day on their show for, I can't read what IGN network or IGNA network or
Can I make this bigger?
Lagana network. Oh gosh, we shouldn't let me do it.
Or do you want
My
to cue it
stomach-
up on the phone? Because I can pull comments on the screen.
Okay.
But it was like the first thing they argued. I can actually give you an approximate of how far in it was.
And what do
You'll
we
see Schriebnick argue. So it was Schriebnick that made the argument. You'll see him go up to the lectern thing.
which one's he?
The tall one with the longer hair that's kind of back. The one that
Okay.
substituted in for Mark Shapiro earlier and took over the argument. It's like 3:03. It's not letting me queue all the way to the scrub, but it's like almost 15 minutes into the start of the court TV stream.
Okay. And of course, since it's still running, I can't see it that way.
Yeah, so you got to start from the beginning and just like go negative 15 minutes until
Right.
about when you see the defense tables, you'll see Schriebnick and another guy standing.
Okay.
Let's see. We've got, okay, I think here, IG and Network said Law Girl. Oh, it's not IG. It's Law Girls, Not Attorneys. So it looks like an I.
Oh, law girls, not attorneys. I know you guys.
See, this is why we
Sorry.
need the chat. Like, even though it's you correcting, like, giving us context to your prior comment, like, we need you guys for this because otherwise I would have thought it was an I.
But it's my vision. It's my old lady eyes.
See.
Well, the
No,
judge is
there's
on the
one
bench,
user.
and I'm about 15 minutes in right now.
Okay, go further. It shows
am.
the defense table standing before it pans to the judge. And then George Pino
Oh, there
sits
she is.
down.
I got him.
All right. So if it sounds like, I think she says like a few random things and then she has the argument.
I can alert you and we can, it doesn't need to be on the record. I'm just going to give you a case called Hernandez versus CGI Windows, so you can look at it as to the admissibility of a pleading from the civil case. The content of a pleading is a motion to dismiss that I believe the state wants to introduce what the lawyer wrote as the introduction to a motion to dismiss.
Okay.
The lawyer's
So it's different.
narrative.
And it's the state that wants it in.
So this is 347 something.
Okay, so I take it all back. It has nothing to do with the interrogatories. Bob was right. So he's saying that the state intends to offer facts from a motion to dismiss, which is drafted by lawyers and is unsworn. So no, that's a no-go. But let's see what they say back, if they say anything.
I think the judge was like, I'll look later.
I got an extra copy. That witness is not expected until after noon.
Okay, great. Sure, thank you.
Is that it, or the state starts to speak on it?
I don't think the state spoke on it because I think the judge said, I'll look at it and then we can come back to it because you're going to do it later. Like as we keep hearing with a lot of issues.
Then you think, right?
And then until whatever we heard at the end here.
Should we go back to that or no?
Yeah, and it might be maybe the state was addressing two issues very quickly because everyone wanted to get to lunch. There's like all of this, like, oh, we're trying to keep this trial moving. And then there's these like inefficient things. Like every time we say let's do that later to save time now, it ends up taking more time later, and I don't think it ends up being very efficient.
Somehow we're almost an hour into
Cookie says
lunch.
that
It's
was
almost
better audio than we had from court. Coming from your phone.
Introduce them, the witness has already authenticated this jump drive, all of these clips, you can verify that they are clips from this body worn camera from September 4th.
so they're still talking about, is it the same body worn camera? Is it before that or after that?
Oh, and this was I remember that was the very last argument before they go to lunch was the interrogatory mention.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We have some body worn camera.
No, because the interrogatories are already in the.
Okay, here it is.
So not for.
The case that they gave, I don't think.
Wait, I gotta go back.
You wish to present it in your case machine, then you will present Dalton, Detective Dalton, in your case
They're
machine.
still talking about it. Now they're about to
So
shift.
let me look. In fact, with regard to. Now I understand this is a study that was provided by the state, and you wish to call that person in your case machine.
She went backwards.
Fine, we'll introduce. We have been investigating the details of the witness, and then they're gonna be cross-examined. Okay. What about Mescolotto? That's the attorney.
That's the attorney who represented the Pinos in civil litigation.
Right, okay, so any, what are we doing in terms of documents?
The interrogatories that.
That was already introduced.
They were already in evidence, and I just wanted to ask him, and I believe I would be entitled to ask him questions about the facts that he was given to file a motion in that civil litigation. However, I don't think it's gonna really make or break the case, and I know the defense doesn't want me to do it, so I'm just gonna ask him questions about the preparation of those two interrogatories.
Okay, because I had a case, and I'm not multitasking, I didn't glance at it. So I'm not sure.
The case that they gave, I don't think is on point in any way, shape, or form to what I'm doing here. But, you know, there's been just so many stops and starts. I'd like the case to have some continuity.
You can decide to do whatever you want to do. I don't interfere with it. But if there's an issue that needs to be litigated about this, because we have two witnesses before that we can address. And that might be time we take an break.
Understood.
Okay, so, and then Ms. Pino, I think if that's to be the last witness
For today.
for today. And any documentary evidence.
No, because the interrogatories are already in the.
Already in evidence. Okay, good. So we're gonna take a motion. Yeah.
Okay, so she's saying the prosecution is arguing like, I think it's bullshit, their argument about this motion to dismiss. I think I should be able to ask him about the facts that he was given for a motion to dismiss. Absolutely not. I mean, first of all, that's attorney-client privilege. Like, what the hell is she even trying to say there? And it falls completely within what we just read in Hernandez. So I think when the prosecution is saying that has nothing to do with what we're doing here, I don't know if she's shifting gears to be
I
like,
think she's shifting
right, I'm just going to ask him questions about those interrogatories, and that she
because we
can
already
do.
have that.
Right. But she definitely was saying, I think I should be allowed to ask him about the facts given to him for the motion to dismiss. No, you can't. But
Do you
she's
think she
saying
would have tried this if the judge had already read the case that she was given?
I think I don't know what she's thinking. I don't even know how in a million years she thought she was getting into evidence and unsworn information that wasn't, if it had been a statement of the defendant, it doesn't need to be sworn. Like if he, like if they can establish he said it, he wrote it, it's his, but something that is something that a lawyer wrote, any lawyer should know. Actually, now that I think about it, I did have a prosecutor do that in a case that I was in where he introduced something I filed and I made the argument, what, like, are you kidding me right now? It's not sworn. And it just like, it was like a surprise at trial, which it's like, well, it's not a surprise. You filed it, but how the hell did I know that you were going to try to use it? And that judge was a complete moron, though, so I'm not gonna talk about where he is, but he's literally really an idiot, and you've got a lot of morons on the bench, and he he let it in, and then I think I had to, like, call the former counsel to get some other facts in, and then just generally talk about how lawyers write shit that clients don't approve or have anything to do with.
I think a potentially criminal always says that, law of averages, like 50% is your dividing point for above average or below average. So take your average judge and realize that almost 50% of other judges are worse than that average judge. Whoever you would rank as an average judge, 50% of judges are worse than that judge.
I mean, they're just lawyers who have moved to the bench. You know what I mean? It's like they're
Not an
literally
You don't need to be a lawyer to be a judge in some places.
right, now
Small
technically
towns,
you
like,
don't.
oh, oh.
But mostly it's like, and then, when you're practicing for as long as Bob and I have practiced, we grew up with these lawyers who are now on the bench. So we know that they're just like, I remember what an idiot you were when you were a lawyer.
Oh my
I know
goodness.
you. I see you.
Oh goodness. Well, I think that was a great clarification. To me it comes off, I get a little bit of teacher pet vibes, which I think like every attorney does at some point, right? Like you don't want to step on the judge's toes, you don't want to piss the judge off. But there's times where we get a demeanor switch just because we know the jury's in the room when you were just like, when the jury wasn't there. And this almost seems like maybe you realize your argument was going to fail because the opposing counsel did their job and looked up a case on point to prove their argument rather than rely on just making what almost seems like a
Yeah,
common sense
common sense
argument.
argument. Right.
But like maybe it's you're used to doing this is your habit when you're not used to going up against somebody with a solid defense team who's going to make sure they try not to leave any stone unturned or leave any gaps that a dedicated prosecution with strong conviction will go to seek out to try to weaponize anything you don't do to 100% against you to get their way.
I
And
mean,
it
I
seems
think
like
that's
she's like, let me
see
just
what I
turn
can
this
get
into
by.
a good. I want to
Right.
keep the trial on track after just not letting the defense have these clips come in. Like,
Right. No, and I think that's a good observation, and I think it can play both ways. I think sometimes that is probably what's happening. They're like, how many lawyers just let me get by whatever the hell I say when I say it with authority? And then other times I really do think that the state is just being like doesn't know the law because I've seen it where they're really adamant and I'm like, okay,
actually obtuse.
I'm about to come back with the case that shoves this right up your ass. Okay. Like you needed this, So, but I do think
They
there
hate to
are
see Ali coming.
right. I mean, it's true. They do know which lawyers are gonna fucking cross their eyes, like gonna check them on whatever they say, and which lawyers don't. So I do think a lot of times you probably get a lot of prosecutors who are like, this flies with 90% of these defense attorneys, so I'm gonna do it. But then you probably also have some that really don't know, just like, there's lots of things that we as lawyers don't know, and then you're surprised when a lawyer's been practicing for so long and they say something that made like you did not just say that, but it happens all the time. So Melanie asks, Allie, would you want to be a judge? Bob's been always oh shit, I got to take this.
Okay. Well, brainstorm chat. Would you rather Well, okay. I guess this is a loaded question. Who, let's see. Would you watch if Ali had like a court show, like a daytime judge show, and Bob had a daytime judge show, and the shows ran at the exact same time? Who would you watch? Or would you get a second TV so you could watch both at the same time? Would you jump back and forth? Would you jump back and forth? I would jump back and forth. Yeah, so we have chat back right now. Hey, Mark, we have chat back right now because we're not streaming the trial. They're still on lunch for like another couple minutes here. And while court's on lunch, I believe Bob ran to go get meatballs. So Bob's making everybody lunch. I do see like court is gathering, but I don't see the judge on the bench. So I'll keep that, keep an eye on that. But some people are filing back into the courtroom. All right, yeah, a lot of boths in the chat. And a lot of alleys. Just a straight up yes from Nerdy Girl. Second TV here from Melanie. Ghost says Bo. Giggle says, oh. Or Allie. Oh my gosh. Nerdy says, oh, I'd watch Allie to be fair. Gina says both. I'd have to watch both. Guys, I would stream trials of Bob and or Allie being the judge. Or an appellate panel where you could have Bob and Allie and whatever else to fill up a panel. They would probably argue with each other in front of the appellant and the appellee, the lawyers that are making the arguments. They get like that limited time window to make arguments. You get 15 minutes, you get 15 minutes. And then sometimes the panel just takes up the whole time asking additional questions or kind of arguing through questions with each other. And that could be what we get. Matrimonial banter through an appellate panel bench. That would be a time. That would be a time. Oh, my goodness. That would be such a time. Melanie says, do I want to be a lawyer? I want to continue learning. But I think I'm better at kind of bringing people together to talk about cases, to have a conversation. But I do want to keep learning. But if I was a lawyer, then my time would be completely dedicated. I don't know how Ali and Bob can do a channel and be actual lawyers. Because I'm like 24/7 wrapped up in like researching other cases to continue like sharing articles or doing YouTube stuff. So I think I would have to give this up if I became a lawyer. And I like spreading the awareness and having the one-to-many reach. Let's see. Janine, so I'm like probably like more than 3. I'm probably closer to like 4 hours away from where this was happening because I'm up in Brevard County. So. Oh, and hey, Bob.
Hi.
Sorry, I'm listening to court in the other ear. The jury will go on a field trip this afternoon. I believe like they'll finish up with witnesses and then go on the field trip for the day. And from my understanding, they're going to wherever the boat is being held to view the boat in person. So to do a little looky-loo.
Oh, Amanda, when the cat's away, the mice will play. Mm-hmm. You'll have to ask Allie. I made them for her. I think they're okay. She likes the crushed red pepper in there to heat them up. She likes an arrabbiata. So she's doing double duty. She's snarfing and talking to somebody work-wise. So where are we at?
We're waiting. So there's people gathering in the courtroom. So, and guys, if you got something to get off your chest, get it off your chest now, because we're going to have to cut you guys out in like a minute or two here. The judge isn't back on the bench yet. While you were gone, we did replay the morning and the afternoon. And it seems like my impression is that the defense was talking about the state wanting to introduce a pleading from a motion to dismiss, but when asked about it in this afternoon portion, the state tried to re-steer and say, no, we're just going to use the interrogatories. We're great. We want to keep the trial moving. You love us, Judge.
Yeah.
So
I did hear
just,
her say interrogatories, but yeah, so they definitely were talking about a motion to dismiss this morning, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Pivot, state pivot.
Yeah, pivot because you were wrong. Case law goes against you. The defense attorney was prepared with case law, but you want to look good and
But
concerned about.
Didn't she say that the case that he presented to the judge with was in no way on all fours? Like, didn't she say?
Yeah, that's what she said. But that's why I think she tried to pivot to interrogatories. But the only reason to pivot to interrogatories is because you're making a strategic decision to no longer try to introduce the pleading from the motion to dismiss. So their argument in the context of what you were going to introduce was on point. But you changed what you want to introduce to just say like,
Right.
Not on point.
And the difference between obviously a motion to dismiss is that's a lawyer's words, whereas interrogatories are a person's words, whoever was directed to answer the interrogatories, I mean, the lawyers typically write them, but they're the words of the person that is answering the questions in theory.
Yeah. Yep. All right. I heard them say all rise, and I'm going to keep
all
it
rise.
He kind of sang it. He's like, all rise. So I'm going to play it. I'm going to make sure we play that part when we get queued up. But that means we have to part ways, chat.
Said that she just found you, Kat, during this trial with Bob and Ali. Nanny do. Welcome to the magic that is Kat. Love to see it.
Oh my God, I'm so glad we're collabing too, because this would just be something else without. I joked a long time ago about doing a stream where I like either didn't look at the chat or like I was just like partitioned away. I wouldn't look at anything, but I would react out loud as if I was just a juror with no outside information. I would try to have someone, I was going to ask somebody to like trim out sidebars so I'd only see what the jury would be able to see and just like let the chat watch me as a juror without, you guys can't say you're impacting my perception or helping me when I don't catch something because it would just be isolated.
Yeah.
And the chat, I thought it was a cool idea. And the chat's like, no, we want to like chat with you. We want to troll you. We want to be here. We want you to read our comments. And it was very endearing in a different way. It was like really heartwarming.
It's the only silver lining to this is now we know what it would be like not to have a chat. It increases the love that we have for the chat by being denied having it especially during a trial stream. It's one thing if we're doing a live, like on some subject matter like you last night, which by the way was
the
incredible.
Case is wrecked. That case is
I'm talking about your endurance, like going because you guys went forever, and then I'm like, my God, Kat's like going again.
We were playing a deposition with a jailhouse snitch who the state has apparently never called in a case, but he's proffered information on many cases. And in this particular case, they struck him from the witness list for trial 1, but after the jury hung in a mistrial, apparently wanting to acquit 5-1 with one juror not wanting to participate in deliberations, who wouldn't change their mind. The state's retrying, and they put this stricken jailhouse snitch back on the witness list. Defense deposed them because we can do that in Florida. It's awesome. And they're going through this guy's history. He's the guy that did like this Miami Heat and Hawks. He was fraudulently selling like partial interest, or was accused of selling partial interest in these professional sports teams, selling fake season tickets. And so he's got like these 20 prior, he said 20 would be a conservative estimate, his own words, of prior crimes of dishonesty. And yet the state's adding him back on their witness list for this retrial that's coming up. This is the Rashawn
what's
Jones
clearly
case.
Already a super shitty case.
In this courtroom. It'll be in the same courtroom that Judge Tinkler's in here with a different judge.
Man, the day ever comes that it becomes the norm or the state doesn't die on hills, it's going to be a great day. It's going to be a great day. You don't have to die on every hill. Sometimes your cases suck. Sometimes you have the wrong people. Just, own it. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid, state. It's okay. We know you don't get it right every time. Sometimes they arrest the wrong person. It happens.
That guy will be in custody by the time the retrial happens, September 14th. He'll have been in custody 5 years pre-trial. From
Now,
a
let me
cold
ask
case, this
you-
happened in 2006, and they didn't arrest him until 2021.
Let me ask you, Kat, based on all your knowledge about the case, which I know nothing about, is this they can't prove it, they can't meet their burden, or do you believe that this person's factually innocent?
I actually think he's factually innocent.
Okay.
But he's constrained. He can't talk about how they didn't investigate. They found no new evidence before they brought charges. They brought in a new detective, Detective Segovia, the balance of justice guy who has the burner accounts, talking on social media while he was like trial was happening and he was sequestered.
Yeah.
But he says that he just looked at the same stuff with fresh eyes. But then he also says that he didn't get the case file from the previous lead. So, like, what did you even look at with fresh eyes that you're like, oh, it's just, you guys probably think I sound crazy what I'm saying, but like, and that's not even a fraction of it. But we should do a Cat explains to Bob the Rashawn Jones case stream at
I'd
some
love to hear
point. and
hear it.
we'll do that so we can get back to, unfortunately, we're going to kick the chat out.
All right, you
But
ready?
we will bring you guys back whenever they go on their field trip. You guys can come on a field trip back to the chat.
Indeed.
Here I go, Bob. I'm disconnecting my chat.
Me too. Bye. We love you. All right.
Get this back on the screen. Also, Mom of Three says, what's the point of physically going to see the vessel? I should have answered that while we still had a chat.
Oh, Amanda had asked, Bob, is the little lawyer the same height as Ricky, the defense lawyer that last talked? I mean, he looks like a short guy. But the other lawyer, what's his name? Howard Shrebnick?
Howard Shrebnick, or Shrebnick, I don't know.
He looks tall. So like he's hard to like, he looks like he's 6'2", 6'3", but without scale. But the female prosecutor looks to be a pretty tall gal as well. But you know, I mean, I don't know. He looks to be about Rick's size, but I need scale. I'll have to.
On Monday, I can go in the court before they start and like try to stand next to Mark before he sits down, because I'm 5'9", so you'll know my height compared to him.
Yeah, perfect.
So I could do that.
Because it's like the little guy, like if he's at the podium and he's like this, you know, then yeah, maybe he's like 5'4". he's definitely a short guy. He's definitely
all right, Bob. Can you do what's like field trips for juries to see? Like, they're not going to see the environment or the area of the crash. They're not like going on a boat ride, but to see the vehicle. Like, imagine Karen Reed, everyone going to see the Lexus, or the jury here going to just see the vessel in wherever it's being held, some garage somewhere.
Going to see OJ's house, which was insane. They switched out all the photographs to put more black people on his wall of pictures. Have you ever seen that?
Did they really?
Oh my God. They did everything. So like knowing when the jury was coming, they're like, we have to make, because like at that point, Johnny Cochran had pivoted into, you know, like, oh, this is their frame.
They staged the house like a real estate listing.
Yes.
And get ready. This is this beautiful showroom.
OJ seem more black, because like when they went in, most of the photographs and portraits that they had on the walls in OJ's house were of white people. OJ with white guys. So they were digging and digging to try and find more pictures of OJ's with black people, so that he'd appear more black, because Johnny Cochran had pivoted and played the race card at that point in the trial. So, you know, I mean, I can't say that it didn't work, you know, because it's
like the things that you think about, the things that, the nuance.
I think that if you're asking kind of overall whether or not I think that field trips are helpful, I think the scene of the crime in terms of actual property, in terms of spatial type areas, and like understanding, you know, like if like with the corn rake case, like in that particular case, I think it would have been helpful for a jury to go in just to understand how small that particular shed was.
Is it like maybe she could have like stepped on it, because you'd walk in and the doorway, something fell, where she would have stepped? Was that what happened? She like stepped on? How did it?
Well,
she think she tripped and fell. Is that the defense theory?
Yeah, that's the defense theory, and the state is obviously saying that he buried it into her back intentionally, and you know, but that the concept was when they got to the post-conviction hearing, they put on some pretty powerful, frankly, I was pretty shocked by the decision. I did bail on that particular hearing, not for any reason in particular, just because life, but ultimately, he was denied post-conviction relief. But one of the theories was that shed was simply too small in size for him to be able to garner the speed in which to impale that thing in her back in that particular shed. So, they had some like biometrics and like they had
specific.
It was crazy. But in general, I don't know. Like, I think it can hurt the defense in some situations. And I think that it can help in some situations. It depends. In this particular case, going to observe the boat, if I'm the defense, I don't necessarily, I'm not thrilled about it because I don't know what it's bringing to the table.
I wonder if it's like the, maybe if you can see the depth, which maybe you wouldn't see in photos of how much the fiberglass was damaged, it could go to help the state's argument that the speeding, you must have been driving so quickly.
Oh, I think it definitely helps the state. I think it's helpful to the state. I don't think it's helpful to the defense. Like if I'm the defense, I probably would have fought against it. Just saying that the pictures themselves, show them all they need to see with it, because the rest of it is exactly all pro-state stuff.
Yeah, and I would argue the 3D spacing could be different than a flat photograph.
I mean, you're always like, just seeing it in person's clearly going to have an impact, but it's all going to be pro-state. Because like you said, when you see it and it looks like that portion of the hull is just absolutely ripped out and destroyed, you're going to be like, wow, he really smashed into that thing.
Hey, the state emphasized that fiberglass is not the same as steel, so it also made it seem like even a smaller, slower impact could do a lot of damage. But we're queued up. Let's do this.
Let's rock and roll.
You'll hear I think I went back to hear the guy sing, so you guys can hear what I was talking about. Got the soda.
I'm excited.
All right.
He sang it, right?
Jingle guy.
Look at him. He loves his moment.
Ready for me to bring jury on?
I think that my witness is on the other side of the hallway. Can I just make sure they're there?
They put it down there. Okay. Other than that, there's nothing else to do, right? Okay, yes.
Judge, so for the viewing of the vessel?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Pino is going to waive his right to be present if the court will accept that waiver.
I have no problem with that. I'm going to ask Mr. Pino, I think Mr. Pino's been sworn already.
Yes.
Today. Mr. Pino, we're going to be conducting the view of the vessel. We're scheduled to do that tomorrow morning. But we are going to actually be in court in the morning. Everyone's going to be present. We're going to be giving instructions to the jury, and then that's when we're going to all leave.
It is
you have the right to be present during this.
That's what she just said, right?
I missed.
So we're gonna meet in the court tomorrow. Look, I thought
she said they were
in the morning. Everyone's going to be present. We're going to be giving instructions to the jury, and then that's when we're going to all leave.
Oh wait, yeah, tomorrow morning.
Be in court. View of the vessel. We're scheduled to do that tomorrow morning. But we are going to actually be in court in the morning.
Scheduled to do that.
We're going to be giving instructions to the jury, and then that's when we're going to all leave. You have every right to be present during.
Doesn't really matter for court, but just so like we know.
Yeah.
Field trip. And present as the jurors are viewing, and they will have an opportunity to walk around the vessel, and they can get in the vessel, come out of the vessel, but no conversations, but they're going to be permitted to do that and set a certain amount of time for that. I understand that you do not wish to attend this viewing of the vessel, is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay. and you have the right to be there, you know that.
Thank you so much.
Okay? Has anyone influenced your decision in this
Not at all.
way?
Not at all, Your Honor.
So this is purely your decision.
That's correct.
We are going to continue with the proceedings though, but we probably won't be, we'll be back, excuse everyone for lunch, and then we'll probably resume in the afternoon, sometime around, say about this time, about 1:30, because I think it'll take us that long to accomplish. Is that, no problems with
That's
that?
fine, no problem, Your Honor.
Okay, very well.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
So they're just confirming that he'll be in courtroom that whole time.
Yeah, I imagine if he were to go to the,
He'd cry. I'm also glad they didn't ask him that question in front of the jury. Like, do you want to go see the boat, and then have the jury see him say no? I think that'd be kind of prejudicial.
Totally, it would be totally.
Oh, that's it.
I mean, the way I look at it is if the jury can take anything, any type of way, it should be taken with respect. You know what I'm saying?
Bob, I'm going to turn you up a little more, because I thought you were quiet.
Thought I was low.
Just on a hunch. This is why we need the chat.
Yeah, mine showing 133. Like, for some reason it cranks up when I turn off automatic. Like, booms me into like 130s, 140s. Weird.
Okay, wait, I can move you. I'm going to move you up a little bit.
And
then... All right, let's say, all right.
I'm going to be calling Mr. Mescolotto and Ms. Pino initially, and then I'll call the police officers.
All right, they're changing their order. All right, so I'm speaking at normal volume. Bob, can you say a sentence?
Yes, Bob, can say that.
Okay, it kind of looks like good waves.
I don't think it's good. Can you do that little fire graphic you had? That's cool.
No, sorry, I could zoom through this. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Want to watch one four times?
Hey!
Run!
Hey!
All right, welcome back, everyone. Okay, for lunch, we are ready to proceed. State and calling on service.
Yes, Your Honor. State to call Andrew Mescolotto.
Look at that cat.
Huh?
Who's Mescolotto?
Maybe the attorney from wherever they wanted to talk about these I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
It looks like an attorney.
Please solemnly swear from the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. You may have a seat, sir.
Good afternoon, Judge. Yes, Your Honor.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Good afternoon. My name is Andrew Mescolotto.
What is it that you do for a living?
I'm a maritime attorney.
How long have you worked in that type of field in law?
It will be 20 years this September.
Okay. Are you a sole practitioner, or do you work with other attorneys?
No, I'm a partner at the law firm of Furtick and Gramling. We're located in Fort Lauderdale.
About how many attorneys are in that firm?
We have 3 partners, including myself, and 4.5 associates.
And a half?
A woman that works part-time.
Gotcha. I would like to ask if you and your firm were retained to defend George Pino and his wife Cecilia Pino in regard to a lawsuit filed by the parents of Katharina, also known as Cathy Puig.
We were retained for that lawsuit, but we were involved before the Puig's lawsuit against the Pinos.
Understood. But you did in fact represent George and Cecilia Pino in conjunction with that lawsuit?
Yes.
Do you see George Pino in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you please point to him and describe what he's wearing?
He's the gentleman on my right side of the defense table with the blue blazer and blue tie.
For the record, pardon me?
Please stipulate.
Mr. Mescolotto, could you tell us, do you, in the course of your practice, engage in a process called discovery?
Yes.
Could you explain what is discovery?
So one area of my practice is representing persons in civil lawsuits. And the rules of court in Florida allow for certain activities in litigation, whether you're the plaintiff or the defendant, to better understand the issues raised by the adverse party, and to gather information you would need to discuss settlement or prepare the case for trial. So the rules of civil procedure allow for, in simple terms, written discovery where you're sending certain kinds of papers to the adverse party, and they also allow for live testimony in terms of a deposition. They allow for medical examinations of people that have injuries. There's various tools you can use to prepare your client's case for trial.
Are interrogatories one of those tools?
Yes, the written discovery I was describing includes interrogatories.
Okay. Can you describe for the jurors what is an interrogatory?
It sounds technical, but very simple. It's a list of written questions that your attorney sends to the opposing party, asking questions about liability issues, damage issues, other information that's pertinent to the case. So the questions are sent. The party that receives them has 30 days to read them, object, or answer under oath or under penalty of perjury.
In the course of your representation of Mr. and Mrs. Pino, did you receive from the Puig's attorney a list of those questions, also known as interrogatories?
Yes, we received 2 sets of interrogatories from the attorneys for the Puigs. One was directed to Mr. Pino, and the second set was directed to Mrs. Pino.
In order to answer those interrogatories, did you have to communicate respectively with Mr. Pino and Mrs. Pino?
Yes.
And is that because you were not there at the time the subject of the lawsuit occurred, specifically a vessel crash that occurred on September 4th of 2022?
In part, yes.
Okay. Now, in order to answer a question as to how the crash happened, did you have to rely on information from your clients?
In part, yes.
And did you tell your clients that the answers that they would give on these interrogatories had to be truthful under the penalties of perjury?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 2 exhibits which are in evidence, and they are states exhibits 13 and 12. Are these the interrogatories that you responded to, respectively, as to number 12, George Pino, and 13, Cecilia Pino?
Yes, these look to be the interrogatories.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
No questions, Ron.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're on disabled call, Cecilia Pino.
Do you solemnly swear from the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may have a seat, Ms. Pino.
Okay, got it.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the members of the jury?
Yes. My name is Cecilia Pino, and I am the wife. Sorry. My name is Cecilia Pino, and I'm the wife of George Pino.
Do you live in Miami?
I do.
How long have you lived in Miami?
My whole life.
You're how old?
I am 51.
Sorry, have to ask. Do you work?
I work with my husband.
Okay, what kind of work or business are you all in?
Real estate.
What is the name of your real estate agency?
State Street Realty.
What kind of real estate, or is it residential? What kind of?
It's commercial real estate.
Judge, I can't hear very well.
Oh, sorry, commercial real estate.
Thank you, thank you. Even if you think you're yelling, it's okay.
Okay.
Now, I know you said that you're married to George Pino. Is he in this courtroom right now?
Yes.
Okay, do you see him and can you identify him with
Yes.
part of his clothing?
Blue tie, blue shirt, and a suit.
Okay.
Stipulate.
All right, so.
And your husband, he's the CEO of that real estate agency?
Yes.
And you are in charge of the community relations, something along those lines?
Community relations, and I'm a sales associate as well.
Okay. And your father-in-law, is he the chief financial officer for that agency?
Yes.
And what exactly is the work that your husband does?
He sells real estate. He leases and sells real estate.
What kind of real estate?
Commercial real estate.
Okay. Has he been able to work since the time of this crash?
He goes in and he's working to the best that he can.
Okay. And does he actually have properties listed under his name as the selling agent?
There are several selling agents on all the listings.
But is he one of the listed agents on?
Yes, he is.
Does your husband drive a car?
Yes.
And has he been able to drive since the time of the crash on September 4th of 2022?
Yes, he drives.
Has your husband traveled internationally in December of 2022?
No. Internationally? No.
Did you go out of the country at any time after the vessel crash on September 4th, 2022?
We have gone out of the country.
Okay.
Are they showing his
To where?
life hasn't been impacted?
We went, my daughter studied abroad, and we went to Spain to visit her.
And when was that?
I believe it was March of 24.
Did you travel in December of 2022?
We did.
Where?
To Seaside, Florida.
To where?
Seaside, Florida.
Where's that?
The Panhandle of Florida, where near Pensacola.
And what was the purpose of that trip?
We went on a vacation.
Okay. I want to call your attention to the Labor Day weekend of 2022. Was there a birthday party celebration for your younger daughter?
Yes.
And she was going to be turning 18, is that right?
Yes.
How many girls were invited to attend the festivities over that weekend?
There were, including my daughter, 12 girls.
Okay. Where were they supposed to stay for that weekend?
We rented a house that we all stayed in.
Okay. Was this house like a mansion?
No.
Can you describe to the best of your ability what it looked like?
It was a typical normal house. It had about three bedrooms and bathrooms.
Okay. Did you guys have inflatable mattresses for some of the girls?
I believe we did, yes.
Was there a party planned for Sunday night of September the 4th of 2022?
Yes,
And was that supposed to be at a place called The Point?
yes,
Who coordinated that party?
my husband did.
Were you involved in the planning or paying for that party?
No,
Before that party, did you and your husband take these 12 girls, including your daughter, out onto Biscayne Bay?
yes, we did.
I have an exhibit here. It states exhibit number 8 in evidence. Can you take a look and tell me if this list represents the people that went out that weekend on the boat with you and your husband, including you and your husband?
Yes, that's correct, yes.
And aside from you and your husband, were any of these people over the age of 21?
No,
When you went out into Biscayne Bay that day, was this the first time your husband had ever operated that boat?
no,
Had you ever operated that boat?
yes.
How up, on that day, on September the 4th of 2022, can you tell the jurors, did you operate that boat?
No, I did not.
Who was the only person that operated the boat on September 4th of 2022?
My husband.
Did you serve as a lookout either on the way out toward Billy's Point or on the way back?
I don't remember.
Sounds like she didn't want to answer that to me.
Was there a cooler on your boat that had alcoholic drinks that afternoon?
There was.
Did you film a video that afternoon of the girls singing and dancing along to the song Uptown Girl?
I don't remember the song, but I did film the girls dancing and singing.
Showing counsel states exhibits 2G and 2H for identification. Mrs. Pino, I'm showing you states 2G and 2H for identification.
Yes.
Do you recognize what these photographs represent?
Yes.
Are these accurate photographs of what a bottle of Chambord and what a bottle of Prosecco looks like?
Yes.
The state moves 2G and 2H for identification and evidence.
No additional objections.
State Exhibit 2G, previously marked for identification, will become State Exhibit number 20 and 2H 21.
Look at these bottles.
Oh. Shocking.
And to be clear, state's exhibit number 20 is a bottle of Chambord.
Correct.
What is Chambord?
It's a liqueur,
What kind of flavor does it have?
These had to have come from her
I-
phone.
like a berry flavor, I think.
Okay.
Well, she's
And then
aware.
state's exhibit number 21, a bottle of Prosecco?
Correct.
Is that kind of like champagne?
Yes.
Do you ever combine Prosecco with Chambord?
Yes.
Did you on September 4th, 2022, while out at the sandbar?
I did. I had in a Yeti. I put some Prosecco and a little splash of Chambord.
Okay, and how many of those did you consume?
I had one or two.
Okay.
More importantly, George have any?
I'm now showing you state's exhibit number 10 in evidence.
I mean, she could have been a lookout anyway.
Do you recognize the girls in this photograph?
I do.
Are these the girls that were on your boat, with the exception of Mia, who took the photograph? Are these all the girls that were on your boat?
Yes.
They were all about 17, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Good Post-it notes hanging on there. Oh, they're taped,
Do
actually.
you
Never
know
mind.
how it is that your husband wound up smashing into channel marker 15?
Smashing.
The accident, how it occurred?
How did he wind up crashing into it?
I do not know.
Why not?
I was looking at my phone trying to send a text to the moms, a video of the video of the girls dancing. I was trying to send it to the moms, and I remember looking at the blue line and being upset and frustrated that it wasn't going through the text, and I was looking at my phone.
I'm showing you now State's Exhibit number 1. Who is this?
Lucy.
And she died because your husband crashed into that channel marker, right?
She died because there was an accident.
I asked you if she died because he collided with the channel marker.
I'm going to object to argument.
Sustained. Go ahead. Anything else? Sustained.
No other questions?
Cross.
Judge, can we have a brief sidebar? Brief, very brief.
Did the judges breathe out? All right. So while they do that, all right. Thoughts, guys? Thoughts on that direct?
I thought that last question was really kind of asking for a legal conclusion. I don't know. I don't think she clearly was not a friendly witness for the state. You know, she clearly did not want to be up there. My bigger question for you two ladies, and there goes one of the ladies. Do you think, and I think you should do a poll right now.
We can't do it without a chat. It's
I know.
tied to the feature. It's so
I
stupid.
know, but we could do a poll when we have the chat come back in. Do you think right now, where it stands, and obviously it's a fluid situation, do you think George is going to take the stand? And then Ali, if he was our client, do you think that we would call him?
I mean,
what would you take?
I don't see. I don't know. I mean, I guess it depends how much they get in, and you know me, I know no matter what they say, the jurors want to hear from them. So if there's a scenario where it won't hurt, but I don't know what he's like, his personality. We know he's an emotional wreck. So
yeah,
that's what.
Are they going to take that to be someone thinks he's faking?
Oh, they're not going to cross. Okay.
Who is she?
George's wife, Mrs. Pino.
His own wife? He didn't cross his own wife?
Cross-examination, and the witness will be under
what?
Maybe they're trying to nix any. Maybe he's going to take the stand. Maybe George will take the stand.
Well, she said
in their case.
the accident occurred. She said she was looking down at her phone.
Yeah, but I thought she was supposed to testify that those bottles in the thing came from everybody else and they were cleaning things up.
They have other witnesses for that too. We had testimony about that already too, from the other girls.
That they were everybody else's?
That they were.
What?
That Pino's boat was the closest.
My brain needs to think. My brain needs to think.
Maybe they wanted to cut off a recross. I mean, a redirect.
Yeah, that's gotta be. That's
I mean,
gotta be the only thing. That they thought that the state saved some stuff for recross.
Peter Delgado,
and they're like, all right, they're stuck with this. I think you're right, Kat. It's gotta be
Either
it.
that or maybe they think she held her own by correcting on the accident instead of saying yes. Like,
yes, it was my husband's fault. It's ruined our lives.
Well, because
just convict him now.
It can look like, oh, she did such a good job for us. We don't even need to cross. It's his wife. It can look that way. So I definitely think it's
true.
what Kat said. I think that they did not want to give them the chance to get at something they didn't get at. We can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
No. For the first time ever. Your volume's really low.
That boosted me down.
Oh.
No, I boosted it up earlier.
Am I too loud? This is what I'm at.
Good.
Okay, microphone's this way.
I'm at 54. Okay, we can't even hear you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Really?
Good afternoon. Could you please introduce yourself to the jurors?
Good afternoon. My name is Peter Delgado. I am a sergeant with the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, pardon my voice. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How long have you worked for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
I've worked for the Sheriff's Office for 10 years now.
All 10 of those years, has it been called the Sheriff's Office?
No, ma'am.
Can you explain to the jurors what the change was?
Yes, ma'am. We recently had a transition from the Miami-Dade Police Department to the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. 1961, we were a Sheriff's Office, we became a police department, and we are now a Sheriff's Office again.
Okay. Has that transition changed the type of work that you do as police agency?
No, ma'am. We still have all the same functions.
Can you tell the jurors, what is your current position within the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am. My current position is Sergeant of South District. I'm one of the supervisors in the south end of the county. It's the largest area in Miami-Dade County. Been a supervisor now for 1 month down there.
And when did you become a sergeant?
May 11th.
Okay, well, congratulations on your promotion. What is it that you were doing prior to becoming a sergeant?
So my prior assignment, I was assigned to the Marine Patrol Unit Underwater Recovery Team.
And how long did you work in that capacity?
6 years.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you, what is your day-to-day life like now as opposed to what it was when you were with the dive squad?
Yes, ma'am. My current assignment now is to supervise road patrol officers, ensuring that they're doing their duties as officers. Paperwork, mostly administrative, handling complaints, making sure reports are turned in on time, and that arrest affidavits are correct.
You were in, forgive me, what is the name of the unit that you're in again?
Currently or before?
Current, pardon me, prior.
The Underwater Recovery Team, Marine Patrol Unit.
Okay. Is it fair to shorthand it with Marine Patrol?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When did you go into that agency, or that part of your agency?
I believe it was November 2019.
Before that, what were you doing?
I was a road patrol officer in the Hammocks District of Miami-Dade Police Department.
So were you one of the officers that you now are tasked with supervising?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What is it that fostered your transition from working as a road patrol officer to going into the Marine Patrol?
I had a passion for diving as a child. I became a police officer like my father. We had a dive shop when we were growing up, and I was able to mix both professions into one.
Could you tell the members of the jury what kind of tasks were you called upon to do when you were in the Marine Patrol Unit?
My primary day-to-day tasks as a Marine Patrol officer was evidence searches, vehicle searches and recovery, unfortunately person recoveries, article searches, anything of value that a bad guy would throw in the water, we would go search for.
I want to ask if on September 4th of 2022, were you working as a Marine Patrol officer?
Yes, I was.
Did you receive a call to go out to an area of Biscayne Bay where a boat crash had occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember about what time of the day it was that you got that call?
It was noontime, later in the afternoon, around 6:30, 7 o'clock approximately.
Where were you when you got that call?
I was at Black Point Marina.
Is there a police station of sorts there?
Yes, there is. Marine Patrol has 3 operational offices. Black Point Marina is 1, Matheson Hammock Marina, and Pelican Marina.
Okay. Are you the only person that's at that location, Black Point Marina, when this call comes in?
No, ma'am.
Were there other officers that you go with to this call?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, because you were a member of the underwater recovery team, would it be normal for you to go out on a call like this?
Yes, due to the fact that, we are boat operators as well.
Got it. So who, if anyone, do you get on a police patrol boat with once you get that call?
I got on the vessel with, at the time, Officer Bobby Bruto, and I believe Thomas Kennedy.
What was the staffing like for that weekend?
That weekend, it was because it was a holiday weekend. We usually have all personnel working, so it was a little bit more beefed up than usual.
Even if it took a while to ultimately get to the scene where help was needed, did you ultimately make contact with a person that you later learned was named Luciana or Lucy Hernandez?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe for the jury, where was that location?
It was on the scene of a boat crash, marker 15 at Cutter Bank.
Sergeant, I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 2, which is in evidence. Do you see a series of green dots on this?
Yes, ma'am.
Do those dots represent the general area of Cutter Bank?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, will the witness step down for a moment, please?
Yes, please.
Would you be able to point out, using this chart, the approximate location where you and Officer Bruto wound up responding?
Look at Mark running over there.
Thank you.
Hey, pause it real quick, Pat.
Yeah.
Can you just?
We got a Venmo question from Tiffany. Do you think the defense is waiting until their case in chief to call Mrs. Pino since she was told she's still under subpoena?
I was thinking that at first, and then I thought, what could they want to get into that was outside? So that's a very, very good observation. It was something that crossed my mind, but I was afraid to comment because I didn't pay attention to her direct. So I didn't know. I didn't know.
I paid attention to it, and it was brief. You didn't miss much. I mean, she was on the stand for all 5 minutes.
So were there areas that you think the defense would want to explore that they didn't touch on and would have been outside of the scope? Is to tie it into the question.
I think we have to interplay it with that concept of, if you guys are right, that maybe the defense looked at it like, wow, they were waiting to do some things on redirect after cross. They didn't hit it, and maybe we're willing to not put her on again in fear of her being subjected to cross if they're concerned about some things.
Right. Or combining the two, back to the question, and saying, all right, when we call her on redirect and we limit her in a box, which she's supposed to be stuck in that box, but
you know, in this
when it's
court.
right, and when it's the state side of things, they somehow the rules never apply, and they're like, oh yeah, that's within the scope.
Have at it. It's cross-examination, counselor.
I mean, you said the words today, so it must be anything that happened today. So
yeah,
I mean, you make a very good point, and it could have played into it for sure.
And I mean, the fact that she's still under subpoena and that they didn't release her means that she's in play to be called during the defense's case in chief for sure. I don't think, like Kat was saying, I think other witnesses are probably more credible just because of the bias coming from Mrs. Pino as to her husband with respect to like kind of the refuse, the alcohol refuse that was picked up. I think that's better coming from somebody else as opposed to her, because even in that short period of time, you could tell she was slightly combative. You know, she certainly has her husband's back, like that was evident in the way that she rephrased, you know, the question that the state posed it, or, you know, did your husband cause her death? And, you know, she was carefully rephrasing that to say that the accident caused her death. So, but you can tell she was not a friendly witness for the state, which you'd expect, unless there's been some heavy duty. Like, I can't imagine what's going on between that husband and wife behind closed doors, like after this thing went down, you know, like, especially if he's like not able to give a reason as to why this thing happened. Like, well, yeah, I was looking at my phone. I wasn't paying attention to what was in front of me, whatever the case may be, whatever the reality of the situation is, if he does recollect it, you know.
I can't imagine they didn't get his phone records and extraction to see if he was.
You would think so.
Yeah.
But if someone was showing a phone like, look, I'm trying to send this message and it's not sending, then it wouldn't be on his phone.
Right. Like like his wife.
Wait, what are you talking about? Say it again.
So
Like if someone was showing their device to him, the records wouldn't be on his phone that he had any activity.
Oh, yeah.
like his wife, who was trying to send the Uptown Girl video out to all the other moms, and she could have been like, "Oh, like see
watch
if
this
we can
video."
send this." Yeah,
I've had this in my head for the last few days that I just think it's more plausible that he was literally watching this up. Like here, I made a joke about it earlier. Like, oh, watch this Uptown Girls video, and
Yeah.
that's the distraction. And I don't know if like the state has considered that. Their position seems to be you recorded this Uptown Girls video, correct? Which means you were in possession of your phone, and then they didn't really get into it, but those bottles, those pictures had to come from her. They still had alcohol in them, right? They weren't like, I don't think they recovered. That was a picture on the boat before it capsized.
yeah. They
So
look like
it seems like
they
she
were-
took pictures before.
Yeah, because
so
the
she would
Chambord
be
still had
aware.
the cap on. You know, obviously the Prosecco bottle didn't, but the Chambord was still capped. So clearly that wasn't garbage. Do you know, Kat, have they, in terms of the seating chart, where was Mrs. Pino sitting?
I thought she was in the cabin with near George or like next to. I think one of the girls identified that. Maybe I have it written on one of the ones. Let me see if I have it with her identified.
Let's see.
Okay, it's tiny, but passenger 4. No, that would be on the bow.
Okay.
Oh, that's Junior. Never mind, that's Junior. Cecilia Pino's 1, so it's in the cabin with the operator.
All right, so she's
Which
sitting in
is-
the other captain's chair. So there's probably 2 captain's chairs, one for the captain of the boat, and then there's usually one. So like I mean, your concept is totally plausible.
I think that's
Because
And
I
that's-
mean, the timing of it like is perfect, like absolutely perfect. She just said that she doesn't know what happened when, you know, and if she's clearly looking at the video, she thinks it's adorable. She's getting ready to send it out. George, look at this video. It's so, you know, and he's looking down at it. Is the video 9 seconds? I mean,
somebody rewatch the Uptown Girls video.
Yeah, and
report back.
yeah, put a stopwatch on that thing. Say if it's 9 seconds. So
But that's just like, and I say that because I don't go on boats like that, but I feel like I hate the idea that like, oh, look at this, like trying to show somebody who's driving a car something while they're supposed to be keeping their eyes on the road. Like even that quick glance can cause someone to drift and sway. Just like a split second. And it's really dangerous, but when you get comfortable doing things, you're like, no big deal.
right.
And I think that's the downfall of someone like his experience boating. I don't think the issue is so much he's so experienced that he must have been drunk or there's no other way. I really think it could be as simple as he's so experienced. He thought it was no big deal to sit here and watch this Uptown Girls video. And lo and behold, we crash, which there's a degree of negligence there. Is it culpable negligence?
Yeah,
That's
I
for the
mean,
jury, but that's very different than concluding that you must have been impaired because why else would you?
And plus, it's really him kind of taking a bullet for his wife. Yes, I mean, he did it. If that is the case, if she's like, George, take a look at this video, it's so cute, and he's looking at it, obviously he said, no, I'm captaining the ship right now, and I can't divert my eyes for one moment. Step away, woman. You know, but the reality is it's
He still is operating though.
right. He's still operating, and it was under his own volition that he would have chose to look and avert his eyes. So, but still, internally between husband and wife, like if she's the one who's like,
She's crying and feeling guilty, snot nose, like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I made you look at that video. I just blah, 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 blah.
I mean, it's a thing. So yeah, it's a really interesting concept. And like, we're serious. Somebody go back and check and see how long the Uptown Girl video is. If it's like 7, 8, 9 seconds, I think we're cooking with gas. So, I mean, in terms of what might have happened.
Yeah, could be that Uptown Girls video. And quick note, I don't know, does this work the same for you guys? But I think in Florida, my general understanding of spousal privilege is it protects more like communications that are just between, like it doesn't protect something that involves other parties. It would be conversations between a husband and wife or partners, whatever, where there's an expectation that it's only between us.
Yeah. If there's anybody else present, it breaks privilege. You know, I mean, that just like the way it does for attorney client. Like if we've got our client in the office with us and they're their folks are there with them. We're like, look, we've got to talk to our client. You guys have to get out of the room because otherwise there's no privilege. So it's same concept. Yeah. So, I mean, that's not to say that, you know, if like the music is cranked, which I'm sure it was, you know, you're not out on a boat like this with 11 girls without music cranked, you know, like, so whatever.
They're listening to Uptown Girls.
Or whatever's on one of their playlists that he has plugged in, you know. I mean, who knows? Like, there's just so many different things that could have happened. Like, one of the girls is like, you know, even his daughter's like, dad, like, because like typically in a boat, like, you're gonna have whoever's controlling the boat and you've got a phone plugged in if you're trying to access somebody's like Spotify or Apple Music or whatever, you know, you're the one who's going to be controlling it. And if like there's a request for a song and you're diverted attention because you're trying to scroll, you know, and the kid doesn't get up to scroll and select the song themselves, and they're like, dad, play whatever. I mean, I've been there, you know, so it's just like, there's a lot of potential scenarios wherein, and clearly he must not have seen it coming up. Or if he did, like you said, Kat, I mean, it just takes a couple of seconds and you're off course, you know, like you're off the road in a vehicle and you'd be off course on a boat because you might not necessarily realize that you're moving, you know what I mean? One way or another. It's like, I hate to admit it, but there's been plenty of circumstances when I'm looking at my phone, I look up and I'm like on the shoulder, you know?
Oh no.
Yeah, it's bad.
Well, don't get in an accident and replay this clip here.
Yeah.
I was about to say, I think this is a great reminder that like everybody, like I really don't have a problem when I see that law enforcement's doing one of those monthly summer initiatives where they're gonna try to not the girl who had, like, she's missing the hand and they accuse her of holding a phone in her right hand. We still need probable cause. We still need to do proper investigations and make sure we have our facts right.
I love that video so much. She's like,
right?
like, you clearly didn't see me holding a phone in my right hand because I don't have one.
So
yeah, that was
still the accusation needs to be properly brought, but I do like the reminders that I see law enforcement put out there sometimes, like, don't text and drive. We're going to crack down on that, because I do think it's something that a lot of people take for granted because it's just a split second that you're going to be looking at that device. But I mean, even if you don't look at your own phone, I'm sure anyone that drives, you know, you've been on the road and you've seen somebody in front of you doing that kind of sway thing, and it seems like they're probably looking at their phone, and you just see that happening more and more on the road, and I think it's so dangerous. And
I always assume every rear ender that I see on the expressway is because somebody was looking at their phone.
There's no reset button, there's no rewind in real life. So but yeah, that's my soapbox. Ali, you got anything?
I do not.
All right, let's hit this play on this guy who's had let me get the boat off the screen. Get us back up here. Here we go.
Describe for the jurors what's happening when you get to that location. What do you see?
Upon arrival via vessel, we observed the medical helicopter, Miami-Dade Fire helicopter, dropping down a paramedic, I guess with some sort of harness. I don't know exactly what the terminology would be for it. And several vessels with people on board.
Okay. Are you familiar with the police term to arrive on a 3?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to the jurors, what does it mean to arrive on a 3?
Yes, ma'am. To arrive on a 3, a code 3 in Miami-Dade County is a high priority emergency, which means arrive with lights and sirens.
Was the police boat that you were on equipped with emergency lights?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you guys use sirens too on boats?
We do have sirens.
Can you describe, once you arrive there, do you see a person that is having CPR performed on her?
Yes, ma'am. It was a very chaotic scene. A lot of people everywhere. Once we got up to the boat, that the bystanders that were attempting to help were on, and we identified that they were actually doing CPR on Lucy Hernandez. We went boat to boat and began to board the vessel to render aid.
Once you get onto the vessel where Lucy's at and CPR is being performed on her, are you all able to put her on a backboard?
Once we board the vessel, yes, we did.
What is the importance of having a backboard for something like that?
The importance, especially out on the water on a trauma victim, is for stabilization of the patient. It's to make sure that if she has any injuries that we cannot see, especially to her spine, nervous system, brain, to try to contain it as much as possible because we don't want to hurt her.
Can you describe the process by which you actually strap somebody to the backboard?
Yes, the backboard has several straps, and we do cross-body strapping to the victim to make sure that they're secure.
Do you have to tuck in their arms?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you do that?
We try to cross them across their chest temporarily, just to make sure that we don't cause any more injury or entrap them while we're moving them.
Once Lucy is placed onto the backboard, are you and your coworkers able to transfer her from the Good Samaritan boat onto a police boat?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it the same police boat that you had arrived on?
No, I think it was a different vessel. At that point, it was a larger vessel.
Do you know an officer by the name of German Alec?
Yes, ma'am.
Was he there at that scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he have a boat that was a little bit bigger than the one that you and Officer Bruto had been on?
Yes, ma'am. The Officer Bruto and myself responded in what we call an 850 impact, which is a soft collar boat with 2 engines. Officer German Alec at the time responded with a triple engine contender. It's about 35 feet long.
Is it a bigger boat?
It has a lot more room in the back to perform our duties.
Is it a faster boat?
Yes, it is.
Now, what was the weather conditions like that afternoon going into the early evening hours?
It was a light chop in the bay. It was a pleasant day for the most part. A little bit of chop in the bay.
Even if you're on a larger vessel like a contender.
That's the first time we've heard anything but
and
calm,
the
right?
Seas are relatively calm. If you're
Look at her,
speeding through the
she's
waters,
correcting it.
is it going to be bumpy?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe?
So while you're moving underway, especially as you're picking up speed, you're going to go over chop, and that's going to cause vibration and movement in the vessel. Especially when you're trying to get on plane, the waves are hitting further back, so you're still receiving impact and motion on the vessel.
What do you mean when you're on plane?
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
When on plane, it means that your vessel is almost at the best running angle and speed, where you're touching the least amount of water and creating less drag. So that's where your vessel becomes more optimal for traveling at speed.
Was the Elliott Key Ranger Station the closest place to where you were at that time that a helicopter could land?
That is usually the case because it has a big clearing that we use, and usually those helicopters, because we can't just land them anywhere, that's usually the spot that we land them.
Do you, in fact, remain on the boat that Lucy was placed on when it starts to depart?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it heading toward Elliott Key Ranger Station?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe what was going on the back of that boat as you were en route to Elliott Key?
Yes.
Judge, 9401, 9403.
Go ahead.
While in emergency mode, while performing CPR, we were on the vessel. We were with the paramedic. The paramedic was attempting to intubate and to get a positive airway for Lucy while we were doing CPR and trying to get the AED machine, the defibrillator, to try to see if the machine, if she was in what we call defibrillation, to get her heart started again. So we performed CPR to the best of our abilities while underway. It was very hectic, but we did the best we could until we got to the ranger station, or to Elliott Key.
Have you had to undergo certification in and training in performing CPR on someone?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times have you gone through that type of training?
We do a yearly training, and I am one of the instructors.
Okay. In a best case scenario, patient is on flat ground. Is performing CPR easy to do?
No, ma'am. It is extremely strenuous and very physically demanding.
Can it sometimes result in bruised ribs or even broken ribs when done properly?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you perform CPR on Lucy yourself the whole way? or
They're
did
trying
you
to go
rotate
for
out with
the
other
drowning and the
officers?
alcohol and no other injury.
I did not perform CPR solely myself. We rotated amongst the other officers due to fatigue, and we wanted to maintain the correct rhythm and depth of compression. So we all rotated.
Does there come a point in time when you wind up actually at the Elliott Key Harbor?
Yes, ma'am.
To your knowledge, was Officer Alec going as fast as he could to get there?
I believe so, ma'am.
Even if under the best of circumstances, it's difficult to perform CPR, what was it like trying to perform CPR on Lucy as you're underway in this boat?
Extremely difficult.
Did the fire rescue worker have trouble trying to even intubate Lucy?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us about how long it took to get from the scene where you had recovered Lucy till the time you get to Elliott Key?
It was definitely more than 30 minutes, I feel.
Can you walk the jurors through what happens once you get to Elliott Key?
Once we're at Elliott Key, again, myself and the other officers that are rendering aid to Lucy, we hear the helicopter as we're coming in. We're continuing compressions on her. We're continuing to perform CPR. Once we get there, we, as a team, get her off the vessel on the backboard and walk her while holding the backboard with her on it to the helicopter for an extraction.
What do you mean extraction?
Where they put her on the helicopter and lift her out of there.
Okay. Once you get Lucy onto that helicopter, do you stay at Elliott Key Harbor?
No, ma'am.
What do you do next?
We go to, well, we make the decision that we need to go back and help the other patients.
So do you go back to a scene where there's a larger vessel that has a platform on the back of it?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your primary focus once you get to that second vessel?
Triage.
What do you mean by that?
For what that means is that I'm gonna start to evaluate different patients for injuries and treat from the worst. The worst takes priority. So we try to help the people that are in most need with what resources we have.
Okay. At some point while you're dealing with that boat that has a platform, does another vessel come along with a person that you later learned is named George Pino?
Yes.
Did you ever make contact with George Pino that afternoon?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see George Pino in this courtroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please point to him and describe an article of clothing he's wearing so our record will be clear?
George Pino, blue tie, blue suit with a pin.
Stipulate.
In your mind, at that time, was George Pino a criminal defendant?
Not at that time.
In your mind, was he someone that needed to be triaged and assessed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever handcuff him?
No, ma'am.
Pull a gun on him?
No, ma'am.
Yell at him?
No, ma'am.
Threaten him?
Not one.
Did he ever lose consciousness in your presence?
Not while in my presence.
Did he ever appear incapable of understanding what's going on?
No, ma'am.
Did he appear like he was maybe in shock or dazed?
No, not really.
Was he responsive to requests that you made of him?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, do you wind up leaving that secondary vessel and terminating your work for that crash that day?
At the end of the shift, yes.
Okay. I want to ask if you were asked to come back to the Cutter Bank area the very next day.
I was.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what was the purpose of you going back out there?
Yes, ma'am. So as part of being a Marine Patrol diver, part of our responsibility is to assist other agencies with evidence searches or whatever it is they need. We responded to conduct an evidence search of the crash site.
I want to ask you a little bit more about your position specifically as a police diver. For how long have you been a police diver?
At the time, approximately 3 years.
Did you have to, even if you already knew how to scuba dive, did you have to take specific training in police diving that would be different from like recreational diving?
Yes, ma'am. I have extensive training. My current title is Master Scuba Diver Trainer and Specialty Instructor.
Can you describe what the difference is between recreational diving and diving for police business?
The difference is that as for recreational diving, you would be looking at fish, or it would be joyful. Or when we do police diving, it's for a single purpose, and that is recovering evidence, things of evidentiary value.
Can that even be at nighttime?
Yes, ma'am.
Can it be in murky waters?
Yes, ma'am.
Can it be in waters where you hardly have any visibility?
Sometimes zero.
And can it mean sometimes retrieving dead bodies?
Yes, ma'am.
In this particular case, when you went out to Cutter Bank to assist with the police diving, who was the agency that was leading that effort?
FWC, Florida Fish and Wildlife.
If any evidence was recovered from the bottom of the bay, who would be responsible for ultimately impounding it and preserving it as evidence?
It would be FWC.
Okay, but you're there just to assist?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times over the course of your career by that time had you done police dives, do you think?
Police functions, hundreds at that point.
Okay. Now, was this near the Cutter Bank channel?
Yes, ma'am.
I want to ask you if you can tell the jurors a little bit about what the channel markers for that channel look like.
There are a set of, there's basically, it's a channel that runs approximately north and south. There's two sets of channel. There's markers on the right side of the channel, markers on the left side of the channel, or east and west. They are green on the east side of the channel, and they are red on the west side of the channel. And usually the color distinction or means red right return is the term we use that lets you know that you're heading into land or that land is on that side. And that lets you know that your orientation if you're traveling without a GPS or anything like that.
Showing counsel states 2E and 2E for identification. Sergeant, do you recognize the channel markers in states exhibits, 2E and 2D?
Yes, I do.
Are these pictures of channel markers 14 and 15
Yes, ma'am.
in Cutter Bank?
Yes, ma'am.
I've moved states 2D and 2E for identification and evidence.
Objection.
State Exhibit 2D, previously marked for identification, will become State Exhibit number 22. And State Exhibit 2E for identification will become State Exhibit number 23.
So Sergeant, I'm going to first ask you about State's Exhibit number 23. I see a red triangle with the number 14 on it.
Yes.
So if this triangle shaped red marker is in Cutter Bank, where would we know to look for that on that chart that I just had?
That marker would be if you're traveling southbound down that, it should be on your right-hand side or port side.
Let's make it a little easier for the jury. I'm going to show you now State's Exhibit number 1C. Pardon me, let me show this to the defense counsel. Do you recognize the location depicted in States 1C?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that an image of where Cutter Bank is?
That is a very accurate depiction, yes.
Okay. You want to make the witness have permission to step down for a moment?
Yes, ma'am.
So if a person is traversing, could you please respond? So, if a person is going from the north to the south, okay, on what side of this exhibit would the red triangle markers be?
The red would be closest to land, which would be this side.
Okay, and so looking at State's Exhibit number 23, channel marker 14, where would that be in relation to this channel? Is it toward the northern part or to the southern part?
Southern part.
So that will be there, and now if I look at State's Exhibit number
The
22.
Bureau's head is in the way.
We have a
It's like
green
blocking the whole exhibit.
square channel.
He's not short enough.
Where would that be located in relation to Cutter Bank?
Directly across from 14 here.
I'm sorry, I need you to keep your voice down.
Sorry, ma'am. It would be right here across from 14.
Okay, so can I ask you to hold on to State's Exhibit number 23? And you hold that up, and I'll hold number 15 up. Is this kind of like an approximation of what?
The camera's
we see as
trying.
approaching channel
So
numbers
hard.
13 and 15? Thank you.
You see a hand come out the side.
Hey, move your hat, bro.
Permission 0.
What are those channel markers made out of? Are they plastic?
No, ma'am.
What are they?
Usually the channel markers, especially in that area, they're made of steel columns. And the channel marker itself, the one that has numbers and the colors, is usually aluminum.
Okay. And can you describe what type of aluminum this would be?
Like a stop sign. It's a very, very robust piece of metal.
Can you describe what happens to things that are in salt air and salt water?
Yes, ma'am. Well, they're frequently replaced due to corrosion. They rust.
Are they prepared with any specific type of paint to try to help prevent that?
I believe so. I think they almost use the same stuff that we use on the street signs here, like the stop signs, so that they last longer to the elements.
Have you ever operated a vessel in that area at nighttime?
Yes.
Are you able to see the channel markers at nighttime?
It's very difficult until you're very close.
What about in the daytime? Is it difficult at all to see the either red triangles or the green squares?
From my perspective, on a clear day, no.
During that police dive that took place near Cutter Bank, was there a capsized vessel there?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe what it looked like?
A boat upside down with heavy damage.
What kind of a boat was this?
I don't remember the exact make and model of it. I know it was a twin-engine vessel.
Did it have a canopy?
I believe it did. I'm sure it did. It was just, I think, underwater or destroyed.
Okay. Did you locate anything in the vicinity of that capsized vessel during your police dive?
Yes, ma'am. During the evidence search, I was tasked to look for small articles. I ended up myself locating several cell phones and I believe a set of earrings.
Lastly, Sergeant, I want to ask you, on the day that you responded to the scene where Lucy was and then went to that secondary location, were you wearing a body-worn camera?
I was, ma'am.
Okay, and also known as BWC?
Yes,
fair to
ma'am.
say?
Mhm.
Okay. Did that BWC capture what was going on around you as you were either at the boat where Lucy was initially or your transportation of her from that location to Elliott Key Harbor?
My body-worn camera, I activated it the entire time I was there.
Were clips of that body-worn camera footage prepared for the jurors?
Yes, ma'am.
So we don't have to sit here for hours watching you traverse, say, from Black Point Marina up to Boca Chica?
Correct.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity prior to this trial to look at each of those clips that were isolated for you?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And were those clips true and exact copies of what your original complete body-worn camera footage was?
Yes, ma'am.
And after viewing those clips, did you actually affix your initials to the jump drive that they were placed onto?
I did, ma'am.
For the record, I'm showing counsel states 2F for identification. Inside this purple envelope is a jump drive, and it says the word Delgado, and then there's a couple of scribbly looking
That's
things.
me.
Did you put your initials on that?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that to signify that you've seen what's on this jump drive and it is a true and accurate depiction of your body-worn camera footage?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
They zoomed in on Jonathan Borsch's sign-in picture.
What a guy. What a guy. Smiling Johnny.
He looks like he might have good password security. Got a lot of digits there.
When you saw these clips, are they individually labeled?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I move States 2F for identification and evidence.
Yes, Judge, previous objections.
State Exhibit 2F, previously marked identification, will become State Exhibit number 24.
I'm sorry, what were these again?
24, Judge. You're welcome.
Your Honor, may the witness step down so he can observe his hand?
Yes.
Sergeant, if you sit there, I think everybody will be able to see.
Your Honor, may you approach before these videos are shown, please? Thank you.
Right, we're doing a sidebar.
Sidebar.
Still looking at the screen though.
It's exciting. It's an exciting screen.
Put Borsch picture back up.
Smiling Jimmy. Allie, you're really working on something diligently there. What's going on there, girl? You're muted on top of it.
I'm done.
How are the meatballs?
So good, but the thing about like not eating for long periods, I just ate too much.
Oh yeah, you do the itis inducing thing.
And you know, at my age, sitting on a chair for 12 hours a day is not conducive.
All right, follow me.
Where's the ball?
I know. I know. It's right there.
The Bob and Bob.
Back. But sitting on it for too long hurts my butt. But I gotta do it until it hurts and then switch back. That really does much. I know that was our big plan, but
what?
Oh,
the chair.
Sorry. I didn't realize we're kicking
the
the
ball?
jury out until I saw feet.
The ball, right?
I think the ball's great.
We need walking desks.
Standing desks. Oh, yeah.
Can you see?
Yeah, I'm good.
Just for the record, this is going to be states number
1 through 6.
24. Thank you. This is states 24. There's clips that are labeled 1, arrival in triage, 2, transfer Lucy, 3, arrival at JP boat. The next one is Pino 1, then Pino 2, then Pino 3. I'll just play them in series if that's all right. Yeah.
Why didn't we do this earlier?
Great question. pretty hellish sounding.
Ah. Like they really needed this. I don't understand it.
Well, it's torture. It's torture the family.
And the jurors.
I think that lady in the back is like looking at the camera like, why are you zooming in on them?
That clip is 5 minutes. The next one is going to be 50 seconds, and this is styled as transfer Lucy.
Lower the volume again.
Memory is failing me. I don't recall these ever being displayed in court.
Thought there was going to be argument.
The next clip is styled as arrival at JP boat. That's 2 minutes, 10 seconds.
needs to go? Who else?
The next clip is titled Pino One. It's 30 seconds long.
Who else needs to go? Who else? Guys, what do you need?
We're trying to get your response everyone brought to LET.
Okay. They're working. Got it. You guys need a back for this.
She's in serious condition also, so we're going to need
Yeah.
That was only 7 seconds, remember?
Okay.
This one is 1 minute.
Thumbs up. Take care of that over there. You got a nick in the back of your head. Yeah. I think your back hurts. I think I get here. I got this back here. Lean back. We got you, right? Do not close your eyes. Hey, are you guys going on it? Do you have any?
Is that Pino? That is like visible blood, like enough to pour down.
I need him to have a 50. Yeah, Sassy, I'll talk to you now. I love you. Oh my God, look this way. This is how to talk to the lady. Oh, she's the one broken. She has a broken arm, right? Who has a broken arm? And I think she's in the back. All right. Is it key? You're right. All right. It happens. Relax. Fall asleep on me. Let me get to the back work. All right, Mom.
That was it for the clips.
All right, I'm ready to adjust. Clip number 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are admitted over any defense objection. As far as clip number 1, the arrival up to the point of reaching Ms. Hernandez, the officer getting on the boat, initial, getting her on the backboard, moving her over to the other boat. Once she's over into the boat, that's that. Nothing after that. There is still defense objection, I believe. I'll let you make your own objection. But nothing after, once she is transferred to the larger police vessel. No. He described it in his testimony. That's sufficient.
Would I be able to publish these, but just stop it at that moment and then replace with another one that has
That's
that
what I was
part?
going to ask. To ensure, make sure we're going to get to that point as soon as you see, and we see the transfer,
Yes,
that's where the video stops.
absolutely.
I know the defense still has objections, make whatever objection you have to anything else, but that's out.
So we filed pretrial motions on this. We continue to insist that all of this is, I mean, it's hard to watch all of us here watching it, including members of the audience who are obviously affected by it. And I think that unfortunately that it's going to have that kind of effect on the jury, and we what else can we say, Judge? You saw for yourself.
understand, and I have to balance again, whether or not relevant evidence, I'm fine if it's relevant, whether or not it becomes unduly prejudicial. I think what I've excised out, it's not necessary to the jury's understanding of the issues of the case. The rest, while difficult, it will be difficult to see. There will be other evidence, I'm sure, that's already been admitted, and other evidence that will be difficult to see. Anyone who feels uncomfortable or unable, I'm going to ask anyone who is unable to be in the
like
courtroom,
jurors?
instead of having responses in front of the jury, it would be more appropriate to please remain outside.
And since the court had already admitted the narrative from the witness, what we have now is just corroboration of that which is not in dispute. So we are not disputing what the officer described. Our view is that the jury need not see it to believe it. We all know that it happened. We're all sorry that it happened, but is it really necessary for the jury to have to see it in order to determine the issues in the case? We think not.
I understand, sir, and that is preserved for any review if necessary. Okay, so with that caveat, again, if anyone even thinks that they may become uncomfortable with anything, it's best to stay outside. So there's no response in front of the jury. All right, very good. And I'm sorry, between the jury, when he brings them back and forth, just be very certain not to display any kinds of, and this, again, is a general comment to everyone, please not to display any kind of emotion.
So that the instructions are clear, because the record doesn't have what you've seen. The moment when clip number 1 stops.
Do you want the witness first before I bring the jury?
Yes.
So that as to clip number 1, the jury will not be observing the administration of CPR? Is that?
Well, once there's a transfer to the larger vessel, which is then brought to the helicopter, that's in clip 1. That's when it stops. That's when it's going to be stopped, upon the transfer onto the other boat.
May I ask if I can just very quickly go to the very end of that, just so that I can give the exact counter
Sure.
number where that is.
Then I would call another clip at the helicopter where there's CPR being performed there as well.
All right.
All right, is the court allowing that?
It was at the back end of the helicopter transfer, right? At the end of the second clip, you can see inside the helicopter that there's CPR being performed.
In the background, I think.
In the background.
Let me double check.
Okay.
Sorry. Just let her check that. Okay, she's speaking. So we got to have it a little bit, even though it seems like the video is still playing. It's so loud.
Over objection. Thank you.
Judge, you want him to take the seat now?
All right, so she's going to allow that clip, the second clip.
Where I
Right in the
I will stop it, Judge. The counter is at 1 minute 34 seconds.
That's where you're going to stop it.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so they're going to bring the witness in finally.
Ready?
Yes.
All rise.
Please be seated, thank you.
Your Honor, I will now publish State's Exhibit number 24.
All right, we're gonna do the volume low already because they're going right into it.
Yes.
There is a sun glare.
Yeah.
But that's later. This would be 7:18. This would be about 30 minutes later, but still. Big glare. Would you ask about that on a cross, Bob? They stopped it in time.
It stopped at 1 minute, 37 seconds left. Publishing clip number 2. two clips that we saw pertain to you arriving on the vessel, pertain to you arriving on the vessel that Lucy was on and then transferring her to the helicopter. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
This third clip, where are we seeing you now?
This was already, it's already, the sun's setting in this one.
Hold on, let me play a little bit of it. By now, are you on your way back out to the waters?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you wind up encountering a large vessel that has the platform?
Yes.
Okay.
What vessel?
Show us the video.
This vessel here, is this what kind of thing is the Van Dutch vessel?
So bright.
And on the back, were there any people on the on that platform?
Yes, there was.
That's a boat?
Upright or lying down?
Several lying down.
What? Oh.
They're kind of cool looking, the Van Dutch.
This one here must be a roll.
I thought they were supposed to take it out.
Who else needs to go?
I thought they were supposed to not have him talking about their other injuries.
Who was that person?
That was a defendant.
I can't hear you.
Sorry, that is the defendant directing on.
Next, playing the clip Pino 1.
Who else needs to go? Who else? Guys, what do you need?
We're trying to get every single everyone brought to LAT. Okay. Can't go to LAT.
They're working. Got it. You gotta take it back for us.
She's in serious condition also. So we're gonna.
Yeah.
Now playing Pino 2.
That just to show he didn't say he needed aid.
This is the stupidest shit I've ever seen. I'm fine.
Take care of that over there.
Oh!
You got a nick in the back of your head. Yeah. I think your back hurts. I think I can hear a bit. Back here.
Sergeant, let me ask you, is this you communicating with the defendant at this moment?
Yes, it is.
Do not close your eyes. Hey, are you guys going right in? Do you have any more of it? I need him. So you have about 50? Yeah. That's it. I'll talk to you. I love you. Look this way. This is how to talk to the lady.
be honest, he's kind of making the same facial expressions in that he makes in court.
He's like, who has a broken arm? Like, he's worried someone might be
Sergeant
injured.
Delgado, are you familiar with the term PFD?
Yes.
What is a PFD?
It's a positive flotation device. It's a device that we use on the water. It's when you're boating, if you fall overboard, it keeps you afloat, face up. So
Also
you
known
don't.
as a life jacket?
Life jacket as well.
And you made sure to put one on George Pino before moving?
Yes, ma'am.
Positive or
No
personal?
other questions?
Wow.
So it's just for the videos.
Well, and for the fact that that little personal life-saving vest would have
Good afternoon, Sergeant
done
Delgado.
some
Afternoon,
life-saving.
I'm Mark Shapiro. I represent Mr. Pino. You and I have met previously, haven't we?
Deposition, I believe.
That's correct, sir. Any person, any civilian that is brought onto a vessel of the
She's
Miami-Dade
like, why are
Police
you
Department, now
watching me drink my
Sheriff's
water?
Office, it is the policy that a personal flotation device be put on that person. Is that right?
I don't know if it's written policy, but it's a procedure that we use to look out for the well-being of the person.
What is the law in Florida as to who must wear a personal flotation device?
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
If you know.
No.
Doesn't he? Can't when he was doing water rescue, could he not like pull over, like go to a boat and be like, look, you need to put things on if you're not following safety protocols?
I would assume so.
He's saying it calls for a legal conclusion. It's not a legal conclusion. It's literally
Right,
what
do
is
you know?
what is the law? Not like a conclusion that relies on interpretation of the law.
Like
Yeah, there
they
you go.
asked Pino.
The accident
Did
smashing.
your husband cause the murder? Did your
Right,
husband
that calls for a that calls for a legal conclusion.
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
If you know.
Didn't she say before last time he tried
Minors
to talk
under a
about no
certain-
objection? I remember her saying that at one point. No speaking objection.
She has said that. She doesn't like it.
She
Wait.
did that little bounce when
Sorry.
she does it. That little jump she did. I still think about that.
Maybe she was bouncing because she couldn't speak, so she was like trying to animate her thoughts.
Oh, sorry.
Sergeant Delgado, persons who are 6 years of age or less must wear a personal flotation device if they're on a moving vessel. Is that correct?
Correct.
So if you're over 6 years old, there is no requirement that you wear a personal flotation device, right?
No, sir.
And I presume that in your time with the Marine Patrol, you would often patrol the sandbar areas around Elliott Key. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And on any given weekend during the summer at the sandbar near Elliott Key, there are a number of boaters out there. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
The vast majority of those boaters are not wearing
Objection, relevance.
personal flotation
Objection,
devices. are they?
Excuse me. Go ahead.
The vast majority of those boaters are not wearing personal flotation devices already.
The vast majority, no.
Now, somebody will get a ticket if their 6-year-old or less is not wearing a personal flotation device, right?
That is correct.
But again, adults have the option, there's no requirement that they wear one.
Correct.
But for safety reasons, the county wants any civilian brought upon any of their vessels to have a personal flotation device put on. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that is for liability purposes, isn't it?
I believe so.
Because the county doesn't want to get sued.
Believe so.
She's trying to make some stupid point like that. You open the door. Oh, now he can't ask. Now it's relevant and what's not relevant. You asked a completely irrelevant question.
As a mic drop, really.
Right.
And the Good Samaritans aren't wearing life vests on their boats either. Like,
You mentioned earlier in your testimony that you were referring to the channel markers at Cutter Bank. Do you remember that?
When I was asked, yes.
Yes. You were specifically asked about channel markers number 14 and 15. Is that right?
Correct.
And you testified that they are opposite one another. Do you recall your testimony?
Yes, sir.
In fact, they are not opposite one another, are they?
I believe they were.
Isn't it true that channel marker 14, the red triangle channel marker, is well to the north, at least a couple hundred feet to the north of channel marker 15, which is to its south?
I don't recall that part.
If that in fact is the case, then you would be mistaken in your earlier testimony that they are opposite one another. Is that right?
If that is true, then I would be mistaken.
That's a point they're going to need to establish now. Which would control what the camera saw.
And typically, channel markers are set up opposite one another so that when a boater is going through a channel, they can see that there's additional markers. Everywhere there's a marker opposite one another, they know that either they have reached the end of the channel or there are more ahead. Is that right?
That's correct.
And if it is in fact
Orientation would
true
be in the other
that
direction.
channel marker 14 is not opposite channel marker 15, that could produce a confusing situation for a boater going through the channel at Cutter Bank. Is that correct?
I honestly wouldn't say so. Not a confusing.
And
It's
not one-
usually a red and a green marker.
No doubt there is a red and a green marker, but if they're not opposite one another, as you believe that they are, it could cause confusion.
If you're counting numbers.
And not someone who's very familiar with that area. Been through it numerous times. So,
The purpose,
such as the defendant.
your main priority that afternoon, that evening, was to provide triage service for any of the passengers who were injured in the accident. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you were dispatched from Black Point Marina, as you testified earlier, once you got the call that an accident had occurred. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And we saw a video in State's Exhibit number 24 that you were making your way down the Cutter Bank channel in order to get to the accident. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, the person who was driving the boat next to you, that was Robert Bruto, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
And you made several trips, I believe, or at least more than one trip, between the accident scene and Elliott Key Harbor when you were bringing patients back and forth. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
And that was your priority that day. Is that right?
Yes, sir. Rendering aid.
And there came a time when you actually began to perform
All right, we're gonna lower the
triage
volume.
on Mr. Pino. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that is because Mr. Pino himself was injured in the accident.
Yes.
And Ms. Adams asked you a few minutes ago if, while you were providing triage to Mr. Pino, whether you had placed Mr. Pino in handcuffs. Do you recall her asking you that question?
Yes, sir.
Was there any reason that Mr. Pino gave you to put handcuffs on him?
No, sir. Not at that time, no.
Mr. Pino was concerned about the safety of the people that had been injured, right?
He appeared to be, yes.
He made some inquiry about that, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And he wasn't presenting any sort of danger to you, was he?
No,
He was also an injured passenger, wasn't he?
that is correct.
In fact, he was bleeding quite severely from his head, wasn't he?
There was a little bit of blood.
I'd like to, if you could step down.
May I?
Let me lower this.
And I'd like to play, yeah, over here, sir, thank you. I'd like to play the clip known as Pino 3, which is on State's Exhibit 24.
Take care.
Now, you heard say, I'm fine, thumbs up, take care, right?
Yes.
And even appeared to throw a kiss at somebody. Didn't he?
On video, yes.
All right. Do you know who he was speaking to?
No, sir.
Okay. He was playing again. Continue on.
That over there. You got a nick in the back of your head. Yeah. I think your back hurts. I think I can hear the ribs. I think back here. Lean back. We got you, right? Do not close your eyes. Hey, are you guys going around it? Do you have any more than 3 that?
Recall Mr. Pino saying to his daughter, Ceci, I love you, after saying, I'm all right, I'm all right.
I just wasn't paying attention to what he was saying at the time.
Understood.
I was checking his injuries.
Okay. Continue.
Excuse me.
Okay, right? Thumbs up. Take care.
Excuse me.
I,
Is there an objection, Counsel?
there's an objection because this is not in evidence. The state's evidence is number 24.
That's what I said.
It's not the same item, though.
It's Pino 3. State's Exhibit 24.
One of the issues we had before about authentication. So, take the exhibit, if you would please.
I got it right here, Judge.
And we'll just substitute them, and you can cue it up. If you would, thank you.
So she wants to play it from her device. So they've got to find what timestamp they want to play it from. This feels petty, but maybe I'm missing something.
No, you're not. Petty as hell.
Sergeant Delgado, I'm showing you what is actually State's Exhibit 24, which was placed into evidence. Thus far, does it appear to be any different than what you viewed just moments ago?
No.
Sir, would you say that was petty?
Thumbs up. Take care of that over there. You got a nick in the back of your head. Yeah. I think your back hurts. I think I can hear the ribs. I think back here. Lean back. We got you, right? Do not close your eyes. Hey, are you guys going around it? Do you have any more than 3 that?
Now, you're providing a medical assessment, essentially, of Mr. Pino at this moment, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
And you ask Mr. Pino, or you tell Mr. Pino, do not close your eyes.
Yes, sir.
And why is that?
Due to the head trauma, we always take into account, we don't know the severity of the impact caused to the head. The head, even if it's a small cut, can bleed a lot. But again, I don't know the severity of his impact to his head.
And if there was a concussion, for example, a traumatic brain injury, then closing the person's eyes, leading to them perhaps go to sleep, could be a dangerous thing for that person, correct?
Could be.
Right. And that's why you told Mr. Pino not to close his eyes.
Correct, to remain because that lets me know his alertness and conscious level. If he falls asleep or if he starts to wander off, I wouldn't be able to monitor his condition.
In fact, you tell Mr. Pino to close, not to go to sleep at one point, don't you?
Correct. I believe this is not to go to sleep or keep your eyes open.
And at this point, you can see that Mr. Pino is bleeding pretty good from his head injury. Is that right?
It looks like it's starting to dry.
Okay. But you see a significant amount of
Yes,
blood, don't you?
Yes, sir.
Continue.
You know, they put a deal with her. I need him to have a 15 minute. Yeah, Sassy, I'll talk to you now. I love you. Let me this way. This is going to talk to She's the one with a broken, she has a broken arm, right? Who has a broken arm? All right. Is it bleeding? You're all right. All right. It happens. Relax. Fall asleep on me. Let me get to the back work here. All right, Mom.
So you heard at the end there, Sergeant Delgado, at the end of this video, that you advised Mr. Pino not to fall asleep on it, correct? And for the same reasons that you just testified a moment ago.
That's correct.
Now, also, let me return your seat. Also, Sergeant Delgado, were you performing triage on your own at that moment, or were you getting assistance from other officers?
There was several officers
Sorry, that's super loud. He's in the mic.
on scene.
There were flashlights, there was lighting on Mr. Pino as you were performing triage, wasn't there?
Correct.
You had an opportunity to see clearly
Close.
Mr. Pino's face, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
You had an opportunity clearly to see Mr. Pino's eyes, did you not?
Yes, sir.
And you were within 2 or 3 feet of Mr. Pino at any given time while you were performing triage, is that right?
Yes, sir.
At any time, did you notice or make any observations about Mr. Pino that he might have been impaired in any way?
At that time, I wasn't looking for that, sir.
Okay. At no time did you
No.
see anything that would indicate to you that Mr. Pino might have been impaired, is that
Correct,
right?
sir.
Did any of the other officers who were performing triage with you on Mr. Pino tell you that they observed any indication that Mr. Pino might have been impaired?
Not to my recollection, sir.
Had yourself or any of these other officers that were present there determined or made observations of impairment on Mr. Pino, you would have advised the investigating officer in the case, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
And you did not do that.
Did not do what?
You did not advise the lead investigating officer because no observations were made by you, is that right?
Correct.
Well, thank you, Sergeant Delgado. Nice to see you.
Thank you, sir.
No further questions.
Sergeant, even if the law doesn't require somebody to wear a life jacket, is it generally safer to do so?
Absolutely, ma'am.
The attorney asked if the county doesn't want people to get sued. And you said that that's part of the reason maybe why when a civilian is on your boat, you put them in a life jacket. Do you think it might also be that the county doesn't want people to die?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to ask our nice clerk to mark this, please.
Didn't they go around handing out life jackets then? Like telling people to put them on if they don't want people to die? Like,
Showing council states 2I for identification.
With a life jacket of Help Lucy.
Sergeant, I'm showing you a demonstrative exhibit. It states 2I.
Objection, Judge. From sideline.
he's like, here we go again.
Oh my. He's like, I was just getting ready for my afternoon nap. Are you serious?
Yeah. So I can't stand that they allowed those videos of Lucy. I mean, heartbreaking, obviously, but what legal element of the crime that they're sitting here trying to decide as a jury, what element does that go to? Proof of death is not it.
I think it's the presumption, again, that the defense isn't putting forth, but the state has been operating under this lens the entire time, that the defense is somehow arguing that the cause of Lucy's cause of death was a failure to render aid properly. And the defense isn't raising that, but that to me just seems like what the state is creating to make things relevant that otherwise wouldn't be relevant.
I mean,
even though we get a relevance objection from the state when the defense asks a question about life jacket law, or
Yeah.
not the law, but like,
I mean, it's relevance, but more importantly, it's more prejudicial than it is probative. Like that's the real problem with it. It's like everybody feels something when they watch that video. You know, it's like I have 3 daughters. It's like, you know, you're like, oh my God, I couldn't imagine. You know, it's like that people. It's it's used for one reason. They can argue whatever they want to argue, but believe me, the defense knows exactly why they're putting it. He said it. Howard argued it towards the end. He's like, we all know why they're putting it in, and that was after Mrs. Hernandez walked out of the courtroom because she couldn't bear to look at it,
Oh, and the poor brother.
Yeah.
And like we only got to see like the side of the screen, and then we saw the clip that was still allowed in, where it was just like the CPR sort of in the background, and that wasn't like the worst of it, and it was already like, oh my gosh, just when they finally showed the front-facing screen.
Yeah.
And the idea that like the vast majority of people out, there's a lot of boaters, tons of boaters are out, vast majority are not wearing the personal flotation devices. The state objects on relevance, but it goes to the heart of reasonableness. Because the state is contesting that it's reasonable for the emergency services to drive fast because they're responding to an emergency situation. Well, then why can't the defense ask questions about does the average person out boating in this area wear a life jacket?
Oh, go ahead, Nancy.
Thank you. Sergeant, I'm approaching you again with states 2I for identification.
So it's coming in or
Okay,
whatever.
It's not a very pretty drawing, but we see
It's very accurate, though.
Cutter Bank, and there's a red triangle 14 that if this is due north,
Yes, ma'am.
and this is south, if channel 14, say, is here, and channel marker 15 in a green square is here, to your recollection, is this basically what we would see as we're going from the north to the south through Cutter Bank Channel?
Yes, ma'am. And if I may, there is a navigation. I'm sorry, ma'am. There is a navigational reason for that. It's for an old maritime sailor explained to me once. So the reason that the Coast Guard designs the markers at a catty-corner angle like that and not makes them run parallel is because at night you know that if you're traveling from a square or green to the red and onto a green, you're staying within the channel and
An
it's
old
safe to navigate.
maritime sailor told them, and they're supposed
Are
to.
these channel markers opposite each other?
They're opposite each other.
Wow.
No other questions?
Any recourse?
I have no recourse, Judge.
No.
Very well.
This is excellent, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So
State your next witness.
Yes, Judge. The state will call Detective John Dalton, please.
is the issue then supposed to be if they struck the channel marker that has a green square while heading southbound with the right side of the ship, that's indicative that they weren't on the right side of the channel marker? But that could be caused by, like, if you drift, that doesn't mean you weren't initially on the right side.
Right.
I need, like, a full expert to, like, break it down.
Yeah, like an actual accident.
I did. Sweet.
I mean, because they can pull about a lot of data regarding guides, things of that nature. Probably done a good job.
Hello there.
How you doing?
Could you please introduce yourself to our jury?
How you doing? My name is Detective John Dalton.
Where do you work?
I work for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office in the Traffic Homicide Unit.
How long have you been with Miami-Dade, well, initially Police Department and now Sheriff's Office?
Working on my 31st year.
Could you explain to the jurors what was your initial assignment within that agency?
Initially, when I started, I was on road patrol.
How long were you a road patrol officer?
Approximately 4 years.
After that, did you want to switch gears and do a different type of police work?
Yes, ma'am. I went into investigations.
Can you tell some of the jurors different types of investigations that you've handled?
I did
Up to when you went to traffic homicide.
general investigations, shooting, stabbings, burglaries. I did prostitution. I did,
Wait a minute. You did prostitution?
well, I was actually a certified decoy doing the prostitution details.
Okay.
So I worked prostitution. I did street level narcotics. Again, shooting, stabbings, burglaries, just general investigative work.
Are you familiar with the term FTO?
Yes.
What is an FTO?
A field training officer.
What are your responsibilities if you're an FTO?
You're actually an officer that works on the road that trains all the new officers that are coming out to basically get them up to speed on being an actual one-man effective officer on the street.
For how long were you an FTO?
Off and on, probably 4 years.
I want to ask if in 2016 you wound up going to another investigative unit within your department.
Yes, I did. I went to traffic homicide.
How many times have you worked in the traffic homicide unit?
Twice. I'm on my second round.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, the first time that you were in the traffic homicide unit, and for shorthand, do you all call it the THU?
Yeah, THU.
How long were you in the THU the first time?
From 2016 to 2020.
Okay. And then did you go somewhere else within your agency?
Yes, I went to Marine Patrol
How long did you stay in Marine Patrol?
from 2020 to 2024.
And then where did you go in 2024?
I went back to traffic homicide.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about the training that was required for you to become a member of the traffic homicide unit?
So far, it's an ongoing training. We take training classes every year. So far, I've had just shy of 400 hours of training. It's in basic crash investigation, traffic crash reconstruction, at scene, occupant kinematics, which is like what an occupant in a vehicle does during a crash, along with pedestrians' bicycles. There's several courses that we take throughout the years.
Do you learn about using math calculations in order to help reconstruct a crash scene?
Yes, trigonometry.
Also, how about photography?
We do photography. We do all of our own photographing of all of our own scenes and everything, so we take a photography class as well.
Are you familiar with the term total station?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors what is total station for measurements?
You probably all have seen one and don't realize what it is. You've seen the land surveyors on the side of the road have the tripod set up with the machine. So that machine is made by a company. It's several different companies. The ones we use are Nikon, and it's an actual electronic machine that measures a specific point that you look through an oracle. You place the crosshairs on a specific point, and it actually takes an exact measurement from where that tripod is to that exact point.
Would that be the orange poles that people hold up?
Yes, you can either shoot a pole that another detective is holding for your exact point, or you can shoot actual solid marks that you have, like a telephone poles or curbing or anything like that, something that's not going to move.
Can you tell the jurors, within the traffic homicide unit, if a fatal crash happens, how is it decided who's going to lead up that investigation?
It rotates. It's on a rotation. It depends really on who's up, who has the more cases or the least amount of cases. But for the most part, it rotates. In our traffic homicide unit, the day shift where I work, we have 4 detectives and 1 supervisor, and then afternoons has 4 detectives and 1 supervisor, and we rotate amongst us.
About how many cases of fatal traffic crashes have you been the lead investigator on?
Probably upwards over 200.
And how many fatal traffic crashes have you assisted with?
Oh, over 800.
In addition to investigating how a traffic crash happens, do you also have to perform a function called NOK notifications?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain what that is?
NOK stands for next to kin notifications. That's where we, myself, and then the backup detective and usually the supervisor respond to the house of the victims, and then we notify them. It's probably one of the most difficult parts of our job. We notify the victim's family that one of their loved ones has passed away in a crash. It's generally a tragic event. It's not expected.
I want to talk a little bit about your time with Marine Patrol. You were there for about how long?
4 years approximately.
Why did you go into the Marine Patrol unit?
So I did my 25 years with the police department, and then we have a thing called DROP, Deferred Retirement Program. So traffic homicide is a very grueling, very taxing unit. You are on call every other week, and it's on call long hours. You get called out any hour of the night. Sometimes I would leave the house, at 6, 7 o'clock in the afternoon. I wouldn't get back till the following day at 6 or 7 at night working one case. If there's leads on it where you're closely developing leads,
you will just continue working through the case until you get to the end of it. So when I went into the drop, I wanted to go to a unit where I could relax a little bit, thinking that Marine Patrol was going to be that unit. And boating has always been one of my things. And I've owned boats since I was 13 years old. I was born and raised in Miami. I've been on boats my whole life. So I wanted to go to a unit that I really enjoyed, doing the out on the water.
Now, as a Marine Patrol officer, were you tasked with the responsibility of investigating a fatal vessel crash?
No, we do not handle fatal. Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office does not handle fatal crashes. We only handle boat crashes that are minor in nature, less than $1,000 with no injuries. Anything with injuries or fatal is going to be with FWC.
Do you think that the training and experience that you had as a traffic homicide investigator was helpful to you when you would investigate vessel crashes, even if death or serious bodily injury did not result?
Yes, because as a traffic homicide investigator, you have a different dynamic of looking at crashes. You definitely have a different way of looking at just even a minor crash. I think to the extent that I've gone so far as I can look at most vehicles and the damage on a vehicle and tell you exactly what happened in the crash. And it does correlate over to boats as well. Even though there's a vast difference between boats and cars, it does correlate over just because it's impact damage. And impact damage is what you normally look at.
Back on September 4th of 2022.
But an collision versus a collision is different.
As a Marine Patrol officer.
Yes, I was.
Did you get dispatched to a location known as Cutter Bank or Cutter Bank Channel?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the first time you'd ever been there?
No, ma'am. I've been through Cutter Bank several times. I mean, well over 100 times in my personal and my professional career.
And is that location in Miami-Dade County?
Yes, it is.
Can you describe for the jurors when you arrived to that scene? What were you looking at?
When I arrived, there's several law enforcement vessels, as well as I believe a Coast Guard and I believe there was a fireboat from Ocean Reef was there as well. But there's several law enforcement vessels and they're all rafted together. Rafting together means that they're all tied together. So I was one of the last ones to arrive because I was coming from Miami Beach where I was fueling up the boat. So I arrived and I actually pulled up on the end of the chain of boats that were lined up.
When you're rafting together, like one boat tied to the next, do the boats just stay stationary all by themselves?
No, but obviously it's water, it's fluid, it's dynamic, everything moves around. So when you raft up, everything is generally still floating, moving around, nobody's anchored, because at any time you need to pull the lines and get moving, especially in this type of situation.
Were you the last in the line of vessels that were rafted up together?
Yes, ma'am, I was the last boat tied up to an FWC boat.
Can you describe what the additional responsibilities are for a vessel operator that's the last of the line for that?
So in general, when you're the last one, you're actually the one that's controlling the movement of the entire line, because if you don't control the movement, the boats can actually wrap around each other and become a problem, because you'll start getting, if they go backwards, engines will start getting into engines and becomes a problem, or the bows start touching each other. So your job as the last boat in the sequence would be to keep kicking the engines in and out of gear to maintain that line as straight as you can and not allow the vessels to wrap or to get, put yourself in any type of bad situation or cause damage.
On that particular night, if you're the operator of that vessel, do you stay on that vessel even if there are other vessels and other people that might need help?
I was captaining the vessel. You stay on that vessel because you have to maintain control of your vessel.
Now, at some point while you're there, are a number of teenage girls brought over the rafted boats onto the boat that you were captaining?
Yes, ma'am.
Were any of the girls that came over onto your boat seriously injured?
No, ma'am. They all had minor injuries.
At some point, do you disconnect from all these other vessels and take these girls somewhere else?
Yes, ma'am. So as a rule, a policy for the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office, anytime we put anybody other than law enforcement on our boat, everybody gets provided with a PFD. You all know what they are. It's the personal flotation device or a life vest. The ones we provide are the Coast Guard approved orange life vest. You see them when you go on a cruise. You see them. They're sold by pack. When you buy a new boat, they're sold by a pack. Everybody that enters onto our vessel gets provided with a PFD with a wraparound strap. So all the young ladies were brought over the boat. They were all given a PFD, and they were all advised to sit down on the console's front bench, but only seats 2, and then on the floor in the front.
Where did you take the girls?
To Elliott Key.
Okay. Did you go very fast to get there?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
They were in a panic-stricken moment. They were asking me, please don't drive fast, please, please, please. Just like, please just get us there safely. But they were in a more of a terrified panic state, asking me not to drive fast. And it was getting dark as well.
In that kind of a situation, are you going to use GPS to get you to Elliott Key?
So nightfall was coming on us. A GPS, when it's lit up bright, will blind you to what you're actually looking for. Generally, when you're going to run from one spot to another at nighttime, you're going to use markers, and you're going to use reflective signs on the markers called day markers. So you can use a GPS, but it's going to be very dim, but you don't solely rely on that. You look at your markers while you're running. You're going to be running the ICW channel all the way up.
Is it ever safe to navigate solely looking at your GPS device?
No.
Once you bring the girls...
Oh no. Oh, well, it did that thing where it refreshes and jumps. We were like here.
I hate when it does that.
No.
So weird.
Especially when it's like the camera's fixed in the same spot for a while, so you can't like gauge.
Yeah.
Oh, that was too soon. We're a little ahead. Right. And it's so like when the stream is like 7 hours long. That is after she won the objection. I mean, it's not actually. That's the sidebar. Sorry, guys, I can't scrub with the timeline. Because when I scrub with the timeline, I'm jumping ahead like 20 minutes at this point. Alright, that must have been like one of his last questions then.
No. No. When you're rafting together, like one boat tied to the next, do the boats just stay stationary all by themselves?
No, but obviously it's water. It's fluid. It's dynamic.
Right, we were like several questions ahead of this one. Maybe like here?
Right after that.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hey,
Okay.
please don't drive fast. Please, please, please. Just like, please just get us there safely. But they were in a more of a terrified panic state, asking me not to drive fast. And it was getting dark as well.
In that kind of a situation, are you going to use GPS to get you to Elliott Key?
So nightfall was coming on us. A GPS, when it's lit up bright, will blind you to what you're actually looking for. Generally, when you're going to run from one spot to another at nighttime, you're going to use markers, and you're going to use reflective signs on the markers called day markers. So you can use a GPS, but it's going to be very dim, but you don't solely rely on that. You look at your markers while you're running. You're going to be running the ICW channel all the way up.
Is it ever safe to navigate solely looking at your GPS device?
No.
Once you bring the girls over to Elliott Key, are you involved in any further investigation of this case?
No, ma'am.
Now, you mentioned something about that you went to the Marine Patrol Unit because you were kind of, I think, sliding into retirement mode.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you like working there?
In Marine Patrol?
Yes.
Absolutely. It's a great job.
Why did you leave?
I ended up having 3 pinched nerves in my neck. So I suffered some physical setbacks from the constant pounding of the boat. The sun beats on you constantly. It's truly a young man's job. Your knees, and as well as it's very taxing, very fatiguing on the body, being that we work 10-hour shifts and you're required to be on that boat, 7 to 8 hours a day on the boat. It's a taxing job for the operators and the Marine Patrol officers on the boat. So it's very fatiguing to you.
Any sense of how Bobby Bruto lasted so long in Marine Patrol?
Are they trying to
No clue.
throw...
You would have to answer that one for
Maybe
me.
that is this.
Are they doing this to show why Bruto was like not great?
I thought he was great for the defense.
I think that's why they want to make him not look great. Like, oh, he's just bumbling around like this old dude. Why didn't they push him out? He's not good at what he does, because he actually had concerns for a medical reason and wasn't doing his job with who do we arrest in mind.
Right.
Where everyone else has been much more law enforcement, enforcing the law oriented. So is this why?
I mean, if they're trying to have the jury take that implication. I mean, I don't know. I can't think of why this, like, number one, I don't know why the defense isn't objecting as to relevance to any of this line of questioning. And two, I mean, your guess is
like,
as good as any. I mean, I don't no idea why they're asking them this stuff.
like the way she said it too is just so it's
I
like
don't know,
condescending.
Bobby. How did he stay out there for 30 years?
Had Bruto do it.
I thought he was just saying, "Oh, that's why we have a great nickname for him, Buoyant Bobby," or something. You know,
That's your nickname now.
yeah.
The operators and the Marine Patrol officers on the boat. So it's very fatiguing to you.
Any sense of how Bobby Bruto lasted so long in Marine Patrol?
No clue. You'll have to answer that one for me.
Maybe that he's this tall?
It's possible. The county does take every measure for us. They do give us fatigue pads to stand on, so you're not taking a brutal beating. We do have some boats that have shock absorbing seats on them to sit down on, but for the most part, you're standing up for most of the time, conducting like law enforcement duties.
I want to ask you if over the course of your career handling traffic crashes, has EDR data become really important in those investigations?
Absolutely.
What's an EDR?
It's an event data recorder, which is a black box. I know you all heard on an airplane, they always talk about recovering the black box. So vehicles have an EDR, which is a black box in the vehicle as well. It records events such as when you're involved in a crash. It goes back and stores 5 to 10 seconds worth of data on that box. And then we're able to use that with a system that we have to download it. And it tells us exactly what the vehicle was doing, the dynamics of the vehicle, driver inputs, everything to that nature, steering, percentage of gas, percentage of brake, everything basically what happens to that vehicle, as well as speed and impact points. And it also covers change in velocity, which is when there's an impact, it moves at the opposite direction.
Are you familiar with GPS data that is gathered on vessels?
I mean, I know what GPS is.
In terms of knowing what it is, not in terms of...
I know what it is, but I don't know anything about downloading it or analyze. I've never done that.
But you use GPS in your job?
Yes, ma'am.
Why would you say that it is not safe, or that you would not find it prudent to navigate a boat solely using GPS?
So as it gets dark, every vessel is required to turn on their lights, navigational lights, red and green on the front, anchor light on the back. There's no set lanes. There's no set highways. There's no curbing on the water. So boats are free to travel in whatever direction they want, obviously, except for going through channels. Channels is something that you have to stay between the markers for fear of running aground more than anything, causing damage to your boat. So that's why channels are marked. That's why they're called channels. And it's the safe way to navigate through shallow areas of the waterways. Twofold, for you to be safe, and number two, to not damage any of the waterways out there, to damage the sand flats or the corals or anything like that. A secondary thing is you never know what boats are coming, and GPS doesn't pick up boats. The only way you can pick up a boat is with a radar unit. And a radar unit only picks up a trail on it. So if you were solely to navigate your boat just by that, it would have to be a radar unit and a GPS unit as well. But it's you have to have your head on a swivel at all times, looking for everybody coming different directions. It's literally pitch black out there with a little tiny red and green light on it and a white light on the back of the boat. And the lights definitely get lost in the city light backgrounds, so you don't see them all the time.
What about in the daytime? Would it be safe to navigate a vessel looking only at your GPS screen?
Again, same rules apply during the day. There is no lanes. There's nothing designated on which direction you have to go. So
imply that George was navigating only by using his GPS?
Well, that would mean that he's looking at a screen too, right? Like maybe he's like glued to the screen. But wouldn't he have that issue on another boating occasion?
In theory, and I mean, unless he doesn't get in an accident, and then it's a non-issue. But I mean, it's the second time she brought it up, like where she said specifically, she asked like 10 questions ago, is it advisable to simply man your boat, drive your boat using GPS as opposed to your eyeballs? And he's like, no. And then she went through a series of questions and she landed back here again. So it seems like they're trying to kind of plant this seed that maybe George was just looking at his phone GPS, or if he has a screen on his boat for GPS, as opposed to like looking up and seeing what was in front of him. I don't know.
Just like anything that can stick. Because what's problematic to me is I'm conflicted, and I've seen different comments trying to help me out, and I take it all in because I don't have the personal experience. So, and I'm wondering, there's an avid boater on the jury, maybe they know well, but what about the others who might not have the experience? The GPSs are very accurate. GPSs aren't exactly accurate. And to me, the state is leaning on the accuracy of the GPS because they want to use it to rely on the speed of the boat, the direction changing, nothing changed for this 9 seconds. But this to me is discrediting whether or not you can rely on at least the precision of what's being shown on a GPS. So it's almost contradicting the stance that they're relying on at other points in their case.
Yeah, I mean, kind of. I understand what she's getting at in terms of the fact of the matter is that GPS isn't going to have other craft and vessels that's on the water. Like that's not going to be indicated on your GPS, which I think is kind of the broader point, as well as I don't know if GPS, much like when we use it in our vehicles, where I don't know if on the waterways, GPS, maybe somebody in chat who is an avid boater knows, are the channel markers indicated on GPS like the same way that we have streets and things that we look at on our GPS in our car? I don't know. I have no idea.
I'm also confused. Did we get an answer on the black box? Like, does this boat have one? Because I heard him, and I think maybe I tuned it out, but he went on a long description of how these work, but in the context of a vehicle.
Yeah.
Like on a roadway. And then I didn't hear her ask, and she asked about a GPS. I didn't hear her ask, was there one on this boat?
I think she didn't ask that, and she went directly into the GPS question, which by inference makes you know that there wasn't a black box. She should have asked the question. There's no question about it. I didn't hear it either, and I was paying attention because she went directly. I missed the beginning part of it. If she was talking about a boat initially having the black box, it'd be like, oh, but then I figured at the end of the statement that he
would close it up.
Vehicle, yeah. And then she didn't ask the question. So she didn't ask the follow-up. And then I
think it's
GPS.
Maybe it was, if there is a GPS on the boat, then I think it's her loss. I mean, a black box on the boat, it's her loss for not getting the explicit yes. But if there isn't, I feel like that was misleading, and I would just hope that that's not intentional.
Yeah, I don't, yeah, I mean.
Especially because you're calling someone to come in. Like, you couldn't find somebody whose experience is actually primarily dealing with vessels that would have high impact crashes. You couldn't find anyone with that experience to come in, and you've had several years to put this case together. You have to go with a guy who is actually a threshold down, which maybe there's things that you can speak to that you do have experience on. But when you're arguing, you smashed into the channel marker, and your witness is someone who doesn't deal with accidents that involve smashing into channel markers, just little things with little bits of damage.
Yeah.
It just seems weird.
Yeah, it's I mean, I wouldn't put any, look, there's cases where it's kind of like a case that's on the fence where it's not just open and shut. There's not huge evidence. Like that's when you'll see prosecutors doing kind of shady stuff, where you'd hope that they wouldn't try to slip things in. But if it's a case where they're concerned that you could have fence riders on the jury and they need to nudge them one way, that's when they'll do, kind of dirty pool type stuff where they're trying to slip things in. It seems like they haven't landed on a theory of what happened in this case at all. And they're just kind of throwing darts at a dartboard to me. I mean, I haven't heard what they believe happened. Like what caused George Pino to hit that marker. I don't know. And they're kind of just saying all kinds of things.
Well, maybe their theory is culpable negligence, the totality of the circumstances. Anything you think could be a possibility can get you there, which is a perversion of the reasonable doubt standard.
Yep.
So, fun times.
Good times.
Yeah.
Vessels are coming from all different directions out there. So you can't solely rely on just your GPS. You got to keep your head on a swivel. We always ride two persons to a boat, two officers to a boat. One is constantly navigating the boat, and the other one is looking out for other vessels as well. We're constantly, we do it all the time. We warn each other all the time. And we obviously point out to each other, hey, you see the boat coming from the right, or you see the boat coming from the left. It's always a two-man system out there.
Are you familiar with the term navigational rules?
Yes.
Are boaters required to follow them?
You're supposed to follow the navigational rules. They don't always get followed, but yes, you're.
I'm sorry.
Yep, I'm sorry.
Objection to the questions you said. The sidebar if you want.
You can rephrase.
Sure. Are you familiar with the navigational rules?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what boaters are supposed to follow?
Yes, ma'am.
And beyond that, are you familiar with the navigational rule about lookouts?
I couldn't quote it to you, but yes, I know there is a navigation rule.
Can you explain what the importance of having a lookout is, based on your personal and professional boating experience?
Objection, Judge. Lack of foundation.
Asking more foundational questions if you can.
You just testified that you'll have other officers, at least it's a two-man unit at a minimum, and unit meaning a police boat.
Correct.
You'll have other officers there to help look for other items. Is that fair to say?
That's fair. There's debris floating in the water and stuff like that. So yes, everybody on the boat's keeping a lookout.
Okay. And is that to keep you safe?
Yes, ma'am.
And to keep other people safe?
Yes, ma'am.
Are the
Judge,
rules...
can we go sidebar, please?
All right, I think, Bob, I just linked you, and I would drop it in the chat, but we don't have a chat. But the state before trial requested special jury instructions relating to navigational rules, and it's like several pages of navigational rules they want included with the instructions that go to the jury. And I'm wondering if that's part of the objections, if there's been like this has been litigated before trial, and we're still trying to establish certain things, and I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Here's where you linked it.
Like, it seems like she's about to go through like a laundry list of navigational rules, including things like you're supposed to have a lookout and blah 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 blah, and just go through one by one.
Yeah.
And so I'm wondering if that's part of the objection.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out what this guy's point is, like why he was called. I mean, I realize he was out at the scene, but like what information has he provided, really?
I don't think he's really here to do facts for the scene. I think he's here to just do general experience. This is how you drive a boat without culpable negligence. and everything that I'm asked, I'm going to give an answer that shows like George wasn't doing that thing.
I mean, he's like, I checked on it, like he's done. Like there's a couple more questions. Like if he's their expert, even though I don't think that he's been qualified as such, okay. I think
they have another guy, but I think it's more of the GPS stuff.
Yeah.
But this guy started to get into channel marker stuff.
Yeah, he's not doing much for me, to be honest with you. Seems like a time filler to me, to be frank. All right, bloop bloop. Let's bloop.
Oh yeah, sorry. I need to get that bubble sound effect like when SpongeBob transitions scenes.
Bloop, 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 bloop.
Why is he walking with the camera like this? Look.
Oh yeah.
He looks right at it. He's like, why are you doing that?
You had the duck face going a little bit too. Look like he was peeking over it.
Oh, he's back.
Oh yeah. he's oblivious. The camera's there. It's like they forget.
He just catwalk. He did the end of the catwalk spin where you do the spin before you turn around. All right, the judge is back on actually, why was she off the bench?
Sidebar.
She's been getting off the bench for those?
I think so. It's like they congregate over to the
like leaning
You guys
in.
would not believe how many spelling errors are in the email before I send it.
Oh.
What?
And you won't realize it until after you hit the button.
And it does the check though.
Oh.
Let's take it back to question, and I believe there was an objection, that objection is overruled. You can proceed.
Thank you. Just backing up, in terms of having more than one person looking at where you're going, does that put you in a safer position?
Yes, ma'am.
And it puts
Now we need
other
to have a
people in
second
safer position?
person
Yes, ma'am.
watching.
The lookout, it's navigation
Talking
rules. This is
about
the special jury
navigating through
instructions the
channels,
state
and
wants
I
in.
don't mean to ask you something too personal, but how old are you?
53.
And if you've
How old
been
is
then
Bruto?
voting since you were 13, that looks like maybe 39 years of voting experience.
Correct.
Let me ask you something. In those years, have you had to traverse channels in the water?
Yes.
Are there rules about what side of the channel you're supposed to operate your vessel on?
Not that I recall. I mean, it's general, as a general rule, people treat it just like the street.
Objection, Judge, again.
Okay, he doesn't have to call enforcement any rules.
In your experience,
In my experience,
Ask and
it's just
answer.
like being on the street. Vessels go one direction would stay on the right-hand side, vessels go the opposite direction would be on your left-hand side past.
having had the perspective of both handling multiple traffic crashes on land and also investigating vessel crashes, albeit not fatal ones, on the waters, can you explain some of the challenges why a vessel crash could potentially be more dangerous even than a motor vehicle crash?
Objection, Judge.
Sustained.
In your experience, do boats have brakes?
No, they do not.
Do they have airbags?
No, they do not.
Are they equipped with seat belts?
No.
How about a steel cage?
No.
Are boats made of fiberglass?
Yes, ma'am.
If you're ejected from a boat and you're not wearing a PFD, can you drown?
Yes, ma'am.
No other questions.
You can drown with a life vest if it gets stuck.
Yes.
You say yes.
Good afternoon, Detective.
Good afternoon, sir.
My name is Ed Armelino. I represent Mr. Pino. We've never met before, correct?
No, sir.
When you were transporting the girls, you said they were seated on the boat?
Yes, sir.
And they were on the floor of your boat, too?
Some were on the floor, some were sitting on the center console.
And was that in the front of your boat?
Yes, sir.
And you testified that you were familiar with the ICW, the Intercoastal Waterway?
Yes, sir.
Very familiar, would you say?
I've traveled it several times.
Okay. And when you were transporting the girls on the bow of your boat, was that at night?
Yeah, well, the sun was going down, it started to get dark.
Okay, and you had no radar on the boat?
No, that vessel doesn't have radar.
Do you recall how fast you were going?
I didn't actually study again, I'm not looking at the GPS or anything like that. I would say no more than 40, 45, maybe at max, but I don't think I was going that fast. There was no urgency to rush to the island. None of my passengers were gravely injured at that point.
Okay, and you felt in those
But you were still going
conditions
40,
that that was a safe
45.
speed for you to travel?
Yes, sir.
A moment?
Got a hailstorm going here, Cat,
For real? Wait, like in real life?
in real life.
Oh no.
I'll be further.
Trying to like deal with this other coach at the game. I thought that this might pass.
When you were escorting those girls over to Elliott Key, did you have other officers that were serving as a lookout for you?
Yes, ma'am.
When you did that, well, let me ask you this. Did you consume any alcohol during your shift that day?
No, not at all. I don't drink. I've never had an alcoholic drink in my life.
And you have how many years of boating experience?
39 approximately.
Have you ever crashed into a channel marker?
No, ma'am.
Nothing else?
So you have never drank and you never crashed into a
Like,
a
well,
tra-
it's inappropriate.
I am not understanding something here. I mean, they're clearly relying on intoxication. It's in every single thing that they say. You know, I was trying to think about it because I've never had a negligence, like a criminal case based on negligence. And, there's some types of offenses where you need to spell out what it is you're alleging in the indictment, not just,
Like
he's
under the
culpable negligent.
influence.
He was culpably negligent in that he, And I was going to research it because I'm like, how come they don't have to say under what theory of negligence they're pursuing under? They just say negligent, and then they can just throw the whole kit and caboodle, and you don't know what the hell you're defending against,
They're arguing the totality of the circumstances, but
including alcohol.
well, but not even that. But I think at some point, if like culpable negligence is like you take an action that results in some outcome, and that action's just not reasonable, well, then how do you evaluate if you're arguing that it's the sum of its parts? Then do you argue that like you're supposed to be aware of every single piece of context at all times? Because that expectation, I think, is inherently unreasonable. By design, our minds are meant to filter information. So if your
Right.
argument is all of these different things are occurring at the same time and you didn't take whatever action you were engaging in was the wrong course of action considering all of the context, which to me seems like their theory, because they don't want to just come out and say their theory is really the alcohol. So they're leaning on that. And if we take them at their word for that, how is anybody reasonable under that standard? It's just, to me, it's not reasonable to expect that people can plan what they're going to do based on a 100% taking in of the context around them.
Right. I mean, they've got, to deal with, like, when you have it in civil law, when you've got, multiple possible things contributing to,
Contributing factors.
right. And, then they have to look.
Oh, did Allie freeze? Oh no, it's the hailstorm. Allie. I think we're getting to the idea of like, there's ice on the road. Suddenly becomes negligent if you're deciding this is a great time to do the speed limit, rather than slow down and use caution. Like, just because it might be posted 70s the speed limit, maybe it's not reasonable to stay within that speed limit at 69 or 70 if the roads are really bad, or there's flooding, or there's clearly an accident ahead, so the lights are on and you don't slow down or move over. Things like that. I think we're losing the Mottas. It's just gonna be me without a chat. This is my worst nightmare. Oh man, free the chat. All right, so we will see. Let me get. All right, and they just left the studio too. That wasn't me that took them down, so I think they lost internet. All right, so we'll play this, see if they come back. We will revisit that question, because Allie sounded like she was about to cook. And I'm sure Bob will have things to say too.
Is going to be under the subpoena. State will speak with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Be available, and your excuse at this time.
Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you.
Based on our scheduling discussions earlier, I think we would stop here.
And the range as well, this is for the jury. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I ask you please put your notebooks back in your envelopes. We ask you please to be here tomorrow, if you would. As close to 9 o'clock, I was supposed to be here by 10 of 9, actually. If you would, we're going to have a little bit of an earlier
Welcome back.
start.
Thanks.
All right.
I'll sit in it.
Tomorrow, when you arrive, you're going to go to the jury's room, where they will bring you into the courtroom for us to begin our session. Then at that point, I will be giving you some instructions about our session tomorrow. We will be traveling, there will be a jury view of the vessel involved in this matter. And we will be transporting you, we have a bus to transport you, and we will be in the company of Renee. I will give you more instructions tomorrow to the location, but please, we'll come here. We will begin the session, make sure everyone is here. We'll start the session. I'll give you additional instructions, and then we will go on our jury view, and then we will all return back to the courthouse, back to the courtroom, probably get back here in time for lunch. Okay? then we will have an afternoon session. So I wanted to give you a heads up about that. Nothing really special. I would say maybe wear more comfortable shoes, because we'll be walking a little bit in an area. And
We're gonna look at their feet tomorrow.
I'll have some water for you. And
Oh, water.
There's nothing else in terms of special instructions. Okay. Well, you may want to bring an umbrella. But if I see that the weather is inclement, then we will go to the rain date for the jury view. We're scheduling this for tomorrow morning, and we hope to leave here probably about 9:20, 9:30 the latest. Okay? Please remember, you see or hear anything about this case, or you think it's about this case, ignore it. Don't read it. Don't watch it. Don't listen to it. Please don't go on social media to either post anything or to look at, see if there's any information about this case. Don't do any research. Don't do any Googling to try to gather information outside the courtroom. None of that is evidence. Evidence is only what you're receiving in the courtroom. It's all you can consider with the law that I will instruct you on to ultimately make your decisions. Okay? I think I've covered everything, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. I would ask you to be here by 10 of 9. If there's any issue, you're running late, please make sure to let us know. Have a pleasant evening. Take your notebooks with you.
All right, looks like there's a little bit of attorney stuff.
So that everything's clear tomorrow, that Mr. Pino would also, we would start session just like we've been starting session. And then if you would like me to instruct the jury and all about Mr. Pino going with us or not going with us, I will. I'll leave that to you if you think it's necessary. I'll certainly let the jury know. Okay? Who do we have? We have an idea for the afternoon, who you might be having as witnesses. Okay? Well, what we want to be clear about is, if any of those witnesses, again, I think it has to do mostly with the body-worn camera to make sure that if there's evidence through a body-worn camera or any other physical evidence that you intend to introduce, that if there are excerpts, okay, then we can get ahead of the question of what you're going to introduce. And if there are excerpts that the defense intends to introduce of a body-worn camera through any of the state's witnesses that are remaining, and again, you're not required to, I'm not going to order you to do that, then I would like to have either one or two things, either the opportunity again for the defense to be able to authenticate whatever the additional evidence might be, so that they might be able to, through cross-examination, present whatever evidence, which we allow that. It's not the typical function, but we allow it. And if not, it's perfectly fine, but then to make sure that the defense understands they will have to bring, like one or two witnesses today, will have to bring the witness when you start your case. Okay? So that's why I'm asking.
I understand that, and I don't anticipate tomorrow there'll be any body-worn camera footage.
Okay. All right, so we should.
Does that include, there's also Lieutenant Thompson where they did drone footage, they did that whole experiment on the water. Is that tomorrow?
I think that there'll be some footage from the recreation yard, yes.
Oh, Lord.
All right, so that's, you're going to take excerpted portions of the recreation, or you're going to play the whole?
No, because each time the vessel goes through the channel, I don't know, maybe it's like a minute or so. So there's just footage from the drone of Lieutenant Thompson piloting his vessel through the channel. And so it's not that there's clips, it's just
it's one video.
No,
Oh,
there's multiple videos
Briefing
because
to the rescue.
vessel was run through the channels on different times, and the drone was placed in different locations to film the vessel traversing the channel below.
okay. Does that mean it's the entirety of the drone footage that you're going to present, or there are segments like we had today, one to 6 segments?
It's different than body-worn camera, which lasts, say, an hour long, and you select clips from it.
Okay.
What this is there were specific times,
Iterations.
okay, like clip one or video one, probably more precisely. Video one might be, for example, the drone is at the southern end of the channel, and the vessel is traveling south toward it. Video two might be the drone is in the northern part of the channel and follows behind the vessel as it traverses the channel. So there's different videos. It's not that they're clipped so much because they're not part of a larger, longer video.
Okay. From what you have of the
Yes.
drone video, let's take the totality of the drone video. Is it your intention to introduce all of the drone video? If it's not, that's fine too. But there may be aspects of the drone video
They want to
that the
introduce.
defense might want to present. And rather than attempted authentication in court, just want to make sure that the defense understands that, and they would have to have that witness back to present whatever else of the drone video footage that might not have been shown that they would like the jury to see in their case. That's the reason for the question.
So to clarify, it sounds like, I'm quite sure the same event might be recorded by different cameras, different angles. It could be a drone, it could be a pole cam, it could be a camera on a boat. I don't know how many of those the state is using, but they created it and gave it to us. This is not an authentication issue.
No, I didn't say it's what they created.
Correct, and they turn it over to us as part of their discovery obligation. This is not about authentication. They are obviously authentic.
Okay, but it was different from mine, because you then created separate,
We just took a
Curations.
smaller portion of what they produced to us.
Curations.
and created essentially your own, but it's the same information.
We didn't create anything. We simply proposed to publish only a smaller
I got
portion
you,
of it.
I understand the whole thing. We don't have to make this more complicated than it
Exactly.
is, okay?
They had,
Present your evidence tomorrow.
I will.
Make sure you have the witnesses that you are going to be presenting or attempting to present any evidence through, subpoenaed and ready to testify. If you cannot, through any of the witnesses, present defense evidence, okay?
I'm just perplexed why counsel thinks that just because the state turns something over in discovery, that that's the same thing as authentication from the witness.
Okay, we don't need to discuss it anymore. It's clear what happened today.
I think it's gonna be discussed again.
Well, no, it's
I
not.
understand.
It's not.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you, Judge.
Okay. So, having witnesses.
She says, I don't think we need to discuss it anymore. And the ASA says, or the prosecutor says,
Something that
I think it's going to come up again.
Got a little sass.
presented during direct examination, and you would like to get it in through the witness that's testifying, you'll present that witness as your witness at the appropriate time. Is there anything else?
Yes, Judge.
What the? Pause it. Is this a
Please.
new issue?
Yes. So
Is
they
it just
have,
impeachment?
No, it's drone footage and different camera positions set up while they do the reconstruction. So the state had Lieutenant Thompson do these recreations with somebody else to like drive a boat through the channels. And there's like all these different camera angles, and they turned over all of this footage. It's footage that they created. So Howard Schriebnick's position is, unlike the body-worn cameras where we were just like taking clips or whatever, this is footage that the state created and turned over to us, so there shouldn't even be an authentication issue.
Right. And
is
if it's his own, it's what this witness is relying on.
the witness Thompson that they're going to call tomorrow? Yes.
I mean, if it's something he's relying on, that is in essence impeachment if they're using it to challenge his opinion in any sort of way. If they're using it to say anything like, but what about this? That
I think
don't
they're
even-
doing something about swerving. So the way they recreated this, they mentioned earlier on that they're in these recreations, they have him swerve before the channel marker, which to me is not a recreation.
I mean, might
Yeah.
well just stick blue paint on.
Okay.
You're calling it?
Yeah, he.
Hey, Bob, you're not
you're
muted.
I got
welcome.
him. I'll mute him. I got him. Let's make sure he doesn't unmute himself because I muted him and he doesn't realize.
Right.
Um,
I mean,
but
he's
yeah,
like really into it there. I don't know. Look at him. Looks really distressed.
I think he's calling the game because of the hail, right?
Oh, we're having hail in the middle of the June.
No,
Is that what he
that's
said? Hail?
Bob said hail earlier when you
I
got
don't know.
your
I'm in the
internet
basement.
disconnected.
I had no idea. I didn't move. I didn't know why I got disconnected.
So
Got
Bob had said something about you guys having hail, and I was like, right now in real life, and he's like, yeah, and then he turned his video off, so I couldn't tell if he froze or anything because it's just his picture. And then you froze, and your internet, you guys both kicked out of the studio. I didn't kick you out.
Right.
You
No,
guys
I
fell
knew.
off, so it was
He te-
internet.
I figured it was that I hit like test when it wouldn't reload, and I was like, okay.
But wait, let's talk about this issue, but let's finish the last minute here and get the chat back in, right?
Okay.
But then let's talk about this issue again. But I think this was it.
I think I'm gonna make an independent trip myself.
Okay.
To just get a feel, and I can email everyone as to what I see, if there's any potential difficulties.
So I should advise after we see that you'll be there?
Yes, at some point, in the next hour or so.
Yeah, no, I know, just so I can give them a rough ETA, if you would, of course.
So the judge is going
excused
to the
from that.
site. She's just gonna
Yes.
check it out.
We have, and,
Judges always go.
She's just going right on her own
Now.
Right now.
Make sure it's safe for the jurors.
Yeah.
He did, and I provided him with the information he asked me
Sergeant
for.
Lopez is the Miami-Dade police officer.
I don't see a
who's
problem with it
going to
really.
be
It's just
escorting
different.
us and driving the van with the jurors and with Renee. So, but he needed his the contact person so that we get there and we don't have a locked gate. They know we're coming.
Tell me she's not a soft-spoken she is indoor speaking. She is library speaking.
He's about to lead school children to nap time.
She is.
We probably start afternoon session about 1:30.
We have a late day.
Estimate, assuming we are relatively close to the schedule in terms of our jury review. Because once we get back, at the time, the jurors will have lunch, and then we'll work through the afternoon for whatever number of hours and see where we go.
Okay. And then we'll take our naps and you'll have your cookies and milk. I'll make sure.
We'll be in recess, thank you.
And then you'll go out for recess.
Nap room.
Let's turn the chats back on and
Move that woman's face so we're not getting called
Oh
out.
yeah. Very good call. Very good call.
Did you do it, babe?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
All right, chat is back. Chat should be back on.
All right, we'll see.
Let's see who gets here first.
We're back.
It's like we open the race gates.
Now all my things are gone because like we restarted and it hasn't been anybody in since Bob and I.
Oh, it only shows you.
Yeah. We're freshies.
We're fresh.
Yeah, the last thing from earlier today before we started before we restarted after lunch was Bob would love/hate that one.
You know what's odd is StreamYard makes sure the supers are still there. All of the starred, we've got all the starred ones.
Yep.
But no
Well,
live chat.
that's probably how they coded it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because people be pretty pissed if we're like, I got booted out, now I can't tell all the people who sent me supers.
If that happens, you can go into the back. It's kind of annoying to
I
get to,
know,
but
the-
there's like a way to get there on YouTube, and you
Tracy.
can't show it on screen, and it's like it's not as special.
We got nobody.
Nobody. Nothing.
Nobody.
Nada.
We've been doing this alone for just us.
Look at that. Screaming into the void.
Yes.
Oh,
So Ali was about to teach us a little bit this idea of, and again, there's some discretion behind it. It can be argued, but like, what is really going on with this now? We have these, okay, can we just call them like demonstrative? Because the videos are like demonstratives of the reconstruction
Yeah, and
trials
it
or
just
whatever.
I don't know under what circumstances challenging any aspect of what he did or what he's relying on is not considered impeachment because they're putting this person on as an expert, right? The state or no?
For the drone footage?
Yeah.
I don't
It's
know.
going to be a mixed witness, a hybrid witness then, because he's also the like lead. So
Oh, so
he's
he's the
also
cop that
fact.
did the okay.
I don't know if he was the drone operator per se.
Well, I
but
don't care if you pick one section of a video you took to show this is the best section I want to use. And I, as the lawyer, think, well, you know what? This other section kind of contradicts what you just said, calls into question, casts the slightest bit of shade, any sort of shade. Hey, oh, there they are.
There they
First
are.
one is, we got,
Hey,
they came in quick right
boom,
there.
came
Like,
in hot.
let it in.
So now I got back the 1231 messages. It's weird. They're all back. I was like, damn, people did flood
Maybe it
in.
does like a refresh pull, but nothing was triggering it because it wasn't getting a live feed that there was any live feature to pull from. And then once it did, it went backwards. So it's actually pulling in like a wave of chats, but they only came
Factual
in.
lie was first. Yay.
Heck yeah, factual lie. Wait, yeah, factual lie was first. It pulled in some old ones I didn't see frozen earlier. Like I didn't see this comment from Gina from 135.
Kai came in. Oh, yeah, mine pulled in a whole bunch of old stuff.
Yeah. Oh, so when you click on them, they go, that's what Bob was telling me. They're not bright anymore.
Yeah, they fade. They like it's a new little feature so that you know that you've shown it.
Oh, you're doing it so fast, people don't even know what they said.
I know, I got to get them up here. Let me do this. Let's rearrange us and get the
Yay,
chat.
free the chat. We back.
Free the chat.
Yeah, that's good.
We
There's
thought
a
we were
little bit on
alone, you
Bob's screen,
guys.
but-
Like all alone.
all by myself.
DP's like, wait. The chat
That's how
was
I
off?
felt. That's how I felt when you guys lost internet. I was like, no chat, no Ali, no Bob.
We gone.
Well, I mean, that's how I felt when Bob like started this whole thing. I'm like, you do not expect me to get on a screen and just talk to myself for hours. I'm like, that is not a thing. I am not doing that. And I don't care if the chat's there or not. I still feel like I'm talking to myself for hours. I'm still a little bit like, I mean, it took a while before I wasn't just like, yeah, hi.
Yeah.
Bob's coming back soon. So what's up?
How you doing?
Bob, did you say coming back soon? Oh, Bob's coming now.
How's it going? How you doing? We called the game, babe.
Yay.
What?
Wait. Oh, well, I can work.
I
so.
enjoy it.
I enjoy it too.
It doesn't sound like it.
No, of course I
would
do.
take a very, very different.
I just thought we needed like
opinion.
I don't know. You needed to be leaving soon or something. So I just don't understand why the judge is acting like he needs the defense needs. I understand on the body cam maybe like because I'm not sure which aspects of it they were talking about was the issue. Like it could have been that they wanted to introduce it for a completely different reason. But so long as it has something to do with what this guy is testifying about, and it's like, well, why'd you pick this part when there's this part? Da, 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 da. Whatever that is, that's fair game. And I think the judge it would never amount to a reversible error on something like that. So
my bigger issue was kind of the foundational aspect of it. Like the conditions aren't going to be the same. You know what I mean? It's like
if they didn't same time of year, what about the sun glare if they don't follow the sunset timing?
Like, is it going to be at the exact same time? Is the weather conditions the exact same? You know, like if it's not the same thing, it's not the same thing. It can just be. It just depends on what it looks like, I suppose. But I'm sure the defense, if they saw it and were like, I mean, this water's choppy as hell. Like this is not representative of what was going on that day. That I'm sure they argued to keep it out.
I think the main purpose of it is like the width of this thing, right? Or no, is that not it?
I think it's a little of everything. Like, so the judge was trying to ask how much of the footage they were going to show, and she was like, "Well, it's not like a body worn cam where you have, if the cop has it on for 6 hours, you're getting 6 hours of shit. It's like this. We took it with different cameras on the drone, and it's
Start and stopped intentionally.
yeah, and I mean, with drones, you can plan out where it's going to go. I mean, you can basically chart your course with the drone, and it'll follow.
They're doing too much. They're doing all the things. I really feel like they're doing too much. This is a 2-day case.
It was a 2-day case.
Yeah.
I have no idea why the last cop testified, to be honest.
Do you know that the judge said this was going to be 8 to 10 days?
Yeah, that was your
This is why.
buffer.
But they're putting on everything. They're putting on the whole kitchen sink.
States
And
resting.
they're arguing it.
I guarantee it.
I don't even think they know what their theory is. It's like watching
That's
series
what I was saying.
Lost.
Babe. They're like throwing darts. They're
Yeah,
like,
the series Lost. A lot of people might be too young for it, but it's like you get into the end and you're like, do these fuckers have an actual end? Like, did they have an ending planned out? Like, did they know? Because there are so many things that meant, and it was like, then you realize they never had an ending mapped out. That's what I feel like's happening here. They're not even sure what they're arguing. It's just like, I mean,
well, they don't know what their theory is. They certainly don't know what happened. So they're guessing. They're kind of throwing a bunch of different possibilities out there. Kat and I were talking. I don't know where you were. Were you here when we were talking about the potential that maybe Mrs. Pino was showing? Because right when she,
I think it's a good theory.
And one of our lovelies out there went and timed it, and that video for Uptown Girl is about 16 seconds long. So that would fit right into kind of the whole concept that she's like, oh, because she's sitting right next to him. It's like, George, look at how adorable this is. Like what, you might be saying, because she's at that moment in time, she says she doesn't know why the accident
But
happened.
you've driven a boat before. It's not like a car. You do not need to be like your eyes on the road. And if for whatever reason, he's thinking he's not near that.
You might have a little more grace, but if it's a busy area.
Busy, yeah, but it wasn't.
They're saying it wasn't because they want the water to be calm.
Right.
State.
Right. Which I just find hard to believe.
Wait, the defense is saying it was?
Not yet. We don't know what the defense is saying at this point.
Well, you can tell sometimes by their questions. I didn't hear, but I'm just saying, like, you can watch a 16-second video when you're driving a boat. I mean, when I was 5, my grandfather let me drive the boat. You know what I mean?
Aww.
But you're in the open bay and, but we've had to navigate under bridges, but there's nothing there to hit,
Yeah.
And it's like, we're going less than they were going really fast. I didn't realize that's maximum speed for the boat.
Well, but then we have the guy that they just called as a witness on Cross. The defense attorney got out of him that, like, he was going, even though it was dark, and he had these girls on board who apparently were concerned, like, can you make sure you drive us, get us there? He was still saying he was going 40 to 45 miles per hour, which to me, that's
about the same.
It wasn't. He said it was no longer an urgent situation. It wasn't like the previous witness who was like, look, we had our lights on so people would get out of our way, and we had a lookout, and so we were going the top boat speed of like the 50 to 55 because we had a reason to. It's reasonable under that circumstance. We didn't drink that day. But then this guy's also like, we're going 45 too.
Yeah.
All right, so this is the motion.
Well, so I wanted to pull this up just because I thought it was the state's idea to go view the vessel. The defense had an objection to it, but they also were agreeing to stipulate if other conditions were met. So state wanted to go see this boat, and it's one page, so let's just read it. They say the state has requested that during the trial, the court permit the jurors to be escorted to the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Office. That's the lead investigating agency on this case. So FWC, Lieutenant Thompson was with that agency during the time of this incident. They want to go to this FWC building where the boat's being held for a viewing of the Rebelo vessel involved in the accident. The defense objects to the state's motion. The current condition of the heavily damaged Rebello is not representative of the way the Rebello looked before the elision. The defense would join in the state's motion if the jury were permitted to view an undamaged exemplar of the Rebello, which would instead be representative of the way the Rebello looked before the elision. This would satisfy the state's concern that it would be difficult for the jury to fully appreciate the Rebello's size, dimensions, and the ability of an operator of the vessel to see what lies ahead of the vessel without actually seeing it in person. So that was submitted over by his attorneys.
So
So I
they
think with-
want an undamaged boat.
A
Current
comparison.
condition is right. They don't want them to use a real boat. They want them to use a new boat. And the state agreed?
They're going to see the actual
boat.
Damaged boat. And as far as I know, only the damaged boat. I didn't hear otherwise.
I mean, the state would never want them to see just a regular boat. That's
Yeah.
if those are the reasons that the state said that they need to see it, then everything the defense said is completely valid. You can't, looking at it after the accident tells you nothing about any of the things.
About the cause of the accident.
Right. It is literally just to show, like, oh, he must have really been going fast, but I thought that was a wooden post. Is it a metal post?
I guess it's aluminum. I thought the prosecutor said steel during her opening. I thought she said it was a steel channel marker at some point, but it's aluminum.
What I saw was steel somewhere. I don't know.
Nani Max says it took me a whole day and a half before I learned the no chat was due to court rules. Going in, you're looking, am I in the Twilight Zone? What is happening? Why is no one on the interwebs chatting about this case? What is going on? Yeah.
So DB says they are going to see the boat under the theory that it shows the weapon. That shouldn't be. I mean, it shouldn't matter what the boat looks like because it doesn't matter. It has no bearing on whether it's a weapon. It's just like Martha Griffin saying it's for shock value.
Brian, I can't tell. He's certainly a short guy, but I cannot tell because I haven't been able to scale him.
The silver haired lawyer?
The older lawyer, the short guy. Because Brian's wondering if he's about the same size as Richard Allen. Like, I haven't seen him like standing next to anybody else at the same time. So I
thought Alan Jackson was
short and he's not.
Right. Did we see? We must have seen him in person. How did I know he's not?
6 foot. Like, I know it from.
Did we see him in person somewhere? How do I know he's not?
No, because I mean, people were talking about his height, like people that know how tall he is. I mean, there's plenty of people that have seen him in real life. The guy was out of the courthouse for 2 trials, so he's over 6 foot. Like I always thought, looking at him, Richard Allen's between 5'4", 5'5", short, incredibly short.
Unless you're one of the witnesses from the
the
trail, then he's tall.
Then he's a giant. He's like Sam Sponge.
I wonder if there's any downside to doing
that's like the whole, like, Alan Jackson being taller was as shocking as me finding out that Bob Alessi was like in his mid-60s. I was like, what? I was like, no kidding.
It's not fair.
It's surprising.
You'll look like that, babe.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Sorry, I was trying to look up if there was like a motion arguing these videos.
Bettero is in fact short.
People can't tell, I guess, that I'm this short. Seated.
Because you're a giant.
So
you project as tall. It's like your dad. Like, he's a bombastic guy, so it's like you wouldn't feel like I was surprised when you're like, yeah, my dad's like 5'6", 5'7". I'm like, what?
Is he? Oh, it seems tall to me.
Right.
I told you?
Yeah. Your father's like your brother.
I don't even know anybody's height. I think one of my siblings told you.
He's short.
My brother's short.
So's your dad.
I'm looking at some of what the state wanted excluded. They wanted no reference to whether any of the juvenile passengers, quote, blamed the defendant for the death of Luciana or the injuries to other passengers on the vessel, or whether they were mad at the defendant for the vessel crash.
But they asked the defendant's wife if he caused the accident, and the defense didn't object. They figured she could handle her own, but I mean, it's just
It's
so
like they knew.
yeah.
I think they thought ahead because they constrained it.
But it's such an outrageous question to ask.
It's
Such an inflammatory, prejudicial,
Y'all
inappropriate.
not have testimonial privilege, spousal privilege there?
I don't know.
Oh,
Now
like if they discussed it amongst themselves.
No, like there's
there's two different types.
There's two different types. Testimonial is like where some states have it where you can't even force another like someone's spouse to testify.
I don't think we have that in Florida. It's just the communications, as far as I know.
Yeah.
Also, I see green here over for you guys with Julie celebrating her 8 months.
Family hugs.
Yeah.
Sweet. We love you, Jules.
Let's see.
Thanks for sponsoring and giving us love
matter.
for those months.
Oh wait, that hides Allie. Hold on. This is not a good rearrangement.
Definitely want to. I'm fine with that.
Where she, babe,
We are
people
not.
in the chat are saying that they could tell that you're a little ball of dynamite.
Little? Are you saying I can tell I'm little?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I usually carry Allie around in my pocket.
Shut up.
I see you are what you eat. She ate the meatballs with the red pepper. So
Yeah, she's my pocket wife. I just carry her around in there, pull her out.
Jeez.
She's the best.
That's so
they
weird.
wanted no reference to whether any of the juvenile passengers believe the crash was just an accident. No reference to whether the defendant is in general a safe person or that he generally drives an automobile safely, or that he operates vessels safely. Haven't they also argued that though?
Yeah, they said, has he driven you many times and have you felt safe all those other times?
Yeah. Oh, Bailey clarified. She says, that's not what I said. I said Lil Shouty. Granny Debbie, are you a pocket wife too? Does your hubby carry you around in his pocket and pull you out?
All right. Well, now you made me look. So 90.504 husband and wife. A spouse has a privilege during and after the marital relation to refuse to disclose and to prevent another from disclosing communications which were intended. Okay, as confidence, the privilege may became. So that's it.
So yeah, no.
There's no privilege.
No privilege.
I mean, I would imagine.
No privilege in a criminal proceeding in which one spouse is charged with a crime committed at any time against the person or property of the other spouse or the person or property of a child of either. So that doesn't matter.
DB says, I'm a pocket wife if your pocket's big enough.
You guys are dorks.
All right, so dorky.
Yes, Florida recognizes spousal privilege in court, but it's limited to confidential communication, so not a full testimonial privilege. And yeah, they were able to avoid that. They didn't get into any conversations between George and it was all general information. You know, like who paid for the restaurant, who set that up. You know, obviously the legal conclusion question at the end there, which she handled with great aplomb. She volleyed it right back.
With great aplomb. This is words I've never heard.
SAT prep.
Wow. Really? Are you thinking it's spelled APLUM?
No, I can tell it's one word.
Okay, but all right.
Right?
The B at the end for Bob.
Yes, I'll send it to you, babe. I'll send you a nice little defo so you have it.
I can figure it out.
Oh, can you?
Factual, I appreciate that.
So my wife, brilliant, but spells like shit. So how do you think you spell that word? Give it to me.
I'm not telling you. Well, somebody told me there's a B, so.
All right, there is a B. I'll give you that.
Right,
Would you say it again?
In my head, I have to say it like aplomb. Like there's like almost a B noise coming out at the end.
APLUMB.
Wrong.
A B.
No.
Oh, B.
APLOMB.
Oh, yeah, that's what I meant.
Oh, yeah, that's exactly what you meant.
I thought the cat was saying it started with O. I was like, oh,
oplom.
OPBLU. OPLU.
Okay, Bob. Okay. Hey, man, my wife can't spell. It's facts. She'll admit.
It's
Her
true.
whole family, like it's like her
A
father,
learning disability almost.
her brother can't spell.
This,
They're all
the more intellectual ones of us can't spell.
Yeah, it's wild. Weird.
In my family, I mean.
Yeah.
My brother got both. He is super smart and he won a spelling bee. So
Oh yeah.
he got both sides of it because I mess up my spelling. Mostly I don't care anymore. Like I got comfortable.
Spell
When you
check.
get comfortable with things, you make mistakes.
Yeah. That's exactly
I would
right.
say
Oh,
that
I see what you did there, Kat.
I lean towards my dad, and Jared is also more my dad, and Lauren's in the middle, and Erica's more my mom. So I shouldn't have said more intellectual. That was kind of rude because all my
Wow.
siblings are really
I'm
smart.
flipping
But
that
just like
and your mom and Erica.
they're all my siblings and my parents are both really smart. Just
Oh yeah. Nice. I don't know if that's gonna work. I don't know if it's gonna cure the ill that you just created right there.
I think of
Oh.
intellectual as like the field of like philosophy, debate, law.
right.
Like, that you could mean that like
right. That's what I meant.
Oh, thanks, Kat.
No, but I did mean
save
it
the
that
day.
way. But then I
Let's
started
fix
thinking maybe it's just that I have more of my dad's genes, and he's a bad speller, so I'm a bad speller.
His blue jeans? What?
Yeah.
Gene joint.
The gene joint. The gene
Shout out
joint.
to Jilly
Maybe
Bean
we
for
could
the
find that
loyalty.
commercial I was in as a kid.
Yeah.
I think
Wait, did we get that? We should play that. We should
I
play
don't. I
the
think
Gene Joint
it was like
commercial.
something my parents had. I
That's
don't.
something we could do on a members only. We should come up with like your ad as a young lady walking around sassy.
you can make an intro for when it's only Ali that's going to be on the show, and you can't make it.
Allie's
think it's-
family, her grandfather started like a clothing store back in the day, and it was all the rage in Philly. The Gene
And then
Joint.
my dad took it over and started like multiple
Yeah.
locations, and we did a commercial where my aunt was my mom, and like we were walking in, and I had to pretend that I saw the mannequin move and do like a
Whoa, see that acting right there?
Wait, do you have like archive of this?
That's what I'm asking.
my parents have it like on
seen it. I've seen
yeah,
it.
but
Somebody
it's not like available on the internet. This was long
It's
before.
about to be.
Yet?
We're gonna play it. We're gonna play it on members only. Yeah.
I love it. Oh my
That,
goodness.
and I want to get your little letter from when you were at whatever grade you're in that I'm always talking about.
Or you could see if my parents have any
I
gymnastic meets.
want it to be a lawyer when she's like in 5th grade or something like that.
I don't
but
think my
I want
parents
it to be
recorded
like
anything.
Matlock. Well, we saw that was in our room when the room that we lived in when we stayed at your parents' house when we moved back to Philly. It was in that drawer. I know exactly where it was, but now they've
The
moved.
gene joint thing?
No,
the book.
letter. No,
Oh,
your
no.
letter, like the thing that you wrote where you wanted to be a lawyer at the age.
It was a book, all about me,
all about me.
like that everyone does in like whatever first, second, third. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, it's good times. All right, so what time are we going to guess we're going to start tomorrow?
Well,
What
they're
time
not
is it?
starting for a while.
Yeah, they said 1:30, and whenever we do start, I mean, we can just replay if there's like banter at the first 15-20 minutes before they get it. There's probably going to be something.
Yeah.
We'll just catch that when we start, but we can do I mean, I think that's a tentative start time for 1:30.
Yeah.
And I think they might need to stick to that because they might have like co-counsel that's supposed to be present in the courtroom for the proceedings that won't just be there just because they're coming back on this field trip. So
Yeah.
maybe 1:30 is kind of a hard line start time.
Yeah.
And then they come back from the trip and do a lunch. Did she even discuss that logistic?
I don't think so.
I don't remember her saying it. So like she said they were going to plan on heading out around 9:20, weather permitting, and that if it's not a great day.
You got people. Wow, we got some of our members in here remembering shit. I don't know. I mean, did I not tell Missy Cohen's not? It doesn't look like presently a member, but she knows a story that I'm surprised wasn't in a members only story.
Oh yeah, that's the kind of stuff you got to keep for the members only. Yeah, members only. You know what I was thinking we could do on a members only is we could watch our Dateline and just rage on it. You could say your
Bob
piece.
wants to watch himself.
No.
It's like I'll do one where I get to watch myself.
I don't give a shit. But you've been so adamant about, like, I've been hearing this thing about, like, how they did that thing where I'm like, where you say, get the F out of here or whatever, or
Shut the
shut
fuck
the F up. You've been explaining that for so long that I feel like that we could nip it in the bud with one fell swoop and just
You
by
just have to put it up against that other clip that you guys posted the other day. Somebody posted.
Yeah.
When Aaron Spencer verdict went.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Here's post-punk mama's coming to talk some
shut
shit.
up.
Bob talking about members only like he's actually gonna have one. Wow. Cat. Like,
You're supposed to have one while I was gone. Where was it?
How often do you do members only? Like, how often should we be doing them?
I never do them, but I know a lot of people do, and I thought about like coming up with like some fun thing to do to celebrate, but ultimately my opinion is I always end up talking about a case. Like, that's my fun, that's my hobby, so I feel like a members only would gatekeep
You really are a
information.
law nerd of the
Like,
highest order, though. It's
3 in the
awesome.
morning, that's what I want to do. And like, I thought about watching these ridiculous, it's Tom's River in New Jersey. They have these ridiculous town council meetings, and it's not really like case following. It's just ridiculous. It's like, it is. It's just ridiculous. I thought about just doing like members watch only casual chats with these city council meetings.
Didn't AJ live in Tom's River?
I don't know. That's more, it's north, but it's more, no, Tom's River is more south, right? Wait.
I'm pretty sure that's
middle.
where he lived.
No, it's not right next to New York. They lived right next to New York.
Wait, no, I mean,
whatever they're doing there is a hot mess. All of it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Post-punk mama's still coming. She's like, Grizzly has them like once a week. Yeah. I mean, can't all
I
be
think there's benefits to them, especially like, I think it's cool when people go to court in person. Sometimes I've seen them do like members only to discuss their experience outside of what's being reported. And I think that's a good way to, it's extra work that you're doing when you go to a courthouse in person. And
it's definitely middle Jersey.
For Tom's River?
Yeah.
I'm looking it up.
I'm looking at it right now. It's
I'm
not even far from Point Pleasant.
I mean, you could ask Erica.
I just told you the answer.
I don't believe your answer. Let me see. Because I'm trying to remember how long the ride to the Yankees game from their place was. It seemed like it was like an hour. I don't know.
It's central.
Wait, I wanted one aspect of emotion in limine I wanted to ask you guys about too. Hold on, I want to show some respect here to Jilly Bean, who said, look, chat or no chat. And I know Jilly Bean is speaking for herself, but I think this is something that many people can relate to. It says, chat or no chat, I'm here all day with you guys. So I very much appreciate this, Jilly Bean. Thank you for the super. Appreciate that you are here all day. But I also just anyone that's just like been in the bushes and running back in here as soon as we open the chat, that it's such a cool feeling.
Oh, look, Allie used some Jewish guilt to get Missy Cohen to become a new member. Aw, family hug. That's how that thing works. That's how that thing works. Good job, babe.
Welcome.
Welcome, Missy.
So now you got to do members only.
Yeah, I've been really trying to think of some cool ideas because it's the same thing. I want to do something fun. That like fun but interactive. Like I want to be able to figure out a way. Like I keep trying to find games, like a game that we could all play somehow.
Oh, you guys, because you guys are using Discord. One other thing that has always been kind of a roadblock to me is some accounts just cannot become YouTube channel members. They can't even be gifted one. They can't become one if they wanted to. It's just like their account is so old, or like, I don't know. There's like several issues that cause it. And I'm like, oh man, those people would never be able to join a members only. But one way around that is like syncing it to doing something in Discord. So, but it's just like, right? People would be excluded even if they want to be a member to come watch the content. Like there's just functionally this issue with YouTube allowing certain accounts to do that.
Yeah.
And it's dumb.
It is dumb. It's weird. I didn't even know that was a thing. I did not even know that was a thing.
I like Quilting Girl Quilt Gal. Thank you for the 2. Says, thanks for the opportunity to have any kind of chat. Well, glad you're here. Glad you came back when we
And guess
enabled
what?
it. And thank you for the super.
Babe, guess what? Tom's River is technically south.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Well, you were trying to put it in north, and I was like, it's southern to middle.
See, I think that's exactly where they lived.
No, they definitely didn't, babe.
Yeah, because we went up, and it's like,
to New York. We went out to New York.
look at how close it is to New York in conjunction to where I'm looking.
It's an hour from New York.
That's exactly how I said that. Like, remember we took a limo from AJ's house to go to the White Sox Yankees game, and it took like an hour and a half with traffic.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm just like,
let's move on.
Wow, you're just fighting me.
I mean, it's a pointless discussion. Thanks for the opportunity to have this kind of chat. Right. Jersey Girl says these 2.
They are becoming the Towns River Council fight themselves.
Right,
This is
exactly.
a preview of what some of those meetings sound like. Not even close. So those meetings are crazy. The last one I watched, it's like an ongoing argument between the council member, the committee members themselves. It's not even like people getting up there. Usually when you see viral clips of council meetings, it's someone from the public speaking during the public comments that goes viral. It's the council themselves just fighting with each other the whole time. And the fight is carrying over. One of the council members brought a poster board to point out all of the issues with the different council members. So he's presenting at the public comment mic.
Are they encompassing any sort of beach? They're not that close to the water, right? What are they arguing about? Because it's funny because I was just at the shore, the South Shore, and my friend's husband, well, I'll just say so the whole fight with one of the mayors of Margate was like, like beach block, nobody can park on the street. And on the other blocks they can, like one off of the beach. So he like went in on, I'm going to get you parking on the beach block. And all he was asking for was parking like after 5 p.m. And like all of Margate was a fire that nobody can park. Like nobody's going to the beach at 5 p.m. Do you want your guests to have somewhere to park when they come? It was like a huge fight that he ended up losing. And then it was like a fight to get porta potties on the beach, and nobody wanted the porta potties on the beach. And then finally he got the porta potties on the beach, but in like a really nice little, babe, there's like a nice little like enclosure around it. Looks like a mini like lifeguard type of thing. And then they move the porta potties every, I don't know, week or day, so that not one block's like, I get to porta potty on my block. So everybody gets a chance with the porta potties. So, I mean, that's what they do at Jersey. They fight about all little things. So,
Yeah. But those are glorious beaches though.
Yeah. They're much more glorious when I was younger. I was thinking about that because now they had to build up the dunes under the boardwalk. So the water doesn't, for all the flooding now, like can't even go under the boardwalk. The whole song's dead. Under the boardwalk. There's no under the boardwalk. So
really?
What about Uptown Girls?
Oh,
I mean, well, it was funny. Like I was like kind of smiling inside because my sister and I, when we were little, we used to like love that song, like bouncing on the beds. I was telling my kids the story because I was in the car with her and the song came on and we were talking. I was like, are we ignoring? And she was like, I was just thinking about that. So I told the kids the story about how we used to dance around, jump on our beds to Uptown Girl.
Those were the days.
Those were
the days.
Okay, I've got a small question. I get this request broadly for this. Oh, wait, I don't have this thing set up layout. Let me change the layout. Okay, let's put us over here. And sorry, this Zoom is weird. This you can't like minimize the sidebar, and this full screen thing freezes every time I try to use it.
God, I can't
so I'll
see
read
you.
it. Oh, I'm hidden.
Yeah,
where's Allie?
No, I love it.
She's the voice from the heavens. I'm behind this little media thing too. Maybe we could go over here. But it's
Any
really
d-
short. It's a motion in limine to exclude any reference to the fact that the charges in the amended information are different from those set forth in the original or past charging documents.
Oh, so this is hysterical. They want to use what a lawyer wrote in a motion to dismiss as like, these are facts that you said, and now they want to change the facts. They want to up and just change them. Like, we thought these were the facts, but now here's the new facts, and no one should be able to mention how they decided to change the facts.
And you want it to be hidden for this?
But what facts did they change? Now I'm interested to know.
So initially, this was a misdemeanor case. And it had to be transferred to circuit court once they upgraded it to a felony charge after this guy, Matthew Smiley. I haven't heard his name mentioned yet, so I don't know if they're even calling him. But this guy, Matthew Smiley, comes forward and is like, I'm a firefighter. I went there that night and I don't know what his voice sounds like. But in his deposition, he stated that he saw a little bit of bloodshot in the eyes and smelled alcohol when George Pino was speaking. Like, when someone speaks, you can smell it on their breath, that type of thing. That's what he's saying. And then they want to make this a felony case, but at that point, it was like just the vessel homicide. They didn't add the manslaughter until a year after that, or some months after that. So they don't want the defense to, because my vision would be a defense attorney wanting to ask the lead investigator,
What
Lieutenant
changed?
Thompson, you concluded blah, 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 correct? What changed? And then, of course, the issue would be if they're able to talk about Matt Smiley or call him.
Well, if the defense opened that door, that's a question they could only ask if they want that answer to be able. This guy said that.
But of course, if Matthew Smiley was being called as a witness, right, it's not even a door opening question. If the state's already going to call him as a witness, because is there a way that they could exclude him?
No, I don't think so. No, they just impeach him. But what's more hysterical here is number 5. Their motion in limine to prohibit from commenting about the defendant's plea of not guilty to the veneer. Comments such as, my client has always said he's not guilty of these charges and has always demanded a trial. Like, in what world can a lawyer ever say that? Or in what world would a comment like that ever come up? Like, I don't understand this question. Like, what part of Florida is this? No, it's Miami.
I would say I've seen this actually kind of a bit where it's like these very, I would define it as common sense. Like, I understand that this is something that you would expect nobody to do, but you're asking for a motion in limine anyway. And sometimes I see defense attorneys do that, but it's when a prosecutor has stepped over the line and they're trying to make sure it doesn't happen. Or a more gray area. Like, I think certain cases where it's not like affirmative or stipulated that this person died or was seriously injured and we're conceding that like XYZ happened or whatever, they want to exclude references. They don't want people to refer to somebody as the victim. Or what's like a he said, she said accusation case. You might file a motion in limine to exclude someone being called a victim there.
There's 6 specifically. We're not allowed to mention in front of the jury the possible sentence.
All right, let's read these because I don't know if people can, if everyone can read them. So 6, what Ali's talking about now is any reference in front of the jury to the possible sentence, which gets into sympathy, like, right? Wouldn't that be
they're just
trying
not
to evoke
supposed to be
sympathy?
concerned with the sentence. And I remember we were watching a case where they were alluding pretty strongly to, like, there's serious ramifications for this shit. I can't remember what trial it was. I feel like it could have been Reed, but I don't know that it was. And I was like, how are they doing that? Is that almost not putting the sentence before the jury? But just like they said in 6, they were like, it's been the law since 1985, clearly established law that you can't talk about the penalties except in a capital case. Then why in the hell are you using some old form, probably from 1987, to file your motions in limine? You know, they just like new guy comes in, they're like, here's our motions and lemonade, and we've got this form database here. And they're still using the one from 1987. I don't
I
know.
think it's also interesting because they're tipping into the hint that you should possibly, I mean, maybe they're introducing the testimony to show like lack of remorse, but the line of questioning earlier with Cecilia Pino on the stand where, have you done any international flights? And it's to me, that was like, you've been living your life when other people lost theirs. We need to even the playing field with some punishment.
Is
That's
that what
kind of
they
how I
asked her?
took
Have
it.
you taken any international flights?
Yeah, you've traveled.
And the defense didn't object?
I don't think so.
What kind of asinine question is that? That is, that's one that I think is actually significant because then it's trying to make the jury hate them. Just like,
Compelled to punish.
right.
So, and I think she gave some answer, like she ended up traveling one time to see their daughter, like see the family. Like it might not have been some like, oh, we're just living large and blowing money. Because it was following all the questions about, well, you're in real estate and you are working these 2 job titles at a company that's like kind of family, like your family's a partner in the.
Why was any of that relevant? It doesn't even make any sense.
It's rich people prejudice. I think you were off panel, but I have noticed a lot of sentiment where I think people are coming in, and it is true. It's very valid to feel like if you're privileged, especially if you know the community, the idea you can buy someone off, the idea you get treated differently when you have a certain social status, and police will look the other way and maybe wouldn't look the other way for someone who wasn't similarly situated. But I do think there's this sentiment in the general public, some of the comments I've seen online where people are like, almost like, well, he's rich, punish him, screw him.
I
And
mean,
I don't really.
I just had this come up where it was like the friends found like a bag of Gucci sunglasses at the airport, and they were like, the mom's like, well, we should take this to security, and the daughter's like, well, wait a minute here, you could take this to security, they're going to keep those Gucci glasses. And I was like, well, then we'll take them to the gate agent, and or that's what the person was saying. Take them to the gate agent. And then the daughter's like, wait a minute. I think about this. What kind of uh, you know, rich person who's
Forgets
got
this.
so much they don't even care that they leave a bag of, they come to the airport and buy 5 expensive Gucci glasses and then just leave them. This is some rich asshole, and he's never really looking for these glasses. He's just going to be looking for, he'll go buy himself some new glasses. And I was like, and the person was like, what? But that was like the sentiment, like, all right, well, no, that's just some privileged rich person's glasses, and they don't need them back.
What if they were
Ultimately,
knockoffs? Like, what if they were like.
they gave them to a waitress in the airport.
Wonder what the waitress did.
I mean, she didn't know that they were not a gift, so hopefully she sold them for the money. It's a pregnant waitress.
Well, so one of the things I always consider is like, if someone picks those up with an intent to go find security to turn them in, and someone thinks they're just going to lift them, and then there's an accusation before they get to a security guard to make that, like, you could look like you are trying to.
Well, that was part of the thing. It was like, what if somebody there's like
comes back.
Like there's a thing in the airport, somebody, and you got these glasses, the waitress, so they wrote on they tipped the regular tip and then wrote on the thing, these glasses are for you. So if anything ever happened, she'd have that receipt. Plus, it's an airport, so they'd see it on camera. Somebody gifted
and
it to her.
her knowledge would only be how she's receiving them.
Right, which was told this is for you because you're a wonderful human being.
Brains.
But the whole sentiment,
thought exercises.
I know, but the whole sentiment started with the daughter being like, this is some privileged rich person. Come on. They bought 5 glasses in the airport and then just forget them? Some rich asshole. Like,
But
what?
at the same, let me just say though, you never know. This could be somebody that they value appearances, they value fashion, and they could have spent like basically well beyond their means to the
Right,
limit of their
they
means to
had
get
this
these glasses.
there was a 2-hour, if not longer, you know, discussion back and forth about all the possible things. What if it was like your grandfather and he picked these special glasses, one for each of the grandkids, and he was on his way to bring them to the grandkids? And
What
what
if
if
you did this for your members only? Like these they could be real life scenarios, they could be like hypotheticals, but these like intellect debates where it's the
Right.
philosophy, the arguments, the debates, the devil's advocate back and forth on
Yeah.
the oh, well, what do you think? Oh, now you get in the nitty gritty, you get into more nuances, maybe you
Bob
change your
would love
position.
those.
I think a lot of people would,
Paige is right.
myself
Allie knows
included.
a lot of details for this hypothetical story.
I think that would just be a great idea because again, it could be something that if you guys are worried about feeling like you're gatekeeping information and don't want to like block people out when you're covering a motion or a trial, that's something that's like extracurricular.
Yeah.
And you could always start something. There's a feature on YouTube where you can start and then make something members only, where you can do something for like the first 45 minutes is everybody. And then you're like, all right, we're going to members only and wind it down. If you ever do anything that involves drinking, you could always members only it after a certain point too.
What do you mean? Where you're
Like once
taking
things get
drinks?
like, yeah, once things get like real rowdy, you could always members only it.
That would have to be just me, and that would be a quick drink and a half.
Yeah, that's me. I mean, you guys saw me on your fundraiser.
You got going.
Yeah, I'm a little weakling. I turn red after like one shot. So, was there any more in here that'd be interesting? Yeah, I was really just trying to look for arguments on this accident reconstruction and don't see it. Maybe I'll look a little bit more later. They have any attempt to solicit information from any witness as to whether the manner in which the defendant operated his vessel was reckless or violated one or more navigational rules or was culpably negligent.
What
Wait,
was
is
that
this
one?
still, this sounds like a defense one, right? It's just attempt to solicit information from witness. Oh, I guess because the answer could be no.
You mean the way they asked the wife if if the defendant caused the accident? What is so what did the judge rule? Because they definitely did some of that. They asked if you I mean, I guess they didn't use the words culpable negligence, but
Yeah, and I see that this would
um
be like legal conclusion stuff here, but okay. So they're saying
well,
that while it's true, that 90.703 provides that opinion testimony is not inadmissible solely because it includes an ultimate issue to be decided by the trier of fact. That does not mean that lay or expert witnesses can express their conclusions when the opinion only tells the jury how to decide the case and does not help the jury to determine what occurred.
well, I mean, they did good with that by asking, at any point did you think that he was,
Driving too
driving
fast.
too fast? At any point did you feel like he wasn't driving safely?
Because
I
that's not
mean,
really asking a violation, it's a feeling, right? Rather than a conclusion that
I mean,
something
I feel
was.
like it's a conclusion too, but I don't know that the judge granted all of these.
Oh
Like,
no, this is just the motion.
right.
So, but I'm saying like since this is how the statute presents itself, that's the subjectivity that's allowed. Would be that example because it's not really asking the witness to conclude if somebody was speeding. It's asking them
Well,
to conclude, did you feel like the car was moving fast? Was it making you feel uneasy?
right. Yeah.
And it's different
And it
because
does
even
help,
though they can
but
overlap.
it falls into here because it does help with the jury to decide what occurred, because they were literally on the vessel.
Yeah, because if you feel like something's moving too fast, it seems like it's an unreasonable speed to be going. And that conclusion, if the speed is unreasonable, might not relate to any, if there was posted signage for speed limits on the channel, which there aren't. Um, it's unreasonable because I'm also experiencing the same context at that moment before this all occurred.
Right.
So, which probably more relevant than a recreation.
But I mean, if you were the passenger in the car, I could ask you, was he speeding? Like, not even did you feel like he was speeding? Was he speeding? And that, I mean, you're a fact witness. You were there.
Yeah, why do you think that? Well, I looked over at the thing, and like every other
Right.
car was slower than us. We were passing
Right.
all the cars, and
Right.
so, and I honestly kind of like experience. I feel like I know the difference between what 70 feels like and what 80 feels like.
Oh yeah, you can tell when like when it makes you want to look over, you
Yeah.
know, what's
Uh,
and when they're driving too slow, same deal. I mean,
right, you'd have to, if someone did object, there could be an objection there to whatever, then you have to, well, from your, how would you know? Like, what
right,
made
because on a
you,
boat it's very different, you know, because you really don't know the speed and it's harder to tell, you know, but you can still tell if it's going super fast to the point that you feel like it's excessive. But this is a long motion in limine for the state on just a bunch of shit.
uh,
I mean, I think that's like what's happening with this is that it started as a motion in limine and then
just
it went
put
into some
everything.
form database and someone adds something to it and then someone adds something to it and they just keep filing it in every case. It's probably filed in every case.
His defense had to add somebody that I think wasn't on the, let's see, state's witness, or maybe they're just notifying that they expect to call, but it just says
Well,
Colonel
it's,
Alberto Mazza from FWC, the lead commission, but not Thompson. I wonder if this is someone they don't have the body cam for.
I mean, it's a supplement, so they added it at some point, didn't have him on there initially.
And unfortunately, the defense witness list is not, it's not a document that I can click and open. It just isn't, there's no file attached to it. It just says defense witness list with nothing to click. So I can
Hmm.
only see the supplemental, and that's all it says. I do think the state filed all of their witness list just as discovery exhibits. And I think that might actually be a clerk thing, maybe. But a lot of, what is this? So it just says we filed, it's a discovery. This was filed on June 3rd. It says this discovery from the state. It says this discovery exhibit will document the fact that on today's date, the defense was electronically provided with a hypothetical GPS track that would have been apparent if the defendant's explanation of how the vessel crash occurred actually occurred. So this would say that whatever they're doing, this demonstrative, like, why wouldn't they be able to play other, the defense be able to play other clips
I
to
have
contest?
I do not know why that there should have been an argument that that's too subjective and prejudicial. It it's it's not even what he I mean, a hypothetical GPS track that would have been apparent if the defendant's explanation. I don't even know what that means, but when you
It's
start
such
with
a
the word
sassy way to write
hypothetical,
it.
but when you start with the word hypothetical, then it doesn't belong in a court of law. Like they're saying there's only one track he could have gone with his. I haven't even heard anything that was too descriptive other than he thought a boat went by and, you know, so it makes no sense. They know what track he went. I mean, it's a freaking causeway. How many places could he go?
And what I think is interesting is when we had the guy with the tattoos on the arm that said he's never drank anything and he never really had experience with accidents that did more than $1,000 of damage or were fatal.
He's
That guy.
worthless.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
But crap, I'm losing my train of thought. What was he saying that
Well,
contested it?
he
What did you just
said
say 2 seconds ago?
I said that it's like what he could only have gone one track through this causeway. It's only could have gone one way. And he said that people needed to be that, oh, is there a rule about which side of the water you're supposed to be on? And he said, no, there's no rule. And there's like, but people kind of do it like they do in cars, you know.
I recaught it. Thank you. So they had through that witness a set of questions to reinforce that he never just relies on a GPS. The GPS doesn't tell you everything. But what we're getting from the other witnesses who are fact witnesses to what's occurring around them before this elision occurs, the very relevant time period, they are all asked, and they're heard on the body cam footage from Bruto saying, like, does anyone know what happened? And nobody says they know anything that occurred before the crash.
So
we have no information from anybody about
I'll
what
tell you-
happened before the crash. And then the state's going to say, well, the GPS is going to tell us everything.
Well, I can tell you, I was surprised when they said that there's no like buoys that tell you which way to be on, because what I'm used to is, at least in like in South Jersey, is like the buoys, the red or blue tell you which side to be on. I mean, I don't remember which it's supposed to be, but
Wait,
like
DB shared something I can pull up, and it was very informative, but it's also like why aren't we getting any of this information
like
from
green buoys to one side and red buoys to the other. So I'm surprised
something
because
like
they
that?
said they had red and blue buoys. I mean, red and green buoys, but out there, it doesn't tell you which side of the water you're supposed to be on.
Okay, wait, here it is. Let me pull it up.
And if the rules are, if there is a
Oh God,
rule,
it's tiny.
that guy's then they put on a complete idiot. I don't know why they would have the red and green if they're not markers to tell you which side to be on.
Yeah, so this was like, and is it like hard to read for you? No, I can read the words a little bit. But this was like a demonstrative that DB had sent over, that, you have the channel markers are the full, like the top two are
Oh,
channel
right.
markers, right? Or are they not? Are the
No.
bottom ones channel markers with the posts and the triangles and the squares? Because what we're hearing about, relevant to what the prosecution was asking questions about, was these triangle and the squares, which look like the bottom two options down here.
Well, his says the triangle is keep it on your right when you're traveling clockwise. What? Keep it on your right when you're traveling clockwise?
Well, wait, this one says counterclockwise down here. Counter up
5,
here.
but I've never even heard of that. Keep it on your right when you're following the ICW counterclockwise. Is it a circle? This ICW? Is it a
It might be. Maybe it goes between some barriers, so it like could circle around. Or maybe there's two.
Well, this guy didn't know that
Maybe
it meant
because do
anything.
they mean like up and down if you're going like south or north?
No,
Maybe
because
that's
that's what the
considered.
green and the red normal buoys do. Like one, it's for like when you're going out, it's on one side. When you're coming in, like he probably has it here.
Hey,
So
DB says he was traveling counterclockwise. But I
yeah,
need
so
someone to like get on the stand and slow talk me through this, like the way the judge talks to everybody. I need somebody.
so I just looked it up because I'm like, this is what I'm used to, and so it says like, yeah, and like South Jersey bays, boaters rely on the red right returning rule to stay safe in deep water. So follow the guide. The red right returning rule when you are heading from open larger bodies of water like the Atlantic Ocean inland into a bay, inlet, or river, you must have the red buoys on your right side and the green buoys on your left. Heading out, when you're traveling out of the bay towards the ocean, you keep the green buoys on your right and the red buoys on your left. So I just always knew the buoys told me which side of the water to be on. So I was shocked when he said that the color didn't mean anything there. But DB's giving you stuff that shows that guy was an idiot. I mean, why
I
else is
do
the
think
color
that
there?
the state. I mean, I do think that the defense is going to either ask somebody else these questions.
I mean, the prosecutor asked him the question, and he was like, "Nah, but they just do it like they do on a street."
Yeah, I thought it was confusing. Yeah, because that makes it seem like when you're on a street, you see this red triangle, it means we're going the wrong way. So like, but that's not relevant here. Red would be if you need to get back to land, you would want to go in the direction of these, right?
Well, it just depends because there's the triangles like It has nothing to do with that. It's just keep it on your right
Oh.
when you're traveling clockwise. Keep it on, and the square, keep it on your right when you're going counterclockwise. But it does for the going in and going out, entering the red and the green, same as it does in Jersey. It's probably the way it is everywhere. This guy's been a boater his whole life. His whole life. And he doesn't fucking know the buoy colors matter, but tell you which side to traverse on. Okay.
Yeah, and I don't know. I
No, it
don't
has
know.
nothing to do with how close you need to be to it. No. Somebody wrote that. Does it? I don't know why she was asking that.
I don't know if there's like,
All
I don't
Bob
know,
knows how to do
anything.
with a boat is crash it into a dock. He grew up
Let
in
me shrink this. Let
the
me shrink this a
Midwest.
little. Because then, yeah, they have like, well, this, okay, so chapter 14, and I was kind of following this, like
Oh, wait,
chapter
before we do
14.
that, I need to tell another story about Bob and boats. We
Okay.
were in Italy and we rented a boat, and Bob dropped the anchor, which was not attached, and just gone. Anchor in the water. So those are his boating experiences. Crash into a dock, lose an anchor.
It's like very Looney Tunes.
I mean, I kind of don't know why they didn't make sure the anchor was attached before. Like, I've never had to make sure the anchor was attached before I dropped it. But I like making him seem like a fool when he did it.
Wow, she's talking a lot of shit. You're
So-
talking all kinds of shit.
Yep. But I took it
And-
back. I was like,
I got news for you. You're the one who tossed that anchor
okay.
overside. All it was like a coffee can with cement.
What?
Yeah.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. It was like it
Okay.
wasn't a real anchor. It
It
was.
was a real anchor.
No, it wasn't, honey.
All right, let's see what
Because that was a
Cat's got up
teeny
here.
little boat. It was like
So is this,
like
is
a
the
teeny
theory
little
supposed to be that he is supposed to, like, you see how this yellow line is going, like, it's getting further away on a plane from where the red triangle marker would be, but he's supposed to be staying on that side of the channel. If he's heading in this direction, he should be more aligned. He shouldn't even be going.
Wait, is that true? We need someone that knows if this is counterclockwise or clockwise.
Which they're not good at establishing.
Somebody who lives out there's got to know. Is this clockwise or counterclockwise around this channel?
Banker is crazy. A fake anchor.
Wait, DB said something.
He said something funny.
Oh.
All right, so they're going counterclockwise.
All right, so go back to his little chart. Counterclockwise, green's supposed to be on the right.
I gotta eat. I'm dipping. I love you guys.
Enjoy.
I didn't eat
Love
the
you too.
balls.
1:30 tomorrow, I think.
I'll be there with bells
Bye.
on. Bye.
If he's going counterclockwise, he's supposed to be on the right of that square. I think
But
go back to his chart.
You know what? Because I pulled this up as an image. That's why I'm like, why can't I change what screen I'm sharing? It's still shared. It's just behind the
keep
image.
it on your right when following counterclockwise. So now go back to the other picture.
This one.
So it's would need to be where the time 6:37 arrow is. He'd have to be over there.
So he should have been further, like you see how he's like, he shouldn't have been hitting it on the right side because he should have been further past it already in the clear with the channel marker on its right side.
Wait, where did he hit it? He hit it.
He hit on the starboard side, so it'd be the right side of the ship. And they're driving, the arrows are showing the direction of the driving.
How do they know?
Whatever.
How do they know he's smack in the middle like that? How the hell do they possibly know that?
Well, they're saying it's the GPS, and they're acting like it's
the same
definitive.
GPS that didn't have the marker where it's supposed to be.
25
It's definitive
foot.
to a couple of inches.
I think it's problematic.
I mean, where's this? Have we seen the video yet from mile marker from marker 14's video?
Nope.
Because he has to be to the right of that, and he hit it with the right side of the boat, so he's clearly on the right. So, was it the front of the boat, the side of the boat? I forget. The front?
It was the starboard side.
But like the front of it, or literally just the side of it?
Where's a picture? Hold on, let me just find a picture. Let me find one that's not like upside down in case that's
Oh, it's back.
disorienting.
It's the behind. It's the tail end.
But
Basically, your
also, how do
passenger
you,
rear.
is it even clear, like, what part of the channel marker? Because the channel marker is like a tiny circle. But couldn't there be a lot of variance about the angle of how you make the impact when it's a small little surface area? Like, how do you really
Well,
know what direction the impact was from unless there's, I mean,
it's
I think,
clearly that damage is clearly not him scraping it as he passed it, because it looks more like he whacked into it from like the side of the boat, whacked into it, which does kind of make it seem like something pushed him towards it. Are we sure it was counterclockwise? Yeah.
well, okay, wait, there's also spaghetti. Well, maybe they're not really technically called spaghetti modeling.
Giggle Glimmer says he was on the left of the marker, but if DB was right, he was going clockwise. He's supposed to be on the right. Well, if he was
Let's
to the
see.
left of the marker, then how did he hit the right side of his boat? Couldn't have
And
been.
like, can you really tell? I mean, I don't have a good picture of the channel marker. I just have what's on screen right now. But like, I don't know how to articulate it better. But the idea that it's this round pole, can you really, and it's such a big object hitting it, can you really say exactly what radial point that impact started to make a determination to confirm from the GPS modeling how this boat would have made impact from it? Because it's
He
got
was
to be a
on the
large
left.
scrape against this pole, so you can't. How would you determine the initial point of impact on this channel marker pole?
Oh, hit and lifted. Wait, they're all saying, how are you to the left, but you're hitting the right side of the boat, traveling with the way that arrow was going, the cat had up? You'd have to have been traveling the other way for the right side of the boat to hit if you're on the. Wait. Oh. Oh, because I'm looking at it this way. Okay, never mind. If it's, yeah, he would have had to been to the left of it for the right side of the boat to hit it. Okay.
Almost like he was like passing it, and then, like you said, ended up sliding back. If we're following this trajectory, because remember, the state's theory is that there's just straightforward movement with no change of direction for the 9 seconds.
Wait, then he's supposed to be on this side. Then what I said wrong, the other 837, the 211 timestamp. He's supposed to be on that side. But he couldn't have been if the. So wait, what are you guys saying? That he was traveling left inside of the red of the marker. But what but I don't know.
I needed this on like day. I can see a few witnesses that talk about the day. I don't need this immediately right away, but this to me is like, we've got to be halfway through the state's case, and like, I just don't get the very critical information. I do have like some spaghetti. Well, wait, that's not the right one.
The
Okay, so this
marker
is.
was on the right side of the
Well, let me shrink this.
boat.
I'm
Was
covering everyone. Transform.
he crossed to the left of the marker? Okay, he crossed the left of the marker because he didn't know. He thought he had already passed 15. So
Okay, because maybe because, well,
he wouldn't even have been looking for a marker on that side then.
And would that be where the sun glare could be, like, or even another vessel could be blocking view, at least towards the approach, like, and I also think it's interesting that there are other occasions where he's been outside of these markers and no collisions occurred.
Well, they haven't even put on somebody to say he's supposed to be on a certain side of that thing yet. Their only witness said it didn't matter. And that it's supposed to be like a boat driving, so like a car.
And
So
by the way,
which
this is what it looks like before this. I'm assuming the signage fell off when it was crashed into.
it really
And
looked
maybe
like wood. It's rust.
does aluminum rust like that?
The steel, because I think it's steel.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know if I believe whoever said it was aluminum. Maybe they don't know.
Right.
But no one challenged it either. So I don't think I was helpful
Christy
pulling up
said it
these
only
graphics.
matters if you hit it, what side it's on.
Yeah. Yeah, so Go Ask Alice says it's steel. Is that
And
barnacles? Is that what
that's
barnacles look
barnacles, she
like?
said.
Hold on, new debate unlocked. Is this barnacles, chat? Oh, at the kind of maybe at the bottom and like the beigeier looking things. Are those real, like, to me it's rust colored. Would that also be
Oh,
barnacles,
the
you think?
very bottom's barnacle. I don't think she means the top, right?
Yeah, I mean that like rust color and like the first segment before the like first spirally band of beige. There's like that chocolatey Lugol's iodine color.
So what did we decide for tomorrow?
Let's do 1:30, I think. We'll just rerun anything that's discussed before they go on the field trip, but we'll come back when court's supposed to actually start inside court at 1:30 after this field trip. Unless you want to do like 1, that way we have buffer time. So that'd be noon for you. You want to do 1?
Whichever.
Yeah, let's do 1. That way it's an even hour. We'll be prepared. Because I don't think we'll have a lunch break to skip, but who knows?
All right.
So we won't have that time to skip.
Oh, wait,
So let's
somebody
do-
said she did say something about lunch, so are we sure they're not going to take lunch and they're going to be back in the courtroom at 1:30? Because someone in the chat said that she did mention lunch. And Francis says the post in the water is still, the sign is aluminum. Oh, saying that the gold, the green part's aluminum.
Oh my God, that makes so much sense.
Right.
But I actually feel like the question related to the structure itself, not the signage. But I believe that this is probably correct. I think Francine in general, but it's still not my perception that that's how the question was asked of the witness. I really feel like the witness asked about this pole being made of aluminum. And the only thing I could think of is my impression would be if you collide with something steel that's stationary, it would have less give than something that's made of aluminum. Aluminum is not as strong as steel, right? Am I wrong? I don't know. That's what I remember from like earth science.
Yeah, aluminum's not as strong as steel.
So like that's why I thought like the state wanted to get that answer, to say that the post itself, that there's the elision, it's not that strong, and thus because the damage was so crazy, he must have been going so fast, because you wouldn't expect that with a elision with something made of aluminum, which I think is totally speculation. You shouldn't be asking that type of witness anyway, who's not qualified to discuss the difference. So yeah, that's true too, Jim. Jim says aluminum or steel still win against the fiberglass. So wait, what's 19 ET? What time are we? What time is that referring to?
Eastern time.
Or do you mean? But what's at 7?
I don't know.
I wouldn't be a responsible voter. I wouldn't vote. I'm a very responsible driver, though. Let me tell you, living in Florida is very scary. There could be someone, like, you could look all around you. You could have nothing is breathing, not a sign of life anywhere, and somehow there's some guy coming out of the woods on a bicycle right in front of you. Like, they're just, bikes come out of anywhere here. And so I've learned to be very alert. Even if you think the road is clear, there could be a random bicycle man. And one time I was driving and a guy ran out and he just was running around with a machete. It was a time. This is Brevard County. It's a good time. Very good time. Let's see. You have to be a defensive boater. Do they have a class for that?
For
Get to go to
being-
Mrs. Puff.
Oh,
I feel like they should have a class to be a defensive boater. Granny says, how did part of the boat clear the marker as it hit in the middle of the side of the boat, right? And it seems like the boat gets wider and then gets narrower on the part that had the damage. We'll pull up a picture again. I don't know if this is really a good angle. You can kind of see, but it's kind of distorted. Wait, I have a bigger version of this that doesn't have the text somewhere. Maybe this one where there isn't the damage, because this would show... I need like a top-down view. Does this match this? No, that's not the same shape as the boat. I need like a top-down view of the boat, because my impression is that like right where the watermark has like the letter C and E in access, to me, if I follow that straight down, the C's and the E right there would be the widest part of the boat. And that's where I would expect the drag to kind of start. But if that part got past and somehow right behind it is where we have the impact, it's kind of hard for me to just like wrap my mind around.
yeah. All right, let's do 1 o'clock we're doing, right?
Sweet. All right, guys, we locked that in. My channel, guys, I'm redirecting over to Take It to Trial. If she's still alive, she's watching that pro se case. I don't know anything about it. I just know it's a pro se guy. He's like representing himself, and I think it's a murder case, so big deal. So that's all I know about the case, and I think if she's still alive, that's what she's streaming, so my channel will redirect over there. Anything else?
Nothing else. We'll see you guys
All right, guys.
tomorrow.
Bye, guys. Thank you for coming back to the chat. It's super, super awesome that you guys do that, and see you guys tomorrow.
Yes, and if you're on the rewatch crew, don't forget to give the thumbs up, like the stream, share the stream. And if you love us, subscribe. It's free.
Yeah, make sure you're subscribing if you're watching on my channel. Make sure you also subscribe over at Defense Diaries. They're big brained over there, and they cover a lot of stuff with just
You
like
gotta
real
thumbs
wisdom.
up both streams and subscribe at both channels.
Because most of us, right? Maybe not everybody here, but most of us have 2 thumbs, so you know.
Right. Cat not
All right.
Williams. All right. Love you, Cat.
Take
Bye,
care, you
guys.
guys.